Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 676, Ghost Vine, Old Tree, Dusk Crow, and a Third Person. Wow. Wow. The hoarse and sad crow cry echoed from time to time in the ancient forest. That was the cry of the dusk crow. The so-called dusk crow is a very special demon spirit. Its body is one body with two souls. It is composed of the ghost vine wood spirit and the dusk crow monster. The ghost vine is formed by absorbing a large amount of dead air. Wherever the ghost vine is born, there must be a dusk crow. The two are similar to parasitism, and they seem to have a companion relationship. When the ghost vine is not satisfied with being trapped in one place, it will live in the dusk crow, leave the original place, and go to other places. This is the real dusk crow. Such an existence is very dangerous for the monks. If you are not careful, you will easily fall into the dusk crow's innate illusion dusk curtain. According to legend, in the dusk curtain, those who are hit will see the sunset again and again, and they can hardly notice the passage of time. In the outside world, the monks' bodies will be strangled to death silently by the ghost vine. Luo Chen would never want to enter such a dangerous place easily if he were alone. Unless he could pass through the cyclone of the sinking sea and directly enter the wood sky plane. But it was okay now. With Tai Sui, one of the three giants of the 100 Crows Ghost Forest, leading the way, those dangers were not worth mentioning to them. Luo Chen followed Tai Sui and continued to move forward in the forest. His sight fell on the thriving ancient trees from time to time, and there was a bit of surprise in his eyes. He found that the ancient trees growing in this forest were all rare spiritual trees that were rarely seen in the outside world. Even the third-level spiritual wood Zuyang wood that he cultivated in front of the cave house of Xianlin Peak was just a bottom-ranked existence here. Others such as the lightning wood, the hell illusion tree, the frost flower wood, and so on, even some strange ancient trees that Luo Chen could not name, all stood among them. You know, these rare spiritual trees have different requirements for the growth environment, and many of them have relatively conflicting places. Can they grow harmoniously together in a forest? It can even be said that there is not even the most basic territorial awareness between spiritual trees. How could Luo Chen not be surprised by such a strange situation? Suddenly, Luo Chen paused, and his eyes fell on a not very eye-catching big tree. The whole body is dark, shaped like an ancient pine, and when the branches are drooping, it looks like a poplar and locust tree. Luo Chen said hesitantly, "Nourish the soul." "Nourish the soul tree." Han Zan's excited voice sounded at the same time. Luo Chen nodded slightly. Yes, the big tree in front of him is indeed the rumored soul-nourishing tree. Even if there is an ugly scar on its trunk, it does not affect its breath at all. Luo Chen can even barely see its age through the scar, which is about more than 3,000 years. If the core of this tree is taken, the soul-nourishing wood obtained must be a fine one. At least, it will not be inferior to the one used by Han Zan. Huh? Luo Chen suddenly lowered his head and looked at the 3-inch wooden sign on his chest. The scar on the tree seemed to be about 3 inches in size. To confirm, Luo Chen looked up again, but all he saw was a dim yellow sky, with the setting sun slowly setting in the curtain. In just a moment, Luo Chen's face changed drastically. Illusion, dusk curtain. How is this possible? Since entering the 100 Crows Ghost Forest, in order to prevent falling into the illusion of the dark crow, his soul has been on guard at all times. Even without the defense of the black chess of Lan Ke, the Mingshen Poshat he learned since childhood, and even the microdust Yuan Shu he created later, have this function. What's more, there's Han Zan possessed, who is always on the lookout for possible soul attacks. How did he get hit silently? In shock, Luo Chen felt something was wrong. If I really got hit by an illusion, how could I be so clear-headed? It can't be that I think I'm so clear-headed, right? Han Zan's voice broke Luo Chen's doubts. This illusion is very powerful. It is definitely not something that those second and third level dull vine crows in the 100 Crows Ghost Forest can cast. Senior, you also fell for it. Yes. Could it be cast by a 4th level dull vine crow? No, I might fall for an illusion cast by a 4th level demon spirit, but I will never be pulled in without any resistance like this. I am even in the same illusion with you and can talk freely. As soon as these words came out, Luo Chen's breathing became heavy. A 5th level divine crow? Han Zan's voice came again, with a bit of relief in his tone. Don't panic, this illusion has no malicious intent. It seems that it just wants to shield us. It is precisely because it has no malicious intent that I didn't notice it. No malicious intent. Luo Chen was stunned. He looked at the illusion again. Although the setting sun was falling, it was not very fast, which did not conform to the rumored sunset curtain falling endlessly. In other words, the owner of this illusion did not push it to the maximum. It was just a short time to trap them with this illusion. What was the purpose? Luo Chen frowned slightly, remembering what Tai Sui said before. He was one of the 3 giants of Baiyaji Yuisen who protected Mutuan Yuan, and he must have had some connections with the other 2. Now that they have returned to their old place, could it be that they are reminiscing about the past? Although thinking so, Luo Chen's mood was not really good. I'm tired of these illusions, enchanting sounds, and soul enchanting methods. Han Zan chuckled, you are very skilled when you use mirror flowers and water moons to defeat the enemy. Luo Chen's face froze, and then he shook his head. This is not a matter of not doing to others what you don't want others to do to you. If I get caught, it will be a matter of life and death. At this point, he asked Han Zan with a bit of hope. In addition to the soul defense magic weapon and the use of a strong soul foundation to resist the illusion attack, are there other ways to defend against these miscellaneous strange attacks? Han Zan replied, if the soul foundation is not enough, it will inevitably be suppressed by nature, and it is impossible to defend. No way? Luo Chen was a little disappointed. He thought that Han Zan, who was proficient in the way of refining the soul, was good at defending against soul attacks in addition to cultivating and strengthening the soul and attacking other people's souls, but he didn't expect that the other party had no tricks. When Luo Chen was disappointed, Han Zan suddenly spoke. Although it is impossible to defend, I have at least 3 ways in my hand, which can force people to escape from the illusion after being hit. 3. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He licked his dry lips. Please teach me, senior. Han Zan chuckled, why should I teach you for nothing? Luo Chen was stunned. You have brought it up, don't you want to teach it to me? In an instant, Luo Chen reacted. Although he has a good relationship with Han Zan, as long as it involves related skills and secrets, he has never given it for nothing. Basically, it's all about exchange of interests. For example, the Black Emperor paste formula was exchanged for the rent of Han Zan's residence in the Hununding and the 10,000 souls banner. For example, the Yuandan technique and the complete formula of the Zongmiao Pill were exchanged for Luo Chen to buy the soul-nurturing wood for him. Especially for the latter, Luo Chen asked for a lot and took great advantage. It can be said that the reason why Luo Chen can now run rampant in the Jiandan period and kill the same level existence with a flick of his hand is that the huge mana provided by the second Jiandan accounts for more than half of the credit. There is no free lunch in the world. After Luo Chen understood this, he calmly said, Senior, do you want something? You are very smart and reacted immediately. Han Zan smiled. Luo Chen asked, what is it? Han Zan asked back, do you remember why I agreed to accompany you into this meteorite land? Why did Han Zan want to enter the meteorite land? Luo Chen asked this question back then. And the answer was given by the other party long ago. Borrow a body to be reborn. Luo Chen took a breath. Han Zan's smile disappeared, and his tone was a little grim. It's good that you still remember. I am just a crippled old man. The reason I am willing to take risks is not to protect you. There are countless opportunities in this ancient ruins, which has attracted many Yuanying masters to come. By then, there will be a big battle. I want you to help me at the critical moment and seize the body of a human Yuanying real person so that I can take over his body. Luo Chen said bitterly, Senior Han Zan, are you kidding me? What do you think? Han Zan asked back. Luo Chen fell silent. This time, it was Han Zan's turn to persuade him. Haven't you already prepared to fight against a nascent soul expert? All your training is based on the existence of the nascent soul as an imaginary enemy. When the time comes, are you afraid? In other words, even if I don't teach you these methods, shouldn't you be grateful and do something for me? Think about this journey, from Qingwu Mountain to Zuanayan Island, from Filang City, to the 10,000 Immortals Conference. Even now in the land of meteorites, how many times have I helped you? Yes, some help is an equal exchange and both sides are willing. But have I ever asked for anything in return for the answers to your training? The creation of spells, the guidance on the path of forming an infant, and even the fact that I helped you repel a generation of Demon King not long ago. Luo Chen, I believe in your character. Even if I don't take the opportunity to mention this matter today, you will choose to help me when the critical moment comes. But I would rather make it clear so that we can cooperate sincerely at that time, so that you won't be ill-prepared and blame me afterwards. Repaying a favor? No. A gentleman can be deceived by method. Luo Chen is a man with bottom line and principles. He is willing to be a gentleman as long as his life is not on danger. Han Zhan has been silently paying for this moment all these years. Alice. A sigh echoed faintly. I will teach you a method that best suits you to solve the illusion. It is called Kabula technique. You have practiced a Yuandan technique and the locking pearl curtain, 2 of the 3 skills and 2 techniques of my Luo Chen sect. It is natural for you to practice this technique. Please listen carefully. The words in his ears were like a stream. Luo Chen's expression was as changeable as clouds. But in the end, he did not interrupt Han Zhan's teaching, and listened quietly to the so-called Kabula technique. Wow! The hoarse cry of the crow spread melodiously throughout the ancient forest. The hideous black vine slowly wrapped around a fat man. You're back. Yes, I'm back. Since you've escaped, you shouldn't have come back. Does a remnant of regret count as escaping? My real body is trapped in the demonic abyss and will never see the light of day. Then it's no one's fault. The true Lord said back then that our generation must not touch the land of inheritance. It's you who are greedy. I'm greedy? Is it my duty to stay in this forest of crows and ghosts for my whole life? I don't know. I only know that it was the true Lord who opened our spiritual wisdom, and we are no longer muddle-headed from now on. Old ghost, the true Lord is dead. No, I don't believe it. The true Lord's ability is unparalleled in ancient and modern times. Xianun can't suppress him, and Kiksha can't kill him. He just took the wrong path and started over with the help of others. Huh? Old ghost, you seem to know more. The woods were silent and quiet. Tai Sui's expression changed constantly, and after a while he said firmly, I don't know whether the true Lord can return to the world. But I have stayed in the land of fallen demons long enough. Last time, you took the soul-nourishing wood and helped me escape. This time, I don't ask for your help, I just hope you don't stop me. Have you found a way to escape from the trap in the outside world? The old ghost's voice was a little excited. Tai Sui said confidently, I should be 30% sure. Only 30%. The old ghost said disappointedly. 30% is already a lot. Tai Sui shook his head with hope in his eyes. The true Lord didn't take us seriously at all. The so-called countermeasures are just some small tricks that were arranged at random. As long as I am willing to pay enough and cooperate with a corresponding formation, I can escape from the fallen demon abyss. At that time, I will have the opportunity to enter the inheritance land, and then use the external movement formation of the inheritance land to go to the outside world. At this point, his face showed yearning. Old ghost, you don't know how prosperous the world where this Henjin Palace is located is. Even though it is not the first time it was born, it is still full of spiritual energy and is very suitable for our practice. Really, let me tell you this. There are still a few wild beasts alive in the outside world. Wild beasts? A shocked voice came from the black vine. Even the black vine was tightened a little. Tai Sui frowned. You hurt me. Sorry. The old ghost was still excited. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, make a copy of the method. No, give me 2 copies. 2 copies. Tai Sui was puzzled. Did you ask for Crow Ancestor? He and I are one. Why do I need more? Tai Sui suddenly realized that in this case, the other copy was prepared for the Wooden King. He was not stingy, after all, they were once companions. After replicating 2 methods of escaping, the black vine on Tai Sui's body fell off in an instant. Before leaving, the old ghost asked, are those 3 the helpers you found? Yes, my method needs the assistance of those who are proficient in formations. I can't control the 2 strong Yuanyings Hunren, and the Jinden ones are just right. Tai Sui stretched out his hands and feet and said freely. But as he spoke, his face suddenly changed. 3 people? Apart from Mo Yun and Qing Yang, where's the 3rd person? When the crows cried again, Luo Chen and Mo Yun Cave Master escaped from the dusk curtain illusion. The 2 looked at each other with different expressions. At this time, Tai Sui's voice came faintly. The ancient trees here are spiritual, and you can't move them lightly. Otherwise, You will fall into the illusion of the Duskvine Crow at best, or be attacked by the wooden army at worst. Mo Yun Cave Master smiled embarrassedly and put away the small shovel in his hand. In front of him was a diamond wood, as high as the 4th level. Luo Chen's eyes also moved away from the 3,000-year-old soul-nurturing tree. But he clearly noticed that Tai Sui was staring at him. Luo Chen frowned. Dao Tai Su, didn't you say that with you leading the way, we will be safe and sound? Tai Su grinned. It's just a little accident. We will definitely be worry-free next time. At this point, he pointed to the plateau in front. There are many spiritual medicines on Mushin, and there are 7 or 8 kinds of auxiliary resources that can help you form a baby. There are even magical spiritual medicines suitable for body training. Do you want to go and have a look? According to the original plan, they were going to pass through Baiyagizan, then cross Mushin regardless of anything, and finally cross Yukanglan. In this way, after walking through the 5 elements heaven, they can enter the 3rd day of the land of fallen demons, Yimingzhao, which is also known as the Mingzhao Heaven of Inheritance. But now, Moyan Cave Master and Luo Chen both want to move. Tayson laughed, waved his sleeves, and walked in front. Follow me. The two behind looked at each other and hurriedly followed. After they left, countless black vines rustled back into the depths of the earth. A black crow with shiny hair landed on an old tree that was half dead and half alive with its eyes blinking. When it landed, an old face appeared on the old tree. Why are you here? A vicissitudes of life voice came from the big mouth of the face. The black crow cried out and said hoarsely, the 300 years of spiritual energy collection have come. The gates of the palace are wide open. Tai Sui is back. Huh? He finally ran away. How could he bear to come back? The Wooden King's thinking was a little slow. With a little perception, he found the 3 Tai Sui who were still walking in his kingdom. The black crow cried again, but this time the sound was another low tone. According to Tai Sui's name, he is the old ghost. The old ghost said dimly, although he has returned, this time he wants to take his real body with him when he leaves. This. Wish him success. 2 voices sounded from the crow's body at the same time, and then the black crow fluttered its wings and flew into the sky, circling around the 100 Crows Ghost Forest. Chapter 677, Demonic Echoes, Thousands of Years. Mushin. It is called a ridge plateau, but it is not flat. There are undulating mountains, gullies, rivers and streams flowing slowly, and snow on the mountains never melts. Such a complex and changeable geographical environment provides different living conditions for the spiritual medicines planted in it. In the previous plan, it was said that the 3 of them would cross Mushin, but they did not fly directly over. According to Tai Sui, Liang Xu's Henjin planted a large number of spiritual medicines on Mushin. In order to prevent each other from affecting their growth, various spiritual medicines were arranged according to their corresponding growth habits. A forbidden air formation was set up over the entire Mushin. In this place, you can fly at low altitude, but you can't rush over from a high altitude. For Luo Chen, the 5 elements lotus platform is already in hand, and the attraction of the entire meteorite land to him has been greatly reduced, including the inheritance land. According to Tai Sui's statement and Hanzan's inference, the inheritance land is most likely prepared for Yuan Ying's Hunren, and he, a mere giant and cultivator, will not get much benefit even if he enters. So, his current plan is very simple. According to the previous promise, he helped Tai Sui escape, and then waited for the soul gathering array in the land of fallen demons to close, and then found a teleportation array to leave directly. In this process, if he encountered a fierce battle between Yuan Ying, he would not mind helping Hanzan to seize the body of a human Yuan Ying. However, now that he had come to the so-called Henjin Spiritual Medicine Garden, Luo Chen, the alchemist, naturally did not want to return empty-handed. Why not pick a few spiritual medicines? Especially, Tai Sui mentioned that there were several kinds of demon world spiritual medicines suitable for body refining here. This made him very excited. After reaching the 4th level of the ancient realm, Luo Chen vaguely sensed an invisible shackle. Like a bottleneck, but also like a shackle. Such shackles restricted his further progress in body refining. Luo Chen set out in a hurry and had no time to analyze where the shackles came from. He just had a simple reverie when he was stabilizing his realm in Penghu. Either it was the limit of the human body, and it could only reach the 4th level of the ancient realm, or it was a problem with the technique. The self-created 10,000 paths convergence could no longer be continued after reaching the 4th stage. However, this point was questionable. Because Luo Chen's original true fire was greatly improved during the trip to the blazing purgatory. If it was used to assist in body refining, the effect would definitely be better. And the third point, Luo Chen attributed the cause of the problem to the blood essence of the fiery cloud peng that he had refined in his early years. In the final analysis, his method of refining the body of wild beasts was based on the blood essence of the fire peng, and was gradually evolved based on the heavenly peng transformation. Compared with the 4th level wild beasts, the potential of the 2nd level fiery cloud peng has basically been drained. Unless Luo Chen can replace the source blood, and it must be of the same lineage, and not so conflicting with the fiery cloud peng. Finally, if Luo Chen wants to go further on the basis of the early 4th level of the ancient times, then the most conventional way is to rely on external objects. What is an external object? It can be a top-level body refining elixir like the Black Emperor Cream. Therefore, when he heard that there would be a demon world elixir suitable for body refining on Mu Xianun, he was really moved. Huh? The breeze blew by. 3 figures landed on a piece of white rock. Looking at the huge pit below, Tai Sui's face was not good. The monk from the North Sea is too rude. Mo Yundong Master was puzzled. What's wrong? Luo Chen bent down and grabbed a handful of scattered soil on the rock with his hand. It's Qingnang soil. Mo Yundong Master was puzzled. Qingnang's oil is soft in texture and does not condense into shape. Isn't it a very bad spiritual soil? Luo Chen stood up and shook his head slightly. For weapon refiners, these characteristics of Qingnang's oil are disadvantages and cannot be used to cast weapons. But for spiritual plant husbands who cultivate spiritual plants, Qingnang's oil is an extremely excellent soil. It is soft and easy to take root, and it condenses without lumps and is convenient for fertilization. In addition, if it is combined with other special soils, it can be cultivated into a high-level spiritual soil called Qingxin Sunang, which can allow some rare spiritual medicines to be wrapped in it and thrive. At this point, Luo Chen looked at Tai Sui. If I'm not mistaken, there was originally 3 acres of Qingxian Sunang soil here, which was specially used to cultivate some rare spiritual medicine, right? Tai Sui nodded with a gloomy face. Yes, this used to be the garden where the true lord cultivated ambergris. Those foreign cultivators not only collected ambergris, but also dug up the soil. They are so cruel. Ambergris. That's right. This thing is at least level 4, and it has an excellent auxiliary effect on the cultivation of monsters such as reptiles. However, ambergris has extremely high requirements for soil quality. It will wither soon if it leaves this piece of Qingxian Sunang soil. If it were Luo Chen, if he couldn't immediately refine ambergris into elixir, he would most likely dig 3 feet into the ground and pull away the soil and grass together. The Lord of Moin Cave was a little surprised. Demon Lord, I didn't expect you to be so proficient in cultivating spiritual plants. Luo Chen smiled. I just know a few friends who are good at cultivating spiritual plants. I have gained some common sense, but I can't be considered proficient. What he said was true. Whether it was the family of Yuan Dongsheng and Grandma Yuan that he met when he was young, or Sang Jigang who later became friends in the Wangsan Association, they were all good spiritual plant farmers. Even Fu Jiasheng, the herbalist, was proficient in identifying soil and the growth habits of spiritual herbs. After a long time of getting along, Luo Chen did learn some relevant knowledge. Tai Sui was a little angry at the moment. It felt like a guard dog found that the things in the house were stolen. No, the house was moved away. He walked around the huge pit several times, muttering, even the Yuan Mo sect monks know how to develop sustainably and harvest spiritual medicines regularly. They are not like these barbaric monks who fish in a dry pond and uproot them. Damn it, it's really damned. From the impoliteness at the beginning to the abomination later, it is enough to see the anger of Tai Sui. Luo Chen can actually understand this situation. The Yuan Mo sect wants to conquer the land of fallen demons, collect opportunities, and use this relic as a secret place of the sect and explore it regularly. Maybe it can be transformed into a trial place for training disciples. This is a sustainable development business. But after the fall of the Yuan Mo sect, the new group of people who came in, including Luo Chen, did not think about sustainable development, but just traded. They left after fishing and ran away after robbing. They didn't care about the growth of spiritual medicines here, the changes in the ecological environment here, etc. thousands of years later. But now, there is a problem in front of them. Fellow Taoist Tai Sui, those places where spiritual medicines grow that you mentioned, haven't they all been taken by others? Tai Sui paused, his face gloomy and uncertain. After a while, he shook his head. Probably not. Spiritual medicines below the 4th level are all low-level things for the true Lord. Although they are planted in large quantities, they are dispensable and are just convenient for easy use. But spiritual medicines of the 4th level and above are relatively rare. In general, the true Lord has specially arranged formations in such places to prevent interference and influence. Those formations isolate the inside and the outside, and it is very time-consuming to break them. Most of the cultivators who enter this place are in the nascent soul stage and are rushing to the place of inheritance. Even if they have a crush on some spiritual medicines, they will pick them and leave after breaking the formation, and will not waste more time on other rare spiritual medicines. As for those below the nascent soul, at this point, he sneered. If they want to break through those formations, it will take time and effort, and they may even lose their lives. Let's go. They came in a year or two earlier than us, and they won't be ahead by much. After saying that, Tai Sui found a direction and flew away at a low altitude. Luo Chen and the others hurried to follow. A valley. 7 monks in white clothes came straight over. The leader was wearing a white robe with large sleeves and a high crown on his head, which was quite extraordinary. As soon as he landed, the extraordinary male cultivator spread out his feather fan, sweeping away the fog in the valley, and the situation inside was immediately revealed to the 7 people. One by one, the strange herbs that looked like kites and the tails of divine birds were slowly swaying. Seeing this scene, the extraordinary male cultivator smiled slightly. Sure enough, Master Fei Leng did not lie to us. There's a large area of divine irises growing here. The monk next to him came forward with a happy look on his face, observed carefully, and the joy on his face gradually disappeared. Brother Yu Gao, there are only 7 or 8 4th-level divine irises here. Isn't that too few? Few. Yu Gao smiled and waved his feather fan. That's a lot. Brother Zhengai, you don't think that the Yuanmo sect controls this place, so those high-level divine irises have not been picked? Brother Zhengai suddenly realized. In just 300 years, there are 7 or 8 more 4th-level divine irises here. It shows how exquisite the cultivation method is. Changing the subject, Yu Gao inserted the feather fan behind his neck and slowly rolled up his sleeves. This attitude was quite indecent. But combined with his subsequent words, it seemed natural. Besides, what we have to do is to move all the divine irises, including this valley, into Penglai Pavilion and take them back to supplement our sect's foundation. The number of high-grade divine irises is not important, the key is this spiritual land. Brothers, prepare to observe the surroundings, break the formation and move the land. With a command, the other 6 people started to act. During this time, there was no lack of excitement. Everyone knows that divine irises are the best auxiliary resources for giant and cultivators to form infants. These cultivators have relatively weak physiques. Divine irises are famous solid spiritual medicines that can help the body resist the huge spiritual energy of heaven and earth when forming infants. If they can harvest this batch of divine irises and even the entire spiritual land, they don't know how many Yuanying Zhenren will be born in the future of Penglai Xianzong. Digging people's spiritual land may be a bit immoral. But compared with the rise and fall of the sect, it is nothing. However, when they were preparing to break the formation, they obviously encountered great trouble. Yu Gao stood in place, frowning slightly. In addition to the original formation, there is another extremely lethal killing formation here, and the 2 formation styles are completely different. Is it the killing formation that the Yuanmo sect monks set up after harvesting the divine iris? Sighing, Yu Gao took out a compass and began to wander around the valley. This time, it would take more time. He looked at the junior brothers and sighed again. The battle between good and evil in the outside world is in full swing. The Penglai Immortal sect has joined forces with the Moro clan to fight against the Kanghe League. The elite of the sect are basically deployed on the battlefield. Although he, the contemporary second senior brother, led the way in this trip to the land of fallen demons, the remaining 6 junior brothers are weaker in terms of realm and ability. As a result, time has to slow down in breaking the formation. Take your time, at least the monks of the Kanghe League are dragged outside, and there is no competition from the strongest forces in the North Sea. At least the casualties will not be too great. Thinking of this, Yu Gao forced himself to cheer up. In the war between good and evil, the cultivators are fighting, But what matters is their foundation. What he is doing now is to add foundation to Penglai Xianzong. As long as he succeeds, the foundation of Penglai Xianzong will be greatly increased after he goes out. By nibbling away at it bit by bit, he will definitely be able to repel the scattered Kanghe League. By then, his Penglai Xianzong can replace the Yuanmo sect and become the master of the North Sea. As for the Mareo clan, he didn't even consider it. That force was impossible to achieve great things from the beginning. Where is this? After breaking the outermost illusion array, Luo Chen stood in front of a cave in confusion. Tai Sui in front turned around and said, "If I remember correctly, there is a demon heart tree planted here." The illusion array outside was intact just now, which shows that the Yuanmo sect cultivators have not discovered this secret place. Demon heart tree. Luo Chen looked confused. Why have I never heard of this kind of elixir? Tai Sui laughed. Of course you have never heard of it, because this tree is a new variety cultivated by the true Lord himself, and there is only one in the world. New variety? Luo Chen's eyes lit up. What's the grade? It was grade 4 when it sprouted, and grade 5 when it grows up. Luo Chen was stunned, and then his face changed slightly. A 5th level spiritual tree should have spiritual intelligence, right? Tai Sui waved his hand. No, this tree is not naturally formed by heaven and earth. It was formed by the true Lord taking the hearts of a 5th level ancient demon and a 5th level ancient demon, and hybridizing them with a true scale tree. Because it is against the harmony of heaven and earth, it is extremely difficult to communicate with spirits. According to the true Lord's estimation, it can only communicate with spirits unless it has experienced the 39 thunder tribulations and survived the wrath of heaven and earth. At this point, Tai Sui blinked. King Gang Demon Lord, you don't think that any high-level wood or stone can communicate with spirits, right? Luo Chen's face froze. At least, that's what he said in the classics he read. The higher the grade, the closer to cultivator, and the more likely it is to give birth to spiritual intelligence. Tai Sui said leisurely, it's different. The mountain and sea realm is different from other places. This realm is full of spiritual energy, so there are many spiritualists. But for real spirits, the deeper the foundation and the higher the grade, the harder it is to communicate with spirits. This is the way of balance between heaven and earth. Luo Chen was confused and didn't understand what he meant. Now was not the time to ask, so he had to focus on the spiritual tree inside. Does this demon heart tree really have the effect of assisting in body refining? I think, yes. Tai Sui hesitated. Luo Chen frowned. What do you mean by think? Tai Sui shrugged. Among the many big clans, the demon and demon clans are born with strong physiques. Do you think the spiritual tree forged with their hard work will have an auxiliary effect on body refining? Okay. The reason seems to be similar. Luo Chen took a deep breath, then let's start breaking the formation. Tai Sui nodded and joined the team to break the formation. During this process, he would pay attention to Luo Chen's means of breaking the formation from time to time. At the beginning, it seemed a bit crude, not as good as the Lord of Moen Cave. But later, it seemed to be familiar with the style of the true Lord's formation, and gradually surpassed the Lord of Moen Cave. Such progress made Tai Sui very happy. As far as the 3rd level formation master is concerned, Luo Chen and the Lord of Moen Cave are already the best, and should be able to provide some help when his body escapes from the predicament later. This is an experiment. 1 month later. Looking at the 10-foot-high tree deep in the cave and the layer of hazy green light, Luo Chen and the Lord of Moen Cave looked at each other, feeling powerless. I don't know where to start with this formation. The same is true for me, I can't find any flaws at all. These words were spoken from the heart. Especially Luo Chen, although he has a strong foundation and formation, he also has a pair of spiritual eyes that can see through the flaws of the formation, and he is as if he has divine help in breaking the formation. However, his knowledge of high-level formations is relatively weak. And the green light formation in front of him has completely exceeded his understanding. Tai Sui seems to have expected this. It's okay, leave it to me next. He pursed his lips, and in front of the two of them, he cut off a piece of fat from his body. He refined it with his magic power, and it turned into a burst of bloodlight and fell on the green light formation. Then, something strange happened. The green light curtain gradually melted, revealing a portal for one person to pass through. The master of Moen Cave opened his mouth wide, with an unbelievable look on his face. Such a wonderful formation was cracked so easily? Tai Sui turned around, his face slightly pale, and explained softly, "When the true Lord cultivated this tree, he borrowed the huge vitality of my body, so this formation does not defend against me. Thousands of defenses are hard to guard against thieves in the house." As he spoke, Tai Sui stepped into the portal. Luo Chen followed him in. But just as he entered, his body suddenly stiffened, and he felt a silent roar rising silently in his heart. In just a moment, a demon illusion seemed to emerge in his sea of consciousness. Tai Sui pulled back and stood in front of the door, preventing the Moen Cave Master from entering. He quietly looked at Luo Chen's back in front of him, with a sinister look on his face. The demons have been echoing for 1,000 years, and only the soul of the nascent soul can stop it. I want to see what the third person the old ghost is talking about is. Show me your true colors. Chapter 678. This treasure is destined to be with me. Do you have any objections? Roar. A silent roar exploded in the sea of consciousness. It rolled up layers of golden waves, shaking the soul. In just a moment, Luo Chen was struck by lightning. He lost control of his body and fell to the ground. But a moment later, he trembled all over and stopped in the air. Huh? A stream of hot air spurted out with his breath, and a faint red color could be seen in the air. It was not blood, but source power. A thin layer of source power spread out and enveloped the whole body. Luo Chen slowly turned his head, and his hawk-like eyes fell on Tai Sui behind him. That one look was filled with infinite murderous intent. Just one look, and Tai Sui's remnant began to tremble uncontrollably. "Dao, listen to my explanation," he shouted loudly, and his voice was even a little shrill. "I didn't expect that there were still remnants of the demonic echoes here, and I was careless and let you fall for it. But this echo is not very harmful to people, just hold on for a moment. I definitely didn't mean to put you in danger." The owner of Moen Cave, who was blocked outside the formation, didn't know what happened inside, and stared at the scene blankly. But he could vaguely sense Tai Sui's murderous intent. He asked tentatively, "Is there any misunderstanding?" Tai Sui went with the flow and said quickly, "Yes, it's a misunderstanding. We have an oath before, how could we deliberately frame you? Moreover, I need you to remove the formation restrictions from my body." Seeing him so flustered, Luo Chen, who had been silent all the time, narrowed his eyes slightly. "I hope that this kind of thing won't happen again next time." After saying this, Tai Sui was obviously relieved. "It won't happen again, this time it was just negligence." "Humph." Luo Chen snorted lightly and pointed to the 10-foot small tree below. "This thing is unknown, you know it better than me, just come and tell me how to collect it." Tai Sui wiped the sweat off his non-existent sweat and flew downwards. When he landed in front of the demon-concentric tree, he cast a spell to dig the roots while explaining to Luo Chen the subsequent transplantation of the demon-concentric tree and the method of using its fruit. But in his heart, he was full of doubts and shock. There is no third party. From beginning to end, I didn't see another breath appearing on him. Old Ghost and the others can't lie to me. Under the demon echo, the Yuanying breath can't be completely hidden. But, how did he get rid of the shock and recover in an instant? His soul foundation is definitely not that high. Could it be the body of a wild beast? Luo Chen was suspended in the sky, his eyes narrowed, looking at his busy back, and murderous intent still appeared in the corner of his eyes from time to time. The so-called oath of the Great Dao is sometimes not so reliable. The demon echo left on the concentric tree will not take his life, so it is not considered a violation of the Great Dao oath. But this almost exposed Hanzon's existence. If he hadn't cultivated the body of a wild beast, which was enough to rival the 4th-level Demon King and the Yuanying Zhenren, and if he hadn't quietly cultivated the art of opening the grass with the help of the 2nd Juandan and the system achievement points before coming here, I'm afraid that I would have been shocked by the echo just now and couldn't extricate myself for a long time. Yes, at this moment in the system panel, the 4th-level art of opening the grass has been introduced, and even the technique has been engraved on the 2nd Yuandan. Under normal circumstances, a 4th-level spell, even if Luo Chen is talented, can't be introduced instantly. In the land of fallen demons, he won't have enough time to practice spells. Therefore, in order to give himself an extra trump card, he directly used the huge achievement points accumulated on the panel for many years and instantly entered the art of opening the grass. It is precisely because of this that he can rely on the passive technique of the 2nd Juandan to wake up instantly when his body's soul is shocked. That roar is not that harmful to me, but in this case, why does Tai Sui have to be hostile to me? Doubts arise spontaneously. Thinking back on the journey, Luo Chen's thoughts suddenly stopped in the ghost forest of 100 Crows, and Tai Sui looked at his chest. That's right. He must be testing Hanzon's existence. The two in the ghost forest of 100 Crows are good friends with Tai Sui. Since Hun Tenyazu can pull Hanzon into the illusion, it is impossible for him not to know Hanzon's existence. According to Tai Sui's temperament, he must eliminate all accidents and firmly control it. In just a short moment, Luo Chen, who had calmed down, sorted out everything. Even if the details of the process are different, there is no problem with the general context. When Tai Sui came to Luo Chen with a strange-shaped tree shrouded in green light, Luo Chen extended his hand without hesitation. Tai Sui was a little reluctant, and kept muttering, "The fruit of this tree contains the blood of demons. Long-term consumption will greatly enhance the 5 internal organs of the body cultivator. However, it is quite troublesome to cultivate this tree. It requires the flesh and blood of both demon beasts and monsters, and the heart is best. Wild beasts may also work, but the true lord did not test it back then, just proposed a hypothesis." Swish! A flash of inspiration, the demon-concentric tree disappeared. Luo Chen turned and left. Tai Sui's eyes had a gloomy look, and when he left the cave, the gloom disappeared, and he was eager to try. "King Gang Demon Lord, I know the location of several high-level spiritual medicines on this Mushin. Those were all the treasures of the true lord back then." Seeing that Luo Chen ignored him, he gritted his teeth and said, "The spiritual medicine that can make the true lord Liangsu cultivate with great effort must be at least level 6 or above, and even." Luo Chen paused. Seeing this, Tai Sui's eyes showed joy. Is he tempted? Unexpectedly, Luo Chen started again, this time without any pause. Although the spiritual medicine is good, the treasure protection formation must be stronger. Luo is not lucky enough to enjoy these things, so Tai Sui does not need to say more. "Let's go directly to your trapped place." Tai Sui opened his mouth with an expression of disbelief. 6th level spiritual medicine, or even 7th level, he is not tempted? Mo Yundong Lord followed beside him, not daring to breathe. He already understood. Just now, there was an invisible confrontation between the two of them in a way that he could not understand. And the result was obviously that King Gang Demon Lord won a great victory. However, looking at the current situation, they are going to go straight to their destination. What about the resources for forming infants that they want? Mo Yundong Lord followed behind with his lips trembling, wanting to say something, but not daring to say it. It was really because of the surging murderous intent that Luo Chen had just burst out, and the terrifying aura that was not like human, that made him dare not disobey him. 2 days later, Luo Chen, who was flying in front, suddenly disappeared and landed on a mountain top. Moyan Cave Master and Tai Sui were puzzled and followed him. With just one glance, they knew what happened. In the mountains below, in a valley, a battle was in full swing. There were 7 people on one side and 3 people on the other side. However, the battle situation was one-sided. The 7-man side was losing ground and several people had died. The 3-man side had the upper hand and deployed a formation at this moment, blocking the exit of the valley. "It's Diaoso and them," Moyan Cave Master exclaimed. "It's not just Diaoso. There was another purple-clothed young woman and a big-headed boy in sight. It was the Purple Queen and the ghostly boy. The 10,000 Immortals Association, the 3 8-star demon hunters gathered in Mushin. They disappeared before, and they really entered this land of falling demons." Moyan Cave Master's face was a little solemn. These 3 people are not only the top Jinden masters of the Wangxin Association, but also the ones who are at the peak of the Jinden stage in the Bihei cultivation world. Their abilities are no less than those of any major sect or even family masters. The enemy that can make them join forces to fight. Luo Chen's eyes fell on the 7 people who were fighting or dying, especially the extraordinary male cultivator who was fighting against Diaoso alone. White clothes, high crown, feather fan flying. Feather Gao. Penglai Immortal Sect. Why are they fighting? Although the Wangxin Association is known as one of the 4 major overlords in the Bihei today, its power is definitely the weakest among the 4, and it usually maintains a neutral attitude. Penglai Immortal Sect is different. Not only is it a major sect that has been passed down for thousands of years, but it is now allied with the Moro school. Even behind them is the looming shadow of Shianitan Deo sect. Under normal circumstances, how could the 2 sides go to war? It's the divine iris. Tai Sui's voice came slowly. When Luo Chen's eyes swept over, He pointed to the depths of the valley. If I remember correctly, there is a medicine garden that specializes in growing divine irises. After thousands of years of accumulation, I'm afraid that many high-quality divine irises have been born. High-quality divine irises. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came out clearly from the throat of Moen Cave Master. This thing is of great help to the formation of infants. It is one of the most famous resources for assisting the formation of infants in the current world of immortal cultivation. Especially for them, the older giant and cultivators. Because of their old age, their physical condition inevitably declines, their ki and blood decline, and their physique is weak. Even if they reach the late giant stage and understand that the formation of infants requires a good physique, they don't have time to start practicing from scratch. In this case, the divine irises become the best auxiliary solid spiritual medicine. The man with a feather fan and a high crown is definitely the strongest among the 7 people in white clothes. He is a hard bone to chew. But the fisherman still chose one-on-one, which shows that the fisherman is determined to get this piece of divine irises. Moen Cave Master was eager to make a move, and his eyes were on Luo Chen and Tai Sui. The latter shrugged. The divine iris is useless to me, but if you want, I don't mind helping. Luo Chen moved and took a step forward. His determination to win was obvious. However, he didn't make a move. Instead of intervening in a 3-way melee, it's better to wait and reap the benefits. The battle in the valley gradually came to an end. When another giant and cultivator of Penglai Xianzong died under the flying needle of the Purple Queen, there were only 2 left. The situation is over. Second brother. A man who was being beaten by the ghost boy shouted miserably. Yu Gao looked extremely angry. Let's go. He opened his mouth and spit out a cloud of gas, forcing the fisherman away and jumping into the depths of the valley. The next moment, he soared into the sky. This unnecessary move obviously has its real meaning. Sure enough, when his figure emerged, there was an octagonal pavilion under him that was shining with spiritual light. The moment the octagonal pavilion appeared, the cave master Mo Yun on the top of the mountain blurted out. Penglai Octagonal Pavilion. Luo Chen was curious and asked, what is that? The cave master Mo Yun said with a bit of excitement, it is one of the legendary Penglai immortal sect's inherited true artifacts. It is a rare 5-attribute magic weapon in the world. No, it is actually an 8-attribute magic weapon. Look at the 8 flying corners on the pavilion. It can draw 8 different attributes of spiritual energy into it. It is the best portable spiritual medicine garden in the world. 5-attribute magic weapons are already extremely difficult to refine in the world. And it has the 3 additional attributes of ice, wind and thunder in addition to the 5 elements. It is absolutely rare among the rare ones. In particular, this magic weapon has been promoted to the level of a true weapon. A true weapon is a magic weapon, but not all magic weapons are true weapons. Ordinary magic weapons can only increase the magic power of the cultivator himself. But when it reaches the level of a true weapon, it can directly absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world like a Yuanying cultivator, and even control it. This Penglai Octagonal Pavilion is clearly a spiritual medicine garden, specially made by a top weapon refining master using this feature. After listening to the origin and function of this treasure from the Moen Cave Master, Luo Chen couldn't help but become more interested. However, from the corner of his eye, he found that Tai Sui didn't care about it. Luo Chen was thoughtful. His eyes fell on the land under his feet. If this meteorite land is really just a portable palace of the former demon lord Liang Yan, then there is no doubt that Mu Xianitun is the top portable spiritual medicine garden that completely crushes the Penglai Octagonal Pavilion. In this way, it is understandable why the cave master is so excited, but Tai Sui doesn't care. During the short conversation and thinking, the battle below changed again. Seeing that Yu Gao was going to run away with the Penglai Octagonal Pavilion, how could the 3 8-star demon hunters of the Wongsun Association sit idly by? The forced fisherman snorted coldly, swung the black gold fishing rod, and the Tiankan line broke through the air. Snap! The void trembled, and the heavenly remnant line directly tied up the octagonal pavilion. People can go, but the treasure pavilion will stay. Seeing this, Yu Gao said harshly, do you, the 10,000 immortals, really want to fight to the death with my Penglai immortal sect? As soon as he said this, the Purple Queen, who had freed her hands, jumped up. That person should not leave either. Several flying needles as thin as cow hair flew out, disappeared in the void, and suddenly appeared again, and instantly sank into the tattered robes on Yu Gao's body. Swish! Swish. Swish. Yu Gao's whole body was shocked, and countless blood columns shot out from the blood holes on his body. At this time, the last battle in the valley was also decided. The ghost boy came out with a head that was still open. Seeing this scene, Yu Gao was furious. One day, I will personally lead the army of my sect to crush the 10,000 immortals. Along with these words, there was a flash of white light, and his body broke into pieces of white feathers in the air. When the white light reappeared, it was already dozens of miles away, and the white light kept flashing. It was obvious that he was still urging the strange escape technique. Zihao wanted to chase him, but he was stopped by Diaoso before he could fly more than a mile. Don't chase him. That is the feathered escape technique of Penglai Xianzong. Without the corresponding restraint method, you can't catch up at all. Zihao was unwilling to give up. If you don't kill the tiger, there will be troubles later. Penglai Xianzong is a giant. Diaoso didn't think so. High-level casual cultivators like them were not afraid of being hunted down by big sects at all. What's more, this trip was under the order of Yu Sanren. If there's a follow-up retaliation, Yu Sanren will be the first to bear the brunt. And as far as he knows, Yu Sanren was suspected to be from Penglai Xianzong back then. If we get Penglai Octagonal Pavilion, we will have hope of forming a baby. Diaoso smiled slightly, pulled the fishing rod, and the octagonal pavilion slowly flew towards them. At this moment, a giant claw reached down from the clouds and suddenly grabbed the corner of the eaves. With a huge force, it shook the ropes of the sky apart in just one move. Seeing the octagonal pavilion flying high, Zihao's face changed drastically. She was too far away to catch up. The fishing man was hit by the magic weapon and his magic power was disordered, so he was also unable to attack. Only the ghost boy was close and had finished a battle, but he was still on guard. Stay here. He soared into the sky. Then, in a thunderous figure, he fell to the ground. So fast. So strong. Two exclamations came from Zihao and the fishing man at the same time, with fear. Luo Chen looked at the pool of blood and flesh on the ground that looked like mud, and slowly retracted his right leg. Another 8-star demon hunter of the 10,000 Immortals Association died. Holding the octagonal pavilion in his hand, he glanced at the old man and the woman with cold eyes. This treasure is destined to be with me. Do you have any objections? Chapter 679, Hununding and Beijiao Pavilion, Forced Suppression. He was wearing a red robe and had black hair, and was tall. He had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, and a cold look. Even though his skin color was completely different, the familiar facial features still allowed Diaoso and Zihao to recognize the person. The master of Penghu of the 10,000 Immortals Association, King Yang Demon Lord. However, the thunderbolt method that the other party used to kill the ghost boy instantly with a force of thunder still made the two of them unbelievable. When did King Yangzi, who was good at casting weapons, become so powerful? Zihao hesitated and said, King Yangzi, Luo Hai. Luo Chen held the octagonal attic with his hand, looked over calmly, and nodded slightly. Fellow Taoist Zihao, I haven't seen you for many years, and you are still as elegant as before. After getting the confirmation, the purple-clothed young woman was even more panicked, and quickly adjusted her mentality, and forced a smile and said, I am not as good as you, but you are even more elegant than before. It's not just better than before, it's simply a drastic change. You have to know that the ghost boy has been ranked among the 3 8-star demon hunters of the 10,000 Immortals Association for many years, and is one of the actual rulers of the demon hunting department. In terms of age, he is several dozen years older than the two of them. Their realms are almost the same. In terms of fighting methods, he is more rounded and smooth, and strange and changeable. Under such circumstances, he was killed by Luo Chen in a tentative fight. It can even be said that in the short glance just now, the ghost boy had just activated a defensive magic weapon, but was still kicked to pieces. This shows what Luo Chen is capable of. Fellow Taoist Luo, your realm of body refining is really beyond my imagination. The voice of the fishing old man came slowly, with a strong sense of fear in his tone. Even if he had overestimated Luo Chen's body refining attainments in various ways, it seems that he still underestimated it far at this moment. Being able to kill an existence of the same realm as him with one kick, this is no longer the level of a third-level body refiner. I'm afraid. Luo Chen said calmly, I don't have the blessing of the real person. If I don't have this body refining ability, how dare I venture into the sinking sea? Fisherman, don't you think so? The fisherman's mouth twitched, and his eyes fell on the octagonal pavilion in his hand. This thing was taken away by the three of us with great effort, taking advantage of the time when Yu Gao and the others were released to collect the spiritual medicine and had no time to recover it. For this, we went to great lengths and spent several methods. Now you want to take it away just because you are destined to be with me. Isn't it too much? Is it too much? Luo Chen asked back. The fisherman nodded. Very much. Luo Chen chuckled. You didn't think it was too much when you killed people to rob treasures. Now, I'm just imitating a few things, which is reasonable. The fisherman's face darkened. The wrinkled old face was covered with dark clouds, as if water was about to drip out. The black gold fishing rod in his hand began to tremble slightly at this moment. The bell on the fishing rod was also ringing. Hearing the bell, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and snorted, "Want to fight? We have to see who's better." Before he finished speaking, the fisherman swung the fishing rod, and the scorched Shianking line flew out along an unknown trajectory. In the air, there were bursts of hissing sounds, as if even the void was being cut. Snap! In the fisherman's astonished eyes, Luo Chen slowly stretched out his hand, and then suddenly grasped the void. He actually grasped the end of the Shianking line with his bare hands. After wrapping his palm several times, the Shianking line was wrapped around his palm in turn. It happened suddenly. The fisherman really didn't expect that someone would dare to take his magic weapon with bare hands. Luo Chen's eyes fell on the scorched silk thread. Every time I see you use this magic weapon, you always catch big fish. Now, I wonder if you can catch me too. Under the Taoist robe, the muscles surged layer by layer, and the terrifying power continued to bless. He actually wanted to break the Shianking line. Feeling the bursts of mournful cries coming from the magic weapon connected to his mind, the fisherman was anxious. He slapped the black gold fishing rod. Let go. A wave with a special rhythm spread along the fishing rod to the Shianking line. The terrifying cutting force reappeared, and even Luo Chen's tough palms appeared with traces of blood. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, and his wish came true. The Shianking line flew back. However, at the end of the line, a wisp of green flame was burning rapidly. It was visible to the naked eye that the Shianking line was constantly disappearing. Qingjiangzi, you! The fisherman shouted angrily, bit his tongue, and spit. Puff! A mouthful of blood from the tip of his tongue splashed onto the Shianking line, forcibly extinguishing the green flame and saving half of this special thread. At this moment, there was a bang. In the horrified sight of the fisherman, Luo Chen had already arrived in front of him and pushed his palm with his elbow. Boom! With a loud noise, the old body of the fisherman flew backwards like a rag bag for several feet. Luo Chen slowly retracted his right hand, looked forward, and frowned slightly. A new moon rose slowly. The cold light enveloped the old man's whole body. Sure enough, this full-strength attack of his was definitely not something that an ordinary giant and cultivator could resist. Even the defensive magic weapon that the fisherman had just quickly released was blasted away by him. What really saved the fisherman's life was this bright white moonlight. Is it the method of Yu Sanren? Luo Chen muttered to himself. No wonder the old man dared to attack him after he killed a ghost boy with thunder. It turned out that he still had such a reliance. Ahem. The old man staggered to his feet, his iron blue face flushed, and he finally couldn't help it. Puff. He spat a mouthful of blood on the ground and finally felt better. He never expected that even with the protection of the real person's means, the terrifying power was still difficult to fully release. It was like being struck by lightning on his old and weak body. If he hadn't tried to refine his body in the past few years and had a foundation, I'm afraid that this palm would cause his internal organs to be dislocated and he would be seriously injured. Looking at the red-robed man holding the tall building from a distance, the old man said coldly, Qingjiang Demon Lord, this Penglai octagonal pavilion is what Yu Sanren specifically asked for. Aren't you afraid that Sanren will hold you accountable later? Luo Chen frowned. He really didn't expect that this thing was actually what Yu Sanren specifically asked for. I thought it was just an ordinary killing and treasure grabbing. If others can do it, Luo Chen can do it too. But it's not easy to deal with a real person, and one of the three great wanderers in Bihei. Seeing Luo Chen's doubts, Dia also felt relieved and gave up some ideas. Give me back the Penglai Beijiao pavilion. I will forgive you for killing the ghost boy, and I won't tell you Sanren. The pressure from the reputation of the wanderer made Dia Oso's old body stand up straight. Luo Chen froze in place. Seeing him like this, Diaoso finally felt at ease. He really didn't expect Luo Chen to be so powerful. He thought that the ghost boy was defeated because he was in a hurry and unprepared, but when they really fought, he found out how powerful the opponent's inner strength was. The ghost boy couldn't block a kick. Diaoso, he couldn't stand a punch. Even the magic weapon that made him famous was repeatedly frustrated. For some reason, the sound recording bell didn't work on Luo Chen, and the sky residual line was restrained by the blue flame. Under this situation, even if he sacrificed his life magic weapon, he might not be able to get any benefits from the other party. He spit again, which was the residual blood foam in his mouth. Then he said slowly in a hoarse voice, "You don't have to doubt whether I am deceiving you. The moon protection on my body is the most direct proof. If you still don't believe it, you can ask the Purple Queen." Luo Chen looked at the purple-clothed young woman. The latter nodded slightly, and said softly with red lips, "Indeed, after we found the traces of the Penglai immortal sect, Yu Sanren gave this order. She herself is also in this land of falling demons and has chased into Mingzhe Ocean. Before leaving, she specifically asked us to seize the Penglai octagonal pavilion for her. Luo, Demon Lord, don't make a mistake. Under Luo Chen's tyranny, the usual names used in the past, whether it was Luo Haidaoi or Qing Yangzi, had disappeared. Only one Demon Lord was heard. This shows their fear of Luo Chen. Now, it depends on how Luo Chen chooses." Facing two pairs of anxious eyes, Luo Chen slowly raised his head and looked at the octagonal pavilion in his hand. A real artifact. A portable spiritual medicine garden. There might be many rare spiritual medicines hidden in it. Even if there is nothing, there will be at least a piece of divine iris. When he came down just now, he could see clearly that the valley was in a mess, and there was not even a few pieces of soil left. It can be seen that the disciples of Penglai Xianzong have uprooted the divine iris here, leaving no land. Should I hand over the treasure I have obtained? Thinking of the woman of Yu Sanren, Luo Chen hesitated. Seeing Luo Chen's hesitation, the old man struck while the iron was hot. "You don't have the secret method of Penglai, nor do you have the means of a real person. This real weapon in your hand cannot block the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it cannot be arbitrarily enlarged or reduced. Carrying it so conspicuously, you can't move freely in the secret realm at all. Why bother to stay?" Luo Chen raised his eyes slightly. "Do you have the means of a real person?" Of course. As soon as the old man said this, he realized that something was wrong. However, the imagined attack did not come. Luo Chen was silent for a moment, and finally waved his hand. "Let's go. For the sake of our friendship, I don't want to start a war again. But, get out." An angry shout mixed with surging magic power roared out. The old man's face was pale, and the strong wind blew his gray hair back continuously. He raised his finger. Snap! Purple Queen. Purple Queen held his arm and shook her head. "Let's go." After weighing the pros and cons, the old man looked at Luo Chen hatefully. In the end, without saying anything harsh, he and the Purple Queen drove the escape light together and flew away at a low altitude. After they left, two escape lights landed in the valley. While the dust was splashed, the anxious voice of the Moin Cave Master came. "Since you have already taken action, you should cut the grass and root it out. Why are you so soft-hearted, Demon Lord?" Luo Chen glanced over coldly. "It's not your turn to point fingers at how I do things." The cave master was speechless. Tai Sui shook his head and smiled. "It's not that the Demon Lord doesn't want to take action, but the fisherman still has real human skills. If it really comes to a life and death fight, even if the Demon Lord can win, I'm afraid it will be a miserable victory. Am I right, Demon Lord?" Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and didn't reply, obviously agreeing. At the moment when the fisherman raised his hand for the last time, he obviously felt a sense of palpitations. Since Yu Sanren was able to leave the fisherman with a means of self-defense, he could naturally give him the corresponding offensive and killing moves. With what Luo Chen can do, he may be able to fight against Yu Sanren when he's not on the room, but he will definitely have to pay a huge price. In this way, the eight-cornered pavilion can get it, but it is obviously not worth the loss. As for Diaosao and the others, even if Luo Chen is seriously injured, how can those who rely on external objects compare to Luo Chen, who has great magical powers in the fight between life and death? They are more likely to die. This is why Luo Chen let them go, and they accepted it calmly. They are all afraid of each other. The envious eyes of Moin Cave Master fell on the 9-foot-high, eight-cornered attic on the ground, and his heart was full of enthusiasm. This is a real weapon. It is definitely a treasure that weapon refiners dream of. Even if they cannot master it, if they can understand the principles, they may be able to imitate one or two. In particular, there are a lot of resources in it that can help them form infants. So, how are you going to collect this treasure? Tai Sui looked at Luo Chen with a smile. It's not easy to carry this thing with you in such a big way. A true instrument can absorb the natural spiritual energy between heaven and earth. In the hands of a Yuanying Zhenren, it can even drive the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for its own use. In the Yuanying domain, it can control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in an area to suppress the enemy, but this is only a superficial control. If you want to really use it, you have to rely on tools. A reborn magic weapon that is better than a magic weapon and has been baptized by thunder is that kind of tool. But such a tool is also a double-edged sword. For a giant cultivator, it can be released but not collected. Only a Yuanying Zhenren can collect it freely. Obviously, at this moment, the thought in Tai Sui's heart rose again. There is another person hidden in Qinggang Demon Lord, and it is a Yuanying existence. At this moment, if the other party can help, he can get a glimpse of the details and make it easier to act later. Under the burning eyes of the fat cultivator, Luo Chen suddenly chuckled. This is easy. Tai Sui was stunned. Then, Luo Chen slapped the spirit beast bag on his waist. Black King and Bianjuan suddenly appeared. Protect me. Yes. Two voices rang out in unison. Then the two demons showed their true bodies and drove Tai Sui and Mo Yun away. With such vigilance, it can be seen that the next movement will not be too small. The two looked at each other and looked at the figure in the valley from a distance. Luo Chen opened his mouth and spit out a small gray tripod. It grew in the wind and was 100 feet long in an instant. Like a small mountain, it completely covered the Penglai octagonal pavilion. Tai Sui hesitated in his heart. Is it his life magic weapon? But he is a fire cultivator, and his life magic weapon must be mainly fire-based. Even if there is a little repressive power, it should not be able to fully restrain the Penglai octagon. The next moment, something horrifying happened to Tai Sui. The great giant tripod erupted with red light, isolating the inside and the outside. Penglai octagonal pavilion wanted to resist, and colorful lights burst out from its body. But at this moment, other lights appeared one after another on the gray giant tripod. Gold, green, blue, and yellow, 4 colors filled the air, mixed with a red at the beginning. Obviously all 5 elements were present. Damn, I forgot about this. Moyan Cave Master showed envy. It is indeed this thing. When I saw it in the blazing purgatory, I sensed its aura of the 5 elements. I didn't expect that Qinggang Demon Lord is not only good at casting, but also has such a high level of attainment in controlling magic weapons. In a short time, he thought of a way to counter the 5 elements with the 5 elements. Sure enough, the 5 colors of the Hununding flowed, reflecting each other with a shrouded Penglai octagonal pavilion. From the initial rejection to the later harmony, there was a faint echo. But Tai Sui looked at it for a while, and a sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. How can the inheritance of the Penglai immortal sect be kept secret? How can it be so easy to collect? This Penglai octagonal pavilion is not only a 5-attribute treasure, but an 8-attribute treasure. After the 5 colors, there were 3 colors of white, green and silver. In an instant, they broke through the suppression of the Hununding. In the valley, Luo Chen looked at this scene, his heart sank slightly. Senior, something went wrong. Han Zan's voice rang in his ears, with a relaxed smile. It doesn't matter, have you forgotten what other materials were mixed in when the Hununding was refined? Luo Chen was slightly stunned. Gradually, a smile appeared on his face. Yes. How could he forget this time? This lifelong magic weapon of his, but he spent all his savings to practice it. In terms of foundation, it is not necessarily worse than the Penglai octagonal pavilion. It's just an extra 3 attributes. Penglai octagonal pavilion has it, and he has it too. It may not have been able to be stimulated before, but after years of sacrifice and cultivation, and with the nourishment of the dragon basin, the impurities have almost been exhausted, and it is time to show its true brilliance. With a thought, the golden elixir magic power was injected into the Hununding. In an instant, silver light arcs flashed, which was the power of the 1,000-year-old Lei Ying. There was also a cold white light shining, which was the power of the ice soul and cold marrow of the ice castle. Suddenly, another gust of wind stirred out. It was the Kingping Yao Fang that Bian Yizi had added when he refined this treasure. At this moment, the 8 attributes have been competing against each other. Overall, Penglai Octagonal Pavilion is a real artifact and has greater power. But it is ultimately water without a source, and the Hununding is controlled by its master Luo Chen, and its magic power is endless. Next, as long as a little more time is spent, its extended aura can be worn away bit by bit, blocking the spiritual energy of the outside world. It won't be long before this real artifact can be collected. Outside the call, Tai Sui looked at this scene, his sneer gradually disappeared, leaving only a dark look on his face. Chapter 680, Kanglin Water Monster, Fallen Abyss Dragon Sect. Outside the valley, Tai Sui was in a bad mood. Once again, he failed to find out the details of that person. Whether it was the demon echo on the demon concentric tree, the 3 8-star demon hunters of the 10,000 Immortals Association, or even the inherited real artifact of the Penglai Immortal sect, every matter was extremely difficult for a giant and cultivator. But Luo Chen had corresponding methods to deal with it. Is there such an omnipotent person in the world? He looked at the gray giant tripod that kept spewing spiritual light and forcibly suppressed the Penglai Octagonal Pavilion with his own magic power, and his eyelids twitched from time to time. Damn it! I have never heard of a giant and cultivator who refined his own life magic weapon, not the most suitable one, but instead pursued comprehensiveness. Don't you know that comprehensiveness means complexity and mediocrity? And it just so happened that this kid really missed it. The comprehensiveness of the Hununding, as it has been nurtured for many years, the impurities are gradually removed, and it becomes more and more prominent. When practicing normally, refining pills and casting artifacts, it is as if there is divine help. During the battle, whether it was the Senluo fire prison released in conjunction with the natal golden elixir, or the power of the suppression lock, it was no less than any top-grade magic weapon. After arriving at the land of meteorites, its wonders began to be constantly excavated. The 5 elements lotus platform can suppress it, and the Penglai Octagonal Pavilion can also subdue it. It can be said that the Hununding is not an offensive and defensive treasure, but it has begun to max out in the assistance area. With this treasure as his natal magic weapon, Luo Chen can deal with all kinds of situations calmly. Corresponding to it, there is also Luo Chen's own ability. Over the years, all kinds of learning have been extremely complicated. Some are proficient, some are rough, and some are at the pinnacle of skills. When in the outside world, all kinds of skills are clearly divided and not under each other. Coming to the land of meteorites, under the pressure of external pressure, Luo Chen continued to explore and integrate what he learned, thus creating his seemingly omnipotent appearance. At this moment, the Hununding was hanging high, and the surging magic power was injected into it. With the characteristics of the Hununding, it began to evolve various different magic powers to suppress the Penglai Octagonal Pavilion. Later, Luo Chen gradually understood. The so-called real artifact is a magic weapon of another level. If you really want to describe it, it can be compared to a lever. Yuanying cultivators use the domain as a fulcrum, hold the real artifact, and pry the spiritual energy of the outside world for their own use. The stronger the cultivator's strength, the stronger the fulcrum, the greater the power of the real artifact, and the more spiritual energy of the world it pries, thus creating the reputation of the powerful lethality of the real artifact in countless legends. Carrying mountains and burning seas, driving the wind and chasing the moon, nothing is better than this. On the contrary, if the cultivator's strength is not at the Yuanying stage, without the domain fulcrum, naturally it cannot pry the spiritual energy of the world. The so-called real artifact is nothing more than a slightly strange high-grade magic weapon. After realizing the essence of the real artifact, the subsequent work of subduing it became easier. Senluo fire prison unfolds from time to time. With a domineering fire attribute magic power, he forcibly blocked the spiritual energy of the outside world. Every time he performed it, Luo Chen would take the time to place his own restrictions on the Penglai Octagonal Pavilion. Maybe he couldn't use it immediately, but he could seal the mark of the Penglai Immortal sect with the restrictions and temporarily shrink it. If it were normal, Luo Chen probably wouldn't be able to do this. After all, it was a treasure inherited from the upper sect of the Yuanying, and the means used must be extremely powerful. But this time was different. In order to allow giant and disciples like you gotta control this treasure, most of its means had been closed. This also gave Luo Chen an opportunity. When Luo Chen subdued the octagonal pavilion, Han Zan's voice echoed in his ears. Have you already planned to leave the 10,000 Immortals Association? Why do you say that, senior? After letting Dio Saozi go, I think you can't contribute this treasure to Yu Sanren after you go out, which means you have a completely offended her, and I'm afraid you can't stay in the 10,000 Immortals Association. Luo Chen was slightly silent. After a moment, he chuckled and said, Senior, you have a keen eye. When did you come up with this plan? Han Zan asked, and specifically mentioned, this cannot be a sudden idea on your part. He saw clearly that when Luo Chen left Penghu, he had basically taken all his belongings with him except for the Starry Palace and some sundries. In other words, since he stepped into the sunken sea, Luo Chen had no intention of returning to the 10,000 Immortals Association. And this time, he overpowered the 3 8-star monster hunters and offended Yu Sanren, but it was just to detonate it. Luo Chen said faintly, when? Probably when I met the Mermaid Emperor Liu Jin in the 3 gorges of the sunken sea. The old man understood. Mermaid Emperor Liu Jin, such a nascent soul demon cultivator, was able to escape from the North Pole night sky, which means that the so-called double demon ceiling formation has a flaw. Liu Jin can get out, and other nascent soul demon cultivators can also get out. It seems that it is not far from the ancient demon of the god of transformation to escape. In this case, the Wongsan Association, which relied on the San'ang defense line, would certainly bear the brunt. Troubled times have arrived. Luo Chen didn't know what other casual cultivators were planning, but he knew that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. It was absolutely right to make plans early. The only thing that Luo Chen was unsure about was where to go. Half a month later, the octagonal pavilion standing on the ground disappeared in an instant. During this process, he didn't see Tai Sui Mo Yun and the others. According to Tian Zhuan, Tai Sui took Mo Yun to collect some precious spiritual medicines. With such a house thief around, any spiritual medicine with a lower grade and without special formation protection was almost defenseless in front of the two. Luo Chen ignored them, but took out a large number of top-grade true flame pills and began to restore his mana. In order to collect the octagonal pavilion, he frantically and continuously urged the Hunitunding, which really consumed a huge amount of his mana. Mu Shianitun was mainly based on wood-attributed spiritual energy, so if he wanted to restore his heyday, he could only rely on pills. While digesting the pills and relaxing his mind, Luo Chen would also think, if he had not practiced a fire system alone, but insisted on practicing all 5 systems and specializing in one system, would he be more comfortable in the 5 elements heaven? There is no answer to this question. It's very simple, because if he had not practiced the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra in the past, with his cultivation speed, he would not have been able to reach this level at this age. Naturally, there is no such thing. However, the abundant fire attribute spiritual energy in the blazing purgatory made Luo Chen obsessed. After fulfilling my promise and rescuing Tai Sui's body, I may choose to go to the blazing purgatory to practice and wait for the secret realm to close. The way to leave the land of fallen demons is very simple. You can get out the same way you got in. When the secret realm absorbs enough spiritual energy from the outside world, a reverse channel will be formed. By then, any domain of the 5 elements heaven will have a corresponding cyclone channel, and you can just go out directly. If you want to be safer, it is not impossible to find the corresponding stone house when you came in. This type of stone house is mostly located in the outer area of the 5 elements heaven, and it is nothing more than spending a little more time. However, this timing must be grasped. When following in, the cyclone will last from several years to decades from opening to ending. When going back, the reverse channel will only exist for 1 or 2 days. If you don't seize the opportunity, you will have to stay in this meteorite land. According to the records of the Yuanmo sect, those who are stranded in the meteorite land will disappear without a trace when it opens next time. Luo Chen dare not gamble on this. Another half a month passed. Luo Chen's condition has been completely restored, and Mo Yundongzhu and others have also returned. Seeing the cheerful and happy Mo Yundongzhu, Luo Chen was a little curious. The other party did not hesitate to say that under the leadership of Tai Sui, he got some benefits and harvested 2 kinds of spiritual medicines that have auxiliary effects on infant formation. Then, Demon Lord, what about the Divine Iris? Seeing Luo Chen's face darken, Lord Moyan waved his hand and said, I'm not asking for it for nothing. I'm willing to pay an equivalent amount of spiritual stones, or exchange it for something else. Luo Chen shook his head. Although I have temporarily sealed the Penglai octagonal pavilion, it has not been refined yet. I can't see the spiritual medicine inside, and I can't take it out. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Lord Moyen opened his mouth, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he just sighed, not daring to question whether Luo Chen's words were true or false. Tai Sui's state has been rising since he returned to Muxin. Perhaps it's the abundant wood-attributed spiritual energy here. His current aura is better than Ding Yi's peak. Even Lord Moyen's injuries were restored by him using a healing spiritual herb. Seeing Luo Chen's full spirit, he looked hesitant. There's nothing to worry about here, let's go. Luo Chen would not object. He set up the magic cloud and flew at a low altitude at a moderate speed. 3 beams of light avoided the arrays, some bright and some dark, and gradually left Muxin, flying towards the last area of the 5 elements heaven. Yukanglan. When Luo Chen and his companions set foot on Yukanglan, the faces of the 3 people changed immediately. A vague and terrifying pressure permeated every place. Tai Sui lowered his body and grabbed a handful of swamp's oil with a mixture of clear and turbid, with an ugly look on his face. Yukanglan, it wasn't like this before. Luo Chen also grabbed a handful of oil with a foul smell and put it to his nose to sniff. Demon spirit. The omnipresent demon spirit permeated the watery land of Yukanglan. The 3 people became alert instantly. There are no demon beasts in the 5 elements heaven. There are only a large number of spirits with the attributes of the 5 elements. Regardless of whether it is naturally generated or forcibly enlightened by the true Lord Liang Xu, there are absolutely no demon beasts in the 5 elements heaven. According to Tai Sui, the same is true for Yukanglan, which is dominated by a large number of water monsters, among which a 5th level Kanglan water monster is the most powerful. The Kanglan water monster is extremely capable. With the advantage of the home field, it is not inferior to the iron devouring beast, Xian Rang, and Suzaku fire spirit in the other 4 regions. Even the 3 giants in Baiyaji Ui Sen, who are dedicated to guarding Mutuan Yuan, dare not cross each other's territory and come to Yukanglan to provoke this monster. Their plan was to quietly cross Yukanglan and not provoke the water monster. But at this moment, something obviously changed. Tai Sui took a deep breath, stand by the previous plan, move forward quietly, and don't make trouble. Luo Chen nodded and did not object to him. It can be said that his strength was weakened to the maximum extent here. Fighting is definitely not what he wants. The 3 crossed the water and flew quietly. Luo Chen even released a Black King who is proficient in water magic to protect him. As the 3 people and the monster continued to go deeper into Yukanglan, the terrifying demonic aura became more and more obvious. One day, the Black King suddenly spoke. Master, there is something down there. Tai Sui frowned and looked over. Luo Chen waved his hand. It's okay, just take a look. He signaled the Black King to start. A stream of water spit out from the Black King's mouth, washing over the black mud of the swamp below. Instantly, a dense mass of things came into view. Just one look, and a feeling of nausea arose spontaneously. It was a kind of demon beast that looked like an earthworm, entwined together, and was drilling and leaping toward the periphery. The Lord of Moyen Cave subconsciously said, curve deal. Luo Chen, who is well informed, had a vague impression of this kind of demon beast. He rejected it and said, it's not a curve deal, but a dragon earthworm. The Lord of Moyen Cave was stunned, pointing to the long worm below that was at least half a meter long and said, how can there be such a long dragon earthworm in the world? He could see clearly that these long worms were at most the 1st level. The dragon earthworm monster, unlike other demon beasts that are known for their size, is born with a very small size. It is a low-level monster used to cultivate spiritual soil in the big sect, with dual attributes of water and soil. Luo Chen carefully reached out and summoned a dragon earthworm, observing it carefully. This is not an ordinary dragon earthworm. He took a deep breath and put the dragon earthworm back into the swamp safely. What do you mean? Tai Sui was puzzled. Luo Chen pointed at the dragon earthworm that kept drilling out and said, they are secreting mucus and spitting out mud. I think it is their credit that Yukanglan has become a swamp. Tai Sui raised his eyebrows and looked carefully. Sure enough, these dragon earthworms that can be seen with the naked eye are constantly secreting mucus and combining with the blue lake water here. And the swamp mud is also clearly spit out by the dragon earthworms. The alternation of clear and turbid is really caused by them. It can be seen that they are constantly eroding and occupying Yukanglan, this precious land, with huge numbers and strange means. How could this be? Tai Sui's face was uncertain. Does the Kanglan water monster not care about these outsiders? Luo Chen pursed his lips and cast a cleansing spell to remove the faint smell of earth on his body. I don't know what the Kanglin water monster is thinking. I'm afraid he can't take care of himself at the moment. Dragon earthworms are gregarious creatures. They were captured by major sects in the early years to improve the spiritual soil. There are very few wild dragon earthworms in the world of immortal cultivation. Nowadays, there are so many low-level mutant dragon earthworms. There must be a very strong leader. And they are trying to corrode and occupy Yu Kanglin. I'm afraid they have ulterior motives. In his heart, Luo Chen's mind echoed with Han Zan's words. Someone is imitating your actions of the blazing purgatory. What is the action of the blazing purgatory? Swallowing the sourceless fire, turning into a fire spirit, actively integrating into the blazing purgatory, and even showing signs of assimilation. Luo Chen was ignorant at the time, but he stopped the action after Han Zan reminded him. At this moment, it was clear that a great demon, while transforming Yu Kanglin, took the initiative to meet and merge into this world. Its intention was self-evident. The demon beast tried to fit in with this world and feel the water system laws left by the owner of this place. And the one who dared to do this was definitely not an ordinary great demon, it must be the Demon King. As expected. On the 7th day of crossing the water swamp, a third-level dragon earthworm drilled out from the inner area of the swamp and blocked Luo Chen and the other two. Facing the sudden appearance of the third-level dragon earthworm, Luo Chen and the other two were like facing a great enemy. The dragon earthworm spoke in a hoarse and cold voice. Master Longzong is sensing the world, you are not allowed to disturb him. When he said this, the demonic aura around him became more and more dense. The swamp landform was arched and endless, and living creatures could be vaguely seen wandering in it. The owner of Moen Cave swallowed his saliva. Sorry, we will take a detour immediately. Tai Sui and Luo Chen did not object, and immediately changed direction and bypassed the depths of Yu Kanglin. During this process, the third-level dragon earthworm did not chase them, but just looked at them coldly as they left. Perhaps, there was no need to chase them. Because, at this moment, Yu Kanglin was full of countless low-level dragon earthworms. No matter how well Luo Chen and his men hid, they could not escape. Luo Chen felt like a thorn in his back, and a name also emerged in his mind. Fallen Abyss Dragon Sect. It is the Fallen Abyss Dragon Sect that is known as the Master of Dragon Earthworms, who has caused trouble in the depths of the Monster Sea and killed countless human cultivators. He actually entered the land of fallen demons. Seeing that even a powerful person like Luo Chen did not say a word, the Lord of Moen Cave knew that the monster occupying this place was definitely not easy to mess with. And Tai Sui seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were rolling. Suddenly, Luo Chen turned around and stared at him. Dao Tai Sui, we agreed not to make trouble. Having his thoughts discovered, Tai Sui forced a smile. My main body is about to escape, how could I do that? You are worrying too much, Demon Lord. HMPH. With a cold snort, Luo Chen increased his flying speed, not wanting to stay in this world any longer. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 681, Soul Hooking and Soul Nailing, Tai Sui's True Body. Tai Sui is not honest. Luo Chen knew this very well. Along the way, the other party has been testing his background more or less. If it was before, it would be fine. After all, it was still within the scope of the oath. But now in Yu Kanglin where the big monsters are entrenched, it is easy to get deeply involved if you are not careful. Even if Luo Chen is extremely powerful, Yu Kanglin is not a suitable place for him to fight. Therefore, Luo Chen warned him to prevent the other party from having any thoughts that he shouldn't have. After his warning, Tai Sui really became much more obedient. Along the way, he didn't make any more troubles. Yu Kanglin, which seemed to be full of dragon earthworms and full of dangers, became the most calm journey of Luo Chen's 5 elements heaven. Until the three of them crossed the boundary monument and left the world of endless water swamps, no battle occurred. Looking back at Yu Kanglin, the three of them finally let go of their worries. There are dozens of level 3 dragon earthworms in it, and tens of thousands of level 1 and 2 dragon earthworms, which can almost be regarded as a whole dragon earthworm clan. I don't know how the Fallen Abyss Dragon clan brought all of them into the land of fallen demons. The Lord of Moan Cave said slowly with lingering fear. Luo Chen had told everyone about the fallen Abyss Dragon clan halfway through the journey. Therefore, the Lord of Moan Cave had such a feeling. Luo Chen stood outside Yukanglan, looking at the water world, thinking in his heart. Use the power of the entire clan to transform Yukanglan. The intention is clearly that if the mountain doesn't come to me, I will come to the mountain. The fallen Abyss Dragon clan wants to integrate into Yukanglan and try to comprehend the water system laws that remain here, but they don't want to be assimilated too much and become a part of this world. If this is the case, being assimilated by heaven and earth is extremely dangerous. Han Zan's previous reminder to him in the blazing purgatory had a clear result under the comparison with the control group at this moment. I was lucky enough to have survived. Luo Chen was relieved, and turned around with a smile, looking at the huge barren plain in front of him. Is this the place where the 5 elements condense? His face was strange, and his tone was quite questioning. In his imagination, the central area surrounded by the 5 elements heaven should contain rich 5 elements of spiritual energy, and it should be the most essential place in the land of fallen demons. But on this plain, there is no grass, and no spiritual energy. Only in this central area, the sky-reaching tornado roared endlessly. Tai Sui passed the 2 people and landed on the ground with his feet. He closed his eyes and said nothing, embracing the world with his whole body and soul, as if he was feeling something. Finally, he slowly opened his eyes, with a solemn expression on his face. This is it. After saying that, he strode forward. Behind him, Luo Chen and Moan Cave Master looked at each other. Don't you need to fly? They didn't feel any forbidden air formation, nor did they detect any danger. But since Tai Sui acted like this, Luo Chen and the others had no choice but to step on the ground and follow behind him. Looking at Tai Sui's heavy and slow steps, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This place seems to have a great restriction on Tai Sui. I feel the same way. The closer he walks to the spiritual energy tornado, the slower his movements become. Han Zan's voice transmission echoed gently in the sea of consciousness. Luo Chen pursed his lips slightly, looked around, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. This is not a place where Tai Sui should set foot. That's right. Tai Sui, is just a member of the guards of Mu Xianun, and is no different from the Woodman King, Hun Ten Yazoo, and even the strange beasts and fire spirits in other places. They are all restricted by the owner of this place in the 5 elements heaven. And this place has obviously completely left the 5 elements heaven and should not be his place of activity. Although I don't know how Tai Sui came to this area, the invisible suppression force is still emitting an influence. Even if Ding Yirao is just a remnant of Tai Sui. 3 figures, moving forward with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow on the vast desolate plain. Occasionally they would stop for a moment. For example, they stopped again. The 3 looked at the depressions and ravines on the ground, as well as the unrecognizable corpses, and looked a little solemn. This area is the last area leading to the inheritance land. Although the spiritual energy is poor, it is not as extreme as that in the 5 elements heaven. It is a relatively suitable place for different styles of cultivators to fight. So it seems that many people have set foot here, and the battle broke out before the final blow. Listening to Tai Sui's words, Moan Cave Master laughed softly. We came a year later, but we avoided the most intense battles. So it's not a bad thing. Tai Sui hummed, obviously agreeing with this. Luo Chen caught another message in his words. Where is the inheritance land? Tai Sui glanced at Luo Chen, then raised his finger slightly and pointed to the location of the spiritual energy tornado. It's there. 10 days later. 3 figures stood on the edge of a cliff like candles in the wind. Above their heads was a howling spiritual tornado, and under their feet was a deep and bottomless dark abyss. The fat monk shouted with awe in his eyes, it's right below. My body is trapped below. And the inheritance place you want to go to is also inside. The voice was so loud that it seemed like a roar. Hearing this, Moan Cave Master was extremely excited and was about to step forward. Unexpectedly, Luo Chen stopped him with one hand. In the surprised look of the Cave Master, Luo Chen looked at Tai Sui. It's already this time, can't you tell me how to enter the inheritance land? He pointed at the sky-high tornado, such a terrifying backflow of spiritual energy. Ordinary people can't bear it, don't tell me that the passage is inside. Tai Sui snorted, it's okay to tell you, but you must rescue my body first. This is what we agreed on long ago. There is no such thing as asking for rewards when the time comes. After saying that, He didn't care about the two people's thoughts, and immediately sat cross-legged on the cliff and pinched the magic formula. The next moment, on the barren wasteland, a bunch of Ganoderma lucidum flew over. And in the abyss, green moss also slowly crawled out, and finally formed a path. These Ganoderma lucidum and moss have the same aura as Tai Sui, as if they came from the same person. Tai Sui stood up and stepped onto the green moss path. Come on, two of you. Moyan Cave Master hesitated a little, but in front of the temptation of the inheritance land, he finally followed the footsteps. Luo Chen took a look at the sky-high tornado, took a deep breath, and followed. The abyss was dark, and the sky was almost invisible. The further he walked inside, the more he felt a sense of oppression. That feeling was almost suffocating. This is the Devil's Abyss. The last barrier between the five elements heaven and the bright Zhao heaven. Tai Sui's body was also trapped inside. About half a day later, the three of them stopped in front of a crack in the cliff. Tai Sui stepped into the crack with some fear and excitement. Luo Chen followed in. The crack was not big, like a small mouth. It was very narrow at first, and only a person could pass through it. After walking a few steps slowly, he saw a faint light. Suddenly, Luo Chen stepped out of the narrow crack, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Deep in the crack was a huge cave. In the cave, a huge meatball that was as tall as a person was lying inside, round and white. At first glance, the whole body was clear, without any impurities, and the whole body looked like ice. Even the red threads in the body that looked like meridians were clearly visible. If Luo Chen really had to describe it, there would be two words that would be very appropriate. Jelly. Near the meatball, there were white, red, blue and green Ganoderma lucidum. This is my body. Tai Sui groaned somewhat morbidly. As he spoke, the meatball seemed to sense something and trembled slowly for a moment. It was at this time that the formation patterns in the cave slowly emerged, forming things that looked like hooks, hooking the meatball from all directions. Not only that. Above the meatball, golden light flashed, and a number of illusory golden nails emerged. 1, 2, 3, 7. There were 7 rusty illusory nails that firmly stuck the meatball in place. Looking at the hooks and nails, Tai Sui, who occupied Ling Yi's body, showed a look of pain on his face, and he couldn't help squatting down and holding his head with both hands. Hooking souls, nailing spirits. True Lord, you are so cruel. I have served you for many years, and I have let you extract my vitality time and time again to experiment with new spiritual medicines. After you died, I just wanted to take a peek at the inheritance place, but you were so cruel to me. I am not willing to accept this. I am not willing to accept this. These words were spoken intermittently, shrill and sharp. They frightened Luo Chen and Moyan Cave Master and made them step back slightly. Tai Sui squatted there, howling in a low voice for a few words, and finally stood up slowly. Sorry, I made you laugh. He said with a smile. He ignored the reactions of the two and turned around his own body. As he turned, he explained, I am one of the 3 spirits in the 100 Crows Ghost Forest. Together with the Woodman King and the Hun 10 Crow ancestor, I have been guarding Yushi and Ilum for my entire life. But unlike the two of them, my true form is the Tai Sui, who is said to be as clear as ice, immortal and ageless. I have infinite vitality within me, and even have the endless power of the wood law in my body. Therefore, the demon lord Lianchin often takes me to other places in the 5 elements heaven to cultivate spiritual medicines, experiment with the new spirits, and extend the lives of those spirits that were forcibly enlightened by him but were born with defects. This is why I know all the spirits in the 5 elements heaven like the back of my hand. After the death of the true Lord, this place has been ownerless. And over the past 1,000 years, monks from the Yuanmo sect have been coming in and out one after another. Those Yuanmo sect monks mainly explored at the beginning, but later they turned to exploring while collecting resources from this place. I know that if this continues, the land of fallen demons will eventually become the back garden of the Yuanmo sect. Even a 5th-level alien spirit like me will become a slave under their hands. Especially me, there is a great possibility that I will follow in their footsteps. I don't want that. So, I had thoughts that I shouldn't have had. I came to this fallen demon abyss alone, trying to leave here through Ming's Ocean. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows, shocked by Tai Sui's experience. He also had some doubts about what he said. For example, leaving this secret place through Ming's Ocean is probably not that simple. Could it be that Tai Sui has no interest in those inheritances that claim to help people achieve the state of incarnation? He didn't believe it anyway. Tai Sui continued to talk. I never expected that the true Lord had already taken measures against us, the alien spirit servants. Just when I was about to enter Ming's Ocean, the secret hand suddenly activated and turned into this soul-hooking and soul-pinching formation, trapping me in the devil's abyss. This formation is really vicious. Its energy source is my own power. Unless I perish completely, the formation will not dissipate. At this point, Tai Sui's resentful face suddenly changed, with a bit of complacency and a bit of relief. Fortunately, I got inspiration from a true lord who took risks in the Yuanmo sect and came up with a way to escape. He pointed to the scattered Ganoderma lucidum in the cave, as well as the mossy path he took when he came in, and finally pointed to Ding Yi's body. The soul-hooking and soul-nailing formation uses my own power as the energy source of the formation. As long as I continue to divide myself and keep cutting flesh from my body, the formation will become weaker and weaker. If I can move my original soul to another body, this formation will be self-destructive. At that time, I will take out my physical body, and the two will be combined into one, and I can see the light of day again. At this point, he looked at Luo Chen and the others excitedly. Next, you have to help me do this. Are you ready? Luo Chen and Mo Yundong Master looked at each other, and then nodded slowly. Just listen to your orders. We will cooperate with you. After receiving the response, Tai Sui clapped his hands. Great. In the not-so-bright cave, 3 figures became busy. One by one, the formation flags and the formation plates were placed one after another. A variety of formations were arranged with the concept of connecting the beginning and the end. The formations were stacked one after another to maximize the power of the formations. Not only that, Tai Sui took out several top-grade spirit stones in succession and embedded them on the formation while the Lord of Moin Cave was exclaiming. Their formations were all prepared in advance and were specifically used to target the soul-snatching formation. Luo Chen's work was not easy either. He needed to arrange a 4th-order formation called spirit blocking to prevent the formation of the demon Lord Lian Gan from tracing back to the incarnation of Tai Sui at the critical moment of the subsequent action. Regarding the soul-snatching formation, Tai Sui gave Luo Chen a formation diagram and asked him to learn and arrange it at the same time. Generally speaking, it was a rigid formation arrangement method that followed the diagram. Not only that, he also had to be slightly familiar with 1 or 2 of the formations that the Lord of Moin Cave had arranged, so that when the Lord of Moin Cave could not hold on, he could help and keep the formation running. With such preparations, time passed quickly. But because the abyss was dark, it was almost impossible to notice the passage of time. Luo Chen only roughly remembered that half a year had passed before everything was ready. This day, Luo Chen walked carefully in the cave full of formations, and finally came to the main body of Tai Sui. He turned around and looked at Tai Sui Ding Yi, who was sitting opposite Tai Sui's main body 10 feet away. Tai Sui asked, "Are you ready?" Luo Chen nodded and sat down in front of the huge, crystal-clear meatball jelly. "Ready. Cave Master, how about you?" Tai Sui asked again. At the entrance of the crevice cave, the energetic Mo Yun Cave Master, who had rested for 3 days, also replied. "It's ready and can be activated at any time." After getting the answers from the two, Tai Sui took a deep breath and slowly swept his eyes over the two. "Next, I'll leave it to you." After saying that, he closed his eyes, and the temporary formation altar under his feet slowly emitted light. In the cave, colorful lights, under the control of Mo Yun Cave Master, also shone brightly at the same time. Buzz! A dull trembling sound was emitted as the formation was activated. In an instant, the cave was filled with mud and sand, and it almost collapsed. At this moment, mosses flew up into the sky and stuck to the mountain wall. Not only that, but the Ganoderma lucidum suddenly grew bigger and turned into beams and pillars, supporting the cave space. At this point, everything was solid, and the 3 of them were stable, except for the Tai Sui's body lying in the middle of the cave, shaking the white flesh on his body. Chapter 682, The Fight of a Trapped Beast, Black Nails Break the Soul. The backup formation set up by the first generation of Liangsu's Henjin is extremely exquisite. As long as Tai Sui's body is not dead, the soul-hooking and soul-pinching formation will never end. Because the energy of the formation comes from the huge vitality of Tai Sui's flesh, and then use this power to nail Tai Sui's soul to death. This method is incredible just to hear. It is equivalent to using Tai Sui's flesh as a prison to trap Tai Sui's soul. It is to use the body as a prison to hook the soul and nail the soul. Under normal circumstances, giant cultivators like Luo Chen can't crack it at all. But Tai Sui, who has suffered from the soul being trapped for many years, came up with a way. As long as the power of the body is reduced, the power of the soul hooking and soul pinching formation will also be weakened. At that time, the internal and external forces will work together to transfer the body's soul to Ding Yi's incarnation, and the soul hooking and soul pinching formation will fall apart without attack because it has lost its target. After that, take out the body and merge the soul, and this will complete the escape from the shell. This concept was recognized by Luo Chen and others after Tai Sui said it. The success of the formation is due to the terrifying vitality contained in Tai Sui's body, and the failure will be due to the source of power being Tai Sui's body. Now, what Luo Chen and the others have to do is to weaken the power of Tai Sui's body. In this regard, Tai Sui has already thought of a countermeasure after years of preparation. This 36 golden altar reincarnation formation is the most restraining of my wood-attributed body. As long as it is done little by little, with a blunt knife cutting the flesh, and the cooperation of my incarnation, it will definitely help my soul escape. Tai Sui said leisurely. Behind him, the Lord of Moin Cave was walking on the golden altars, activating the formation. And at the core of the formation, there are even lower-grade magic weapons as a suppression object. In total, there are 36 magic weapons. Even if they are only of lower grade, this means is amazing enough, because they are all gold-attributed or lower-grade magic weapons containing gold. Not only that, before Tai Sui entered the formation, he also handed over a storage bag of high-grade spirit stones and several gold-attributed top-grade spirit stones to the Lord of Moin Cave. He had been planning for 300 years for today. The formation had not yet been fully activated, so Luo Chen had some free time at the moment. While marveling at this great move, he asked for details. Is Ding Yi willing to spend his savings like this? Tai Sui closed his eyes and said in a muffled voice, of course he can't. He is always thinking about getting rid of the influence of my regret. Buying the dust-reducing pill from you is just a meaningless struggle. However, how many people in this world can resist my temptation? Luo Chen was surprised. Temptation. Tai Sui smiled slightly. Yes, the name of Tai Sui's elixir is spread throughout the world of immortal cultivation. It can bring the dead back to life and turn bones into flesh. It is said to have the power of creation. Of course, such rumors are a bit exaggerated, but the terrifying vitality contained in my body is the real thing that is contaminated with the power of the wood law. Do you really think Ding Yi came to the land of fallen demons to get rid of the influence of my regret? He is actually coveting my body and wants to refine it into medicine to make an elixir that can impact the nascent soul stage. Luo Chen was stunned. But looking at the white meatball in front of him that looked like jelly, he had to believe it. He could feel that the thing really contained an inestimable and terrifying vitality, even more than his fourth-order ancient body. The power of the wood law? Luo Chen murmured. At this time, the reincarnation of the 36 golden altars was ready. With a low shout from the Lord of Moin Cave, a golden light rose up and enveloped the body of Tai Sui. Among the 5 elements, gold overcomes wood. After a period of pressure, the body of Tai Sui was about to resist. But the remnant of Tai Sui in Ding Yi issued an order, forcibly suppressing the body's resistance. Swish! The golden light fell, and the white meatball trembled, and the breath suddenly fell. It was visible to the naked eye that a ball of meat was split apart. The golden altar reincarnation array took effect. Taking this opportunity, Luo Chen's eyes shone with aura, staring at the body of Tai Sui. Observing the changes in the soul hooking and soul pinching array above. It seems to have been weakened? Not enough. Master, please continue. Tai Sui shouted. Master Moin behind him did not hesitate and continued to activate the next golden altar reincarnation formation. Under his control, golden light rose and fell, constantly falling on Tai Sui's body. In order to suppress the resistance of the body, Canyon also used all his strength, and his face became more and more ferocious. Luo Chen has been watching this scene, and more attention is still paid to observing the formation. With his attention, he vaguely glimpsed a little bit of the essence of this formation. Then Lianshan Demon Lord extracted Tai Sui's vitality and turned it into 7 illusory rusty golden nails to nail Tai Sui's 7 souls. Then used the body as a prison to lock up its 3 souls. In this way, A perfect formation is constructed. Can I also set up a similar formation? Luo Chen's mind fluctuated, and many understandings of the formation were gathered together, trying to draw inferences from one example, or to comprehend the fur. But the result made him a little frustrated. He had no idea how to transform the physical essence and vitality into illusory spiritual power. He couldn't condense the illusory golden nail. Perhaps Hanzon could? He told the other party this conjecture, and Hanzon gave an answer. I can't do this level of transformation from tangible to intangible. That involves means at the level of laws. In fact, if it weren't for the help of Tai Sui himself, and the method of removing the firewood from the bottom of the pot and destroying the foundation of the formation, you wouldn't have even had the slightest chance of cracking this formation. However, this formation did give me some inspiration. Luo Chen was curious, what inspiration? The reason why inspiration is that it has not been implemented. I don't know whether it is right or wrong, so how can I convey it to you? Hanzong chuckled and asked back, why, do you want to replicate this formation? Luo Chen said, how do I? Hanzong didn't think deeply, but said, in fact, in my opinion, this kind of means is the use of the essence of power. Even if we, low-level cultivators, cannot understand the essence of power, we can use tools to achieve similar effects on the premise of knowing the fact but not the reason. It was a bit confusing. But now Luo Chen is no longer the little cultivator in the key refining stage who knew nothing back then, and he can vaguely understand the general meaning of what Hanzon said. Tools. Could it be that what you are talking about is a soul-related magic weapon similar to the black chess of Lan Ke? You are quite smart. Hanzon praised, and then said, however, such magic weapons are rare in the world. Even though my Luo sect is proficient in the art of refining the soul, it lacks related treasures. The reason why my soul-splitting art has not been able to achieve perfection is also due to this aspect. If you want to practice the soul-splitting art to perfection, you need a related soul-related magic weapon. Luo Chen wrote down this information. Then, he reflected on himself. Soul-related magic weapons are indeed rare, especially defensive ones. But attack-type soul-related magic weapons do occasionally appear in the world of immortal cultivation, even if the grade is not very high. Coincidentally, he has one. If I learn the essence of this soul hooking and soul spirit formation to the point of 30%, and then use external objects to perform it, I think I can replace the illusion of mirror flower and water moon. Mirror flower and water moon is very strong, and people can be hit unknowingly during a battle. But once this move is backfired, it is extremely harmful. Therefore, when Luo Chen was fighting against opponents of higher ranks, he rarely used this technique unless it was absolutely necessary. And in a battle of the same rank as the giant in stage, his other means could completely crush opponents. Over time, this illusion technique that was finally cultivated to perfection and rooted in his eyes gradually became useless. If there was an alternative method that used external objects and would not backfire on itself, it could make up for the shortcomings of Luo Chen's soul attack. With this idea in mind, Luo Chen observed more and more meticulously. His eyes did not blink at all, and even felt dry. Time passed slowly. In the falling demon abyss cave, most of the 36 golden altar reincarnation arrays had been activated. 3 of the top-grade golden spirit stones in the hands of the Moyan cave master were also sucked dry, not to mention the full storage bag of top-grade spirit stones. As for Tai Sui, the changes were even more obvious. The main body was in a fragmented state. Of the 7 nails, 4 have already dissipated, and the remaining 3 have become increasingly illusory, and are clearly on the verge of collapse. The remnant of Ding Yi's body was like a candle in the wind, crouching with a hunched back. Pearl-sized beads of sweat kept dripping from his face, hitting the ground and breaking into petals. It is conceivable how difficult it is for the remnant to suppress the resistance of the original body. Buzz! When another golden nail dissipated, Tai Sui groaned and slowly said, King Yang Demon Lord, you get ready. He was answered with a simple hum. Tai Sui did not say much, but growled and pinched a spiritual formula. The next moment, a bunch of green moss flew in from outside the cave and gathered on him. These were the powers that Tai Sui had forcibly separated from his original body in order to reduce the power of suppression over the past 1,000 years. At this moment, they gathered on Ding Yi's body one by one as a backup force. Huh? Luo Chen uttered a sigh, and the protective shield on his body flickered. Indistinctly, there were some tiny things hovering outside that were invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, Tai Sui's voice came again. Don't resist, those are also the power I separated out. When you use the soul blocking array later, you may be attacked by the soul hooking and soul nailing array. With this power, it will not recognize you as an enemy. Luo Chen hesitated. Tai Sui whispered, this is a battle between me and it. Outsiders who intervene may be injured by mistake. You'd better have my breath on you. Luo Chen pursed his lips, released a protective shield, and let those invisible things attach to him. His spiritual consciousness spread, and he saw some extremely tiny particles. Spores? As soon as this thought came up, Luo Chen's attention was attracted by the action of the Lord of Moyan Cave. Another golden altar reincarnation array was activated. Time flies, and time flies. When the last golden altar reincarnation array in the cave lit up, it meant that this operation had come to an end. Tai Sui's eyes were full of expectation. He could feel that the power of the soul hooking and soul spirit. Tai Sui said in a deep voice, as long as you follow the method I taught you and drive the magic weapon you have refined in advance, you can enter the inheritance land unimpeded. Don't worry about me lying to you. Moyan Cave Master hesitated for a moment, and finally his eyes gradually became firm. I believe that you will not deceive me with such things. After saying that, he made the hand gesture on his hand. The next moment, a golden axe was seen chopped down in the air. There was no movement, but in the hearts of the three people, a click seemed to echo. The last illusory nail was broken. King Guiyang, hurry! Tai Sui roared and pointed a finger at his forehead. In an instant, a strong wind blew in the cave. A soul that seemed to be real slowly emerged from the fragmented Tai Sui body. With its appearance, there was a rustling sound. A series of illusory chains with hooks were hooking the huge soul. The huge soul flew out, moving very slowly, and flew slowly towards Ding Yi's body. Wherever it passed, the illusory hooks pulled it, making it stagger. Luo Chen looked at this scene and swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Has the 5th level Tai Sui's soul reached this point? Even the illusory soul has a sign of solidification. The amazement lasted only for a moment. The soul blocking formation has been activated. Under his control, the formation ramped the Tai Sui's soul, like a filter, and gradually removed the weak hooks from him without huge vitality resources. The huge soul moved forward little by little, breaking free from the shackles little by little. Finally, it broke free from the soul-blocking formation and merged into Ding Yi's body with difficulty. Almost at the moment of his fusion, the fragmented Tai Sui's body lying on the ground in the center of the cave was flashing green, and it was restored to its original state in the blink of an eye. It seemed that the damage caused to him by the 36 Golden Altar reincarnation formation was just a drizzle. At this moment, Luo Chen's face changed slightly. The green light also flashed on his body. It was the power of Tai Sui that had attached to him before. What do you mean by this? Luo Chen shouted angrily. Tai Sui turned a deaf ear to him and still closed his eyes, as if he was adapting to his body. At the entrance of the cave, the pale-faced Moyun Cave Master glanced at the two of them, then rushed out without saying a word. Without even looking back. After he left, Tai Sui slowly opened his eyes, and his greedy eyes fell on Luo Chen. Even after years of training, Ding Yi's body is too difficult to carry my huge soul. And before leaving the land of fallen demons, I couldn't merge with my original body. Your wild beast body is obviously a better, even the best container. Dao, I will accept it with pleasure. When he said this, he slowly raised his finger to Luo Chen. However, before he could activate the green light, clusters of green flames appeared on Luo Chen's body. Those faint green lights, under these green flames, were like dry wood encountering a raging fire, and they instantly burned up. Between the flickering of fireworks, the red robe turned into black armor. Luo Chen's eyes were cold, he stood up suddenly, and punched. Do you really think that Luo has no defense against you? Instantly, the cave was filled with thunder and lightning. The two were already very close to each other, only about 10 feet away. At this distance, the violent power in Luo Chen's body was enough to exert its full strength. Just one punch. Boom. Tai Sui was knocked back, like a rag bag, and smashed on the mountain wall. A big hole appeared between his chest and abdomen. Luo Chen slowly retracted his hand, grabbed a golden elixir, and gently squeezed it. Crack. Ding Yi's golden elixir, which he had cultivated for hundreds of years, suddenly shattered. The pure mana was vented out, forming a surging wave of air in the cave. If it were a normal person, even a Yuan Ying's Henren would be dead under this blow. However, Tai Sui fell to the ground lightly, just glanced at the big hole between his chest and abdomen, and shook his head. Why bother? It's just a fight between trapped beasts. At this moment, a sharp sword sound rang out. 7 evil spirits appeared in the sword box behind Luo Chen, flying out like a meteor. Seeing this, Tai Sui sneered. Such means are even more shallow, and you dare to show off your skills in front of an expert. However, the next moment, his face changed. The 7 evil spirits crisscrossed in the airwaves, faintly constructing a sword formation. The sword formation was fierce, and the sword energy was crisscrossed, and the power was drawn but not released. No, this is definitely not Luo Chen's method. He remembered very clearly that the power of Luo Chen's flying sword magic weapon was very ordinary several times before. But at this moment, could it be the method of another person hidden in Luo Chen? Suddenly, he was furious. The sword formation was not coming towards him, but rushing towards his body. Stop! With an angry shout, Tai Sui staggered and rushed forward. But after rushing forward for only a few feet, he realized that something was wrong. Attack the enemy and save him, the purpose is still the original owner. As expected, the sword array came back and covered the fat body of Tai Sui. In an instant, blood and flesh flew, and bones were exposed. I underestimated you. Tai Sui gritted his teeth, put his hands together, and opened a large green umbrella. He could feel that this sword array was extremely powerful, not inferior to any Yuan Ying's Henren method. Even if he faced it personally, he would have to be cautious, not to mention the incarnation that had just merged. Amid the surging airwaves, a black light broke through the air. HMPH. Tai Sui snorted lightly and exhaled a breath. The black light instantly slowed down and revealed its shape in midair. It was a black nail. Nail? Tai Sui trembled all over, and instinctively felt uncomfortable. At this moment, Luo Chen rushed out of the airwave, spread his 5 fingers, and turned into a flesh palm. One palm slapped on the black nail. With a terrifying force, the black nail broke through the layers of resistance and landed on the center of Tai Sui's eyebrows in an instant. Ah! The shrill howl almost broke the eardrums. Luo Chen snorted coldly and pulled back. He had no intention of killing him. Tai Sui's soul was too huge. This low-grade soul-breaking nail alone might not be able to completely kill him. Taking advantage of the fact that he could only grasp part of Ding Yi's power before his death, it was enough to suppress him for a short time. In his hand, he touched something. It was cold and soft. With a flash of spiritual light, the thing disappeared from the spot. Dao, I will accept your body with pleasure. No need to see you off. Before he finished speaking, Luo Chen had already rushed out of the cave. Before leaving, he even slapped his palm with his backhand, causing the cave to collapse. After he left, huge rocks rolled and a large amount of rubble fell down, completely burying the cave. After about a few breaths, bang! With a loud bang, Tai Sui stepped out of the smoke and dust, and the black nail between his eyebrows had been pushed out 3/10. His dark face was full of anger at the moment. His body was taken away. He set his sights on Luo Chen's wild beast body, and the other party also set his sights on his Tai Sui body that had been cultivated for tens of thousands of years. The so-called oath and promise ended when the soul was freed. Now he had lost both his wife and his army. He stretched out his hand, grasped the black nail, and pulled it out little by little. Ah! He kept screaming in pain, and finally, the black nail fell to the ground with a clang. Looking at the dark abyss, Tai Sui roared, "You can't run away." With a thud, the dark abyss, which was originally dark and dense, suddenly emerged with a green fluorescence. That was the power he had differentiated over the past few hundred years, spreading throughout the entire demon abyss. The demon lord King Yang is still in the jar. In the abyss, a figure rushed up to the sky. Luo Chen was full of joy. Got it. This 5th level Tai Sui was finally in his hands. Tai Sui coveted his wild beast body, so how could he not have similar thoughts? Along the way, Tai Sui tried him many times, and even did something excessive, but he endured it. Isn't it for today? As for the process of the fight, although there were unexpected things, the result was still expected. As early as the blazing purgatory, he had noticed that the other party seemed to dislike that kind of environment. In other words, the fire spirit has a strong restraining effect on Tai Sui. Luo Chen originally planned to fight the other party with all his withered and flourishing true fire, but after observing the soul hooking and nailing soul formation, He had another idea. Soul-breaking nail. This magic weapon originated from the gift of Helian Yun, the great elder of the Lianian Merchant Alliance, in the Battle of the Great Snow Mountain. At that time, the other party shot out 3 black nails in a row, breaking the spirit, breaking the armor, and breaking the soul. After the other party died in the battle, Luo Chen naturally harvested the corresponding spoils. In many subsequent battles, the 2 nails of breaking the spirit and breaking the armor were scrapped, and the soul-breaking nail was also put aside by Luo Chen. This time, Luo Chen was blessed with a similar method to the soul-hooking and nailing soul formation, and hacked the soul of Tai Sui, achieving unexpected results, thus buying him time to collect Tai Sui's body. You should be thankful that his power has been dispersed for hundreds of years, and Ding Yi Jinden was destroyed by you. Otherwise, this dangerous task of taking advantage of the situation would most likely fail even with my help. Han Zan's voice echoed in his ears. Luo Chen laughed heartily. If he hadn't shown such weakness, how could I have had such evil thoughts? Now that the matter is done, let's get away with it. With a hearty laugh, Luo Chen's wings trembled and he left more hastily. After an instant of time, Luo Chen's face was gloomy and he fled into the abyss. The smile on his face had long disappeared, and instead, the hidden formation was fully activated. Han Zan smiled bitterly. How could such an existence be so easy to deal with? You should have thought of this a long time ago. Luo Chen said nothing, and another green flame burst out from his body. Swish! The mushroom that had just grown on his arm turned into ashes in an instant. Just now, when he was about to fly away from the abyss, a giant mushroom ran out from nowhere and blocked his way. The mushroom was very strong, but Luo Chen was still not afraid of it even when he burst out with all his strength. But after destroying the mushroom, small mushrooms began to grow on his body for some reason. These mushrooms were constantly absorbing the magic power from his body. If it weren't for the withering and flourishing true fire that could restrain it, I'm afraid Luo Chen would have become a mushroom man now. And such beings began to emerge inside and outside the abyss. Luo Chen understood that these things should be the power that Tai Sui had forcibly separated out in order to escape from the predicament for hundreds of years, just like the remnant of Ding Yi. The power separated by these Tai Sui was not so strong that it could not be resisted, but that strange power. Could it be the so-called power of law? But, isn't it said that ordinary wood and stone monsters, even if they reach the 5th level, cannot use the power of law on their bodies? Another mushroom grew from his head. Luo Chen brushed his hand over, and green flames lingered, emitting a strange fragrance. If he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to eliminate this power with the strengthened withering and flourishing true fire. But what he lacked now was time. I can't fight these guys anymore. I can't kill them, and my magic power is getting weaker. Han Zan asked, then how are you going to leave this abyss? Luo Chen looked around. On the top of the cliff, countless Tai Sui clones were beginning to gather. If Tai Sui's soul was in control, those clones would be even more powerful. And at the bottom of the abyss, Luo Chen only took a look and withdrew his gaze with a throbbing heart. Finally, he looked at a huge spiritual energy tornado that penetrated the sky and the earth. He gritted his teeth and turned his head to change direction. But after a cup of tea, several green lights flew over faintly, and there was a faint voice. You can't escape, you can't escape. Give it back to me, give me my body back. Looking at these Tai Sui incarnations, which were comparable to Jinden at the weakest and comparable to the 4th level fire spirit at the strongest, Luo Chen was forced to retreat. He was not afraid of hard tactics. Even if Yuan Yingzhenren was in front of him, he would dare to fight now. But he didn't want to touch the power that would drain his mana and even his blood essence like a maggot once it was touched. You are so cruel. Luo Chen cursed in a low voice and ran straight to the Tongshan tornado. Han Zan watched this scene silently, muttering in his heart, I'm afraid this is the decision you made because of your subconscious desire. After a few breaths, Tai Sui controlled the fat body and came to the outside of the spiritual tornado. The robe was rustling in the wind, and the flesh on his face was shaking. Damn it, he really went in. Cursing, Tai Sui fell into a dilemma. Finally, he looked around and saw more and more green lights, as many as hundreds. If I want to leave the land of fallen demons, I have to go through Mingzhe Ocean. The soul hooking and soul spirit array is gone, and without the attraction of the main body, the True Lord's restriction should not be triggered again. Give it a try. Gritting his teeth, Tai Sui opened his mouth. The next moment, hundreds of green lights began to converge towards him. His body, as if inflated, began to expand wildly. The holes in his chest and abdomen that were previously punched by Luo Chen were gradually filled with flesh and blood. His aura began to rise continuously. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed the Jinden stage and reached the early and middle stages of the Yuanying stage, and even the peak of the middle stage. When it came to the last step, he couldn't get through it. Tai Sui cursed again in a low voice, and then stepped carefully into the tornado. The spiritual energy swept through, and after only a few turns, Tai Sui's figure completely disappeared. A chapter of 7,000 words. Please vote. Please vote. Please vote. It's June, brothers, please give some guaranteed monthly tickets. This is really important to Xianwei, please. I wish you all a happy Children's Day. Chapter 683 Mingzhaoshan, the Land of Inheritance. The majestic spiritual energy poured back, forming a monstrous spiritual energy tornado. A figure floated in it, up and down, high and low, like duckweed. With a physique comparable to that of a wild beast, he struggled to support himself under the impact of the terrifying spiritual energy, so as not to be torn apart at the first time. However, he could not find a way forward or a way back. At this moment, a pure mana faintly emanated from the wooden sign on his chest, like ripples blending into the spiritual energy tornado. It was the nascent soul realm. With the addition of the realm, the surrounding spiritual energy was still violent, but there was already a calm place. Luo Chen's figure suddenly paused, stabilized his body, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. So that's it. There is a trick to entering the inheritance land through this spiritual energy tornado. You must have a method similar to the nascent soul realm to go downstream, so that you will not be torn into pieces under the violent spiritual energy. Thinking of this, he asked Hanzan to release the nascent soul realm, and his own Senluo fire prison was displayed. As expected, after the Senluo fire prison appeared, he could also move freely in the spiritual energy tornado. However, because his Senluo fire prison relied on his own strength, rather than the spiritual energy of the outside world, the price of moving freely was the rapid consumption of his own mana. If other Jinden people want to enter Mingzhaoshan, they either have similar pseudo-domain methods like me, or rely on the blessing of Yuanying's Henren, or refine targeted magic weapons in advance like Moin Cave Master. After understanding this, Luo Chen no longer insisted. Senior, you should do it. Yes. As soon as the Senluo fire prison was retracted, Hanzan's Yuanying domain was unfolded again. In the faint green light, Luo Chen dived steadily. After an unknown period of time, Luo Chen's feet touched the ground and reached the deepest part of the spiritual energy tornado. The place where he landed was a stone platform. Teleportation array. As soon as this thought came up, the array had already started automatically. Luo Chen's body was like a mountain, motionless, only feeling the light and shadow flowing, and his body seemed to be torn apart. When the feeling faded, he had already arrived at an unknown place. The ancient stone platform was suspended in the night sky. Under his feet, it was dark and bottomless. Outside the stone platform, there was an unknown pure wind blowing endlessly. As far as the eye could see, there was loneliness everywhere, with only 14 light sources like stars emitting light. No. Rather than 14, it was better to say that there were 13, one of which was extremely dim, giving people a feeling that there was no way forward. Just as Luo Chen was observing the surroundings, the wooden sign on his chest trembled slightly and broke away by itself. Senior. The soul-raising wooden sign was suspended in the air, emitting a faint light. The next moment, a figure fell out. It was another corpse refined by Master Chishi. There were two in total, one melted in Zhuk Mountain, and only this one was left. Hanzan's soul-raising wooden sign fell on the corpse, and in a short moment, the originally dead corpse showed a sense of agility. His eyes trembled, and he opened them slightly, revealing a sense of vicissitude. It's been a long time since I felt so down to earth. Hanzan, who was attached to the corpse, stamped his feet, and was quite happy. He looked at Luo Chen. Give me the 7 evil swords and the 10,000 souls banner. I'm short of something useful, and I can help you if you really encounter a battle. Luo Chen hummed, took the Soul Heaven sword box containing the 7 evil swords from his back, and then handed the 10,000 souls banner to the other party. With the help of these 2 magic weapons, Hanzan finally had the strength to fight. While Hanzan was familiar with the body of the corpse, Luo Chen observed the surroundings. Finally, he slowly raised his head and looked at the huge stone wall surrounding the stone platform. In the front, there were 3 words. Yi Mingzhao, this is the origin of the name of Mingzhaoshan, the third day of the land of fallen demons. Luo Chen didn't understand the meaning, and his eyes slowly moved back, and a line of poetry came into his eyes. The 19th heaven and earth are both plain and strange. People's hearts are unpredictable, and even national players sometimes lose. The momentum is far away, and the sound of hail is slow. After just one round of playing in the pavilion, the cold sun sets again. This is a poem about Go. Hanzan walked over, glanced at it, and said slowly. Luo Chen knew it well and understood the meaning. The general idea is very simple. It is nothing more than using Go to describe people, saying that the world is bumpy and the human heart is unpredictable. The situation is constantly changing, and if you are not careful, your life will be wasted. The poetic meaning is not difficult, but why is this little poem placed at the entrance of Mingzhaoshan? Hanzong could not give a better answer to this. Let's take a look at the road ahead, so as not to be caught up by Tai Sui later. Does he dare to come in? Luo Chen asked. Hanzong chuckled. I'm afraid he dared. Didn't you hear him say that before leaving the land of fallen demons, he couldn't merge with his original body? The reason for this restriction should be that the owner of this place, the demon lord Liang Yan, did something to his body. On the contrary, if he kept his soul and body separated, he wouldn't be restricted. Luo Chen opened his mouth and finally refuted without words. His eyes fell on the 14 shining stars and slowly said, this should be the way out. Hanzan stepped forward. It is also the entrance to the inheritance land. Luo Chen stepped forward, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, and glanced at him. Do you want to obtain the inheritance? If you don't want to, how can you come in? Hanzan asked back. Luo Chen shrugged. I can't go back. The Tai Sui clones in the fallen demon abyss are blocking me. Even if I rush out, there are Yu Kanglin Fallen Abyss Dragon Sect and by Yaji Yu I Sen, 2 5th level psychic monsters blocking the way. Hanzan chuckled, but didn't expose Luo Chen's true thoughts. He walked around the 14 spots of light, and as he walked, he said, Tai Sui once said that Lian Bian Mojun was the most powerful Yan Suzhenjun among the people he knew, and he had used more than a dozen laws of power. Let's not talk about whether this statement is exaggerated, but judging from the arrangement of the 5 elements heaven, what this person can do is indeed shocking and unparalleled in ancient and modern times. And the inheritance laid down by such an existence must have its purpose, and the content of the inheritance is definitely not bad. If my generation can get 1 or 2 of them, I will benefit from it for life, and even have the hope of advancing to the god of transformation. At this point, his footsteps stopped beside the dimmest star point. Here, the starlight is dim, and the road ahead is dead. It means that someone has walked through it, and the inheritance has also been taken away. Luo Chen, who do you think has obtained this inheritance? Luo Chen frowned, subconsciously wanting to say Yuan Mozong, but stopped when the words came to his lips. In his mind, a name subconsciously emerged. The only human god of Bihei today, Li Kanghe. According to rumors, he was able to break through to the god transformation stage by chance after he came out of the sinking sea. There were also rumors that he had obtained the inheritance of formations in the ruins of the sinking sea. Looking back at the journey to the land of fallen demons, there were indeed formations everywhere, all of which were exquisite. If Li Kanghe really got the true inheritance of the core formation of the refining heaven demon lord, it would be natural for him to advance to the god transformation stage. Li Kanghe, the leader of the Kanghe Righteous Alliance. He said the name. Hanzan smiled and nodded. It's the same as I thought. Then he stopped smiling and said solemnly, if he can do it, so can we. As he spoke, his steps started again and finally stopped at a starry entrance. A strong attraction arose in his heart. It seemed that this was the most suitable place for him to go. The only thing that made him hesitate was whether the body of the corpse refiner could allow him to obtain the real inheritance. If he failed, would he perish there? Hesitation, and eagerness to move. While he was wondering, Luo Chen also started to move. 13 roads, which one should I take? Just like Hanzan thought, he coveted these inheritances in his heart. He, Luo Chen, was a casual cultivator without a master. Everything he had was obtained through his own efforts. But the things circulating in the market in the world of immortal cultivation were not powerful stuff after all. There were only 2 or 3 things on his body that could be considered powerful. The Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra was the most important, which improved his cultivation speed. It originated from Kangwu Mountain and was most likely the practice of Kiksha Yuanjin. The life magic weapon Yununding came from Kingdom Valley, but its upper limit was jointly forged for him by Tian Yizi, Han Zan, and King Shuang Yao Huang. Even the Zuanshan armor and the second Yuandan came from Penglai Zianzhuang and Luanzhuang. It can be said that the truly powerful things are in the hands of big sects, big forces, and big figures. And now, a generation of Liangsu's Henjin is far bigger than all the people and forces in the Shanhai realm. If he could get one or two of them, perhaps he would be like Han Zan said, it would be of great benefit to him for the rest of his life. Then which path should he choose? Luo Chen walked slowly, feeling the connection between himself and those star points. 1, 2, 3. There are 3 of the 14 star points, which exude an attraction that makes him excited. But there is one that cannot be chosen. That is the path that may represent the inheritance of the formation. The rest only have 2. What do these 2 represent? Just as Luo Chen hesitated, a slight tremor came from the stone platform behind him. A figure slowly emerged. Fat body and thin face, with raging anger in his eyes. It was Tai Sui. Luo Chen, I'll go first. Han Zan's voice transmission came, and then he made up his mind and stepped into the starlight. The reason why he was so decisive was simple. Tai Sui exuded a terrifying aura, completely surpassing the early nascent soul cultivator. Such an existence was no longer something he and Luo Chen could fight together. Luo Chen's face changed slightly, and he finally made a decision at the starlight entrance that attracted him the most. Nodding to Tai Sui, Luo Chen took a step inside. At this moment, the formation gradually died down, and Tai Sui took a big step out. But the old man was no longer on the lonely stone platform. Tai Sui clenched his teeth, his eyes red. He took a step and came to the starlight entrance where Luo Chen entered. Just as he was about to chase him in, his footsteps stopped in midair. The things left by the master are opportunities for others, and they are also opportunities for me. The land of inheritance, different paths lead to the same destination. As long as I get out fast enough, I can always meet that kid again. His name is Luo Chen, not Luo Hai. And if you want to get out faster, you must choose the path that suits you best. Muttering a few words, Tai Sui retracted his steps and began to wander around the 13 entrances that emitted light. In the dim world, there are all kinds of ominous auras. Some creatures, whether human or monster, like demons or ghosts, wandered in it like ghosts and monsters. The land was devastated, as if it was an ancient battlefield that had experienced countless wars. A Taoist in a blood-robed robe walked in it, and hundreds of human figures circling and dancing beside him, sometimes fleeing far away, sometimes returning. Suddenly, the Taoist in the blood-robed robe paused with sinister eyes, looking towards the place. With a thud, hundreds of clones returned together and merged into his body, and he leaped forward. A few days later, a young man stood on the edge of a bloody sea, nodded to him, and also merged into his body. If Luo Chen was here, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. The young man was He Yuan, the direct descendant of the Yuanmo sect, whom he had met twice in the past. And this Taoist in a blood-robed robe was clearly the blood nightmare demon Luo. He stood quietly in a vast sea of blood, with a look of emotion on his face. Ancestor, if you hadn't died, how could my Yuanmo sect have perished at the hands of the demon race? Then, he shook his head again. As long as the Yuanmo sect is not destroyed, how can I go against the rules of the first generation of ancestors and fulfill my wish, trying to unite the 3 veins and achieve the Yuanmo true body? While muttering, he was about to step into the blood sea. At this moment, a fascinating sword sound rang out. In the blood sea, the waves were like dragons, and a bloodlight shot out and turned into an ancient sword. The sword was hanging high, and the tip of the sword pointed diagonally, pointing at the blood nightmare demon Luo in the distance. Blood nightmare demon Luo frowned slightly. Why stop me? It was obviously you who led me here. The blood-colored sword was silent, just hanging high like that, and the sword tip was sharp. Blood nightmare demon Luo took a deep breath, and a strong bloodlight slowly emerged from his body. I am the 27th generation of the Yuanmo sect, carrying the Blood Sea inheritance. I came here only to collect the power left by the Blood Sea ancestor to help me advance to the realm of transformation. If I become a god, I will restore the demon sect. It's fine if you don't help me, but how can you stop me? The rich bloodlight rolled up and was about to stain the ancient sword. As if it realized that this bloodlight full of filthy power was not easy to mess with, The ancient sword let out a mournful cry and dodged away. Seeing that the so-called god-slaying blood sword was forced back, Zuyanmo Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. This dark world is too dangerous, full of countless monsters that he only recorded in the sect's classics. Even the Blood Sea ancestor fell in this world. Therefore, he didn't dare to think about the inheritance of the dark world. His purpose of coming here is very simple, which is to absorb the power left by the Blood Sea ancestor to make him go one step further on the road of the three veins. Of course, if he can comprehend a little bit of the blood law, he doesn't mind using it to advance to the realm of transformation. Now I am only at the third level of the nascent soul, and it is too early to reach the transformation realm. I should first absorb the remaining power of the ancestors here. After muttering to himself, Blood Nightmare Demon Luo slapped himself several times. Then, hundreds of figures escaped from him one by one. Blood Godson, go! With a shout, hundreds of figures all sank into the sea of blood. After concentrating on absorbing for several days, Blood Nightmare Demon Luo was sure that there was no problem, so he stepped into the sea of blood carefully. As soon as he entered, he started to practice his skills. In an instant, his body began to melt and merge with the sea of blood. At the same time, on another battlefield in this world, 4 figures stood on the broken ground. 3 of them did not move, only a tall and strong domineering man squatted on the ground, looking at the broken body. The monsters here are too fierce. My 4 nascent soul blood godsons came out together and cooperated with my main body to forcibly kill them. For this, I also killed 1 blood godson, leaving only 3. He stood up slowly, and his beard could not hide his anger. Where is the place where the Blood Sea ancestor sat and passed away? If I can't find the place where he sat and passed away, I can't advance to the late nascent soul stage, let alone the great way of transformation. Looking around, he made a difficult decision. It is difficult to find the place where the Blood Sea ancestor sat and passed away by himself. Maybe I have to disperse my strength. With a thought, the 3 blood godsons beside him fled in 3 directions. He himself silently dived under the surface. In a world of green water and green mountains, exuding vitality, a figure suddenly staggered from the air. He fell suddenly, smashing a large cloud of dust on the ground. When the dust dispersed, Luo Chen's slightly pale face was revealed. He looked around, and finally his eyes focused on a tall gray stone tablet. On it, there were 2 words. Danji. Chapter 684, Danji Stonehouse, Treasure Land, Zhenjin's Questions, The Divide Between Immortals and Mortals. Alchemy Realm. Luo Chen muttered the 2 words on the gray-white stone tablet, with a thoughtful look on his face. Could it be that the inheritance place pointed to by this starlight channel is the inheritance of alchemy? As soon as this thought came up, Luo Chen was sure of it. When he was outside before, he vaguely felt that 2 of the 13 roads exuded a strong attraction to him. If you look at it the other way around, if the demon lord Lianshan wants to choose the most suitable successor to inherit his own lineage, it should naturally be someone who is extremely compatible with a certain inheritance. And Luo Chen, among all his arts, has the highest attainments in alchemy. Even when he was in the early stage of the Golden Core, he had already reached the level of a 4th level alchemist. Even in the mountain and sea realm, he is the most talented existence, and there is no one better than him. Enough to be called a master of the generation. After thinking about this, Luo Chen's mood was a little complicated. As far as alchemy is concerned, his attainments are already high enough. Whether it is the Golden Core stage or even the future nascent soul stage, he feels that he is more than enough. Further progress would not necessarily improve his own practice. This is why, after coming to the North Sea, he refined his body, refined his weapons, and learned the law, but he was not as focused on alchemy as he was in the East Wilderness. He just kept refining the elixir that he had achieved in the past. It was enough, why bother to go further? Now, with an opportunity to obtain inheritance in front of him, he wanted to do other things. Forget it. Since I'm here, I'll make the best of it. I think with my attainments in alchemy, it should be more than enough to survive the test of this alchemy world. Luo Chen put away his regrets and readjusted his mentality. It was heard that the place of inheritance was also extremely dangerous. Even if this alchemy world seemed peaceful, who knew if there would be any danger? Luo Chen first checked his condition. The mana was running smoothly, and the magic weapon could be used at any time. The mana of the second Yuandan was slightly depleted, and he needed to find time to repair it. The storage ring can also be opened, The spirit beast bag. Just when Luo Chen wanted to open the spirit beast bag and summon Black King Xiangxun to explore the way for him, he suddenly found that the bag seemed to be imprisoned by some invisible force and could not be opened in this world. Luo Chen frowned. Don't you want to have outsiders to help you when you pass on the inheritance? Shaking his head, Luo Chen immediately sat cross-legged in front of the stone tablet. Before exploring the Dan world, there is one thing to deal with. With a thought, the mana surged. As the mana surged, a strange force was ready to move in Luo Chen. Soon, there was a strange vision. Looking at the mushroom-like thing growing on his shoulder, Luo Chen's face was slightly gloomy. The power of Tai Sui. This strange power will absorb the mana in his body, thus generating mushrooms, Ganoderma lucidum and other foreign objects. Luo Chen even had a feeling that after the mana was exhausted, his flesh and blood vitality and even his soul might be absorbed and become the nutrients of the mushrooms. Vicious means, strange power. After muttering this, Luo Chen slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness spread to every corner of his body. Then, the withering and flourishing true fire in his body slowly spread, enveloping Luo Chen's whole body. In this slow burning, the remaining strange power of the Tai Sui clone was being continuously refined. If it were an ordinary person, he would not dare to burn himself with true fire like this. But Luo Chen was different. His strong body comparable to that of a wild beast was tempered by fire day and night. Sure enough, my strengthened withering and flourishing true fire does have some restraining effect on Tai Sui's power. If I had continued to devour the fire spirit without caring at that time and reached the level of the vermilion bird fire spirit, even Tai Sui would not dare to provoke me easily. It's just like that. He curled his lips and didn't think deeply about these things that had not happened. Luo Chen calmed down and persevered in refining the strange power in his body. A few days later, the red-robed Taoist strolled among the green mountains and green waters, relaxed and carefree. He did not fly, but just walked on the ground with his feet at a moderate speed. This person was Luo Chen, who had released the power of Tai Sui. The reason why he walked so leisurely was that this world was full of exotic flowers and herbs, and many immortal spiritual medicines. Although from his point of view, the grades of these herbs that can be seen everywhere are not very high, only about the first to third grades, but there are many categories, and many of them are rare and precious things rarely seen in the outside world. For example, now, Luo Chen squatted on the ground, took out a medicine hole from the storage ring, and dug carefully. After a while, a section of beardless wood root, like a human tongue, appeared in front of him. It is indeed the root of heaven and earth. I said, this place is obviously not of high grade, but it attracts all kinds of complicated spiritual energy to gather here. Only the root of heaven and earth can have this effect. Luo Chen dug out the tongue with a look of surprise. The root of heaven and earth, he is not unfamiliar. When he was still in the key refining stage, he had seen someone auctioning it in the Daofang Xianlong black market. It was said that it came from the giant in ruins in the Guiyang Mountains. This elixir has a very special effect. It can ignore the attribute restrictions and absorb all kinds of spiritual energy into its body. The longer the age, the better the effect. It has an unimaginable effect on cultivators breaking through the realm. At the beginning, Duanfeng successfully broke through the foundation building stage with a piece of 800-year-old Xiandi root. According to the records in the classics, the magical use of Xiandi root is not only for foundation building. As long as the age is long enough, it can also play an auxiliary role in Danjian Ningying. After the simple surprise, it was a pity. The spiritual energy concentration of this piece of Xiandi root in his hand is average, about 500 years old, which is barely enough for key refining cultivators to break through the foundation. Even the medicinal power is still weak. Yes, there are many cultivators in this world, and it is difficult to find a 1,000-year-old elixir, and there are even fewer 10,000-year-old elixir. Where can there be so many? When he was sighing, Luo Chen subconsciously looked at the green mountains. A sense of disobedience emerged in his heart. Let's not talk about how the refining heavenly demon lord arranged this Dan realm when he was alive. After his death, the land of fallen demons has been here for 1,000 years. But why are the spiritual medicines here basically 500 years old or less? It shouldn't be. Puzzled, Luo Chen quickened his pace, his consciousness and spiritual eyes constantly scanning this area. Snow grass, 350 years old. Red pearl flower, 100 years old. Unknown spiritual herbs, about 200 years. Luo Chen's figure gradually went further and further away, and his doubts became stronger and stronger. After he crossed 3 mountains and 5 lakes and saw thousands of spiritual medicines, the sense of disharmony was extremely strong. The spiritual medicines here seemed to be stuck in the age of 500 years. Just at this time, before he had time to find the answer, a corner of the flying eaves came into view among the green mountains. Luo Chen was refreshed and hurriedly flew over there. After a while, a stone temple covering an area of about 5 acres appeared in front of him. The familiar architectural style of the stone house where the soul-gathering formation was set up when he came here made Luo Chen feel at ease. Is this the place where I will receive the inheritance? He approached the stone hall cautiously and stretched out his hands to push open the door. There was no smoke and dust from the long-term disrepair as he had imagined, only the faint fragrance of books and herbs filled his nose. The door of the stone hall opened, and 3 stone-paved paths appeared in front of Luo Chen. Each path had a sign. Study, pharmacy, alchemy room. It is indeed the standard configuration of an alchemist. When Luo Chen was in Luo Chen's sect, it was also arranged like this. He stopped in front of the 3 stone paths, hesitated for a while, and then walked towards the alchemy room. Maybe there is a magic medicine left by the demon lord Lianshan. With this thought in mind, Luo Chen pushed open the door of the alchemy room. What he saw was ordinary and ordinary. A not-so-remarkable magic alchemy cauldron was located at the exit of the underground fire. Magical alchemy cauldron? Surprised, Luo Chen's consciousness scanned the cauldron, but there was no leftover elixir. After a circle, Luo Chen had to give up his reverie. He paused for a moment at the mouth of the underground fire. The dry and scorched marks showed that someone had used the underground fire here not long ago. Has anyone been here before me? Luo Chen was shocked. Before entering the inheritance land, he thought that he might meet someone inside, and he was ready to fight with him. But when he arrived at the 14-star entrances of Ocean, this idea dissipated a lot. There is no other reason, a total of 14. No. There are a total of 13 roads, each corresponding to Demon King inheritance. And those who can reach Ocean are either Yuaning's Henren or Jinden monks blessed by Henren. There are many people who meet these conditions. But with the elimination of Li Wangshan and Wu Xingshan, the number of people who can reach Ocean is already very small. In this case, there is still a diversion among the 13 roads. Luo Chen doesn't think he will meet someone who makes the same choice as him. Unexpectedly, the traces here clearly show that someone had entered the alchemy world before him and accepted the alchemy inheritance of the demon lord. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Who could it be? Looking around, most of the traces were erased by humans, leaving only the little bit of charred black and scorched at the exit of the underground fire. After some contemplation, Luo Chen couldn't think of anyone who was good at alchemy among the people who entered the land of falling demons this time. In other words, all high-level cultivators would dabble in alchemy. The difference is just whether they just dabble or have made some achievements. Unable to figure out who it was, Luo Chen temporarily left the alchemy room. If there is no elixir in the alchemy room, there must be medicine in the pharmacy. Whether it is ready-made spiritual medicine or collected medicinal materials, he doesn't mind. Well, it's still empty. There are no medicinal materials or spiritual medicines. There are just a variety of tools for processing medicinal materials. Guillotine pestle and mortar, golden pot mill, and even a juicer. These tools are very familiar to Luo Chen, but also very unfamiliar. Familiar because he knows them all. The unfamiliarity is that he seldom uses them, because most of the time, he does not need to process the medicinal materials needed for alchemy himself. Instead, he asks his subordinates to process them in advance, or goes to the store to buy finished products. Even when he came to the North Sea Xiuxin world, he had Xiuxin families such as Chang Haixin, Xiangxin and even Zhang Jidi to process medicinal materials for him. Therefore, he is indeed the most familiar stranger to these instruments for processing medicinal materials. After staying in the pharmacy for a while, Luo Chen finally stepped into the study. When the door was pushed open, the fragrance of books hid him. As far as the eye can see, 10 rows of bookshelves stand tall, and bamboo slips are piled up like a small mountain. A light red desk of unknown material stands by the window. Luo Chen slowly walked past a bookshelf and reached out to take a bamboo slip. Zuji grass, it breaks out of the ground when the rain and snow just stop and the sky clears. It likes damp and cold, and hates dry and hot. Body shape, the main root is thick and stretches straight downward, with many fibrous roots. The stem is upright, about 2 inches long, and the petals are hexagonal like snowflakes. Cultivation: wild snow grass should be accompanied by snow firefly moths, and the grass seeds should be collected and spread all over the wild. For artificial cultivation, the rhizomes should be taken. Note: it is best to stimulate it with small snow arrays and small cloud rain arrays at intervals. Medicinal effects: it tastes sweet and has a mild nature. It can clear away heat, detoxify, relieve cough and asthma. It is most suitable for use as a detoxification pill. Because of its neutral and peaceful medicinal properties, it is also suitable as the main material for elixirs to dredge meridians. Processing method: grind the petals into powder and use kindling spring water to dissolve it during refining. Similar species: it looks like white snow grass. It has the same nature as Yinayu flower. Luo Chen read 10 lines at a glance and quickly scanned the contents on the bamboo slips. At first glance, he didn't care. He knew this kind of herb. It was produced in large quantities in the ice castle before. But as he looked closely, his expression gradually changed. The delicate description on it is rare in the world. Even the cultivators who specialized in cultivating this spiritual herb in the ice castle probably couldn't tell so many aspects. From growth habits to physical characteristics, to cultivation and planting, how to use medicine to treat it, and even similar things of the same kind, everything is included. At the end, it also specifically mentions several natural enemies that are harmful to the snowgrass. So detailed. Luo Chen put down the bamboo slip in surprise and took another one. It clearly recorded another medicinal material that Luo Chen didn't recognize. Its name was Scorpio leaf. The content recorded on it was also dense and even complicated. Although he didn't recognize this Scorpio leaf, after Luo Chen read it through, he had already established an extremely accurate image of this medicinal material in his mind. From growth habits to how to treat it with medicine, in the end, everything was clear. Luo Chen put down the bamboo slip and quietly looked at the study room with 10 wooden bookshelves. His heart was surging. If the bamboo slips here all record medicinal materials, and each one is so detailed, then this study is simply a treasure land that alchemists, spiritual plant masters, pharmacists and even herbalists dream of. The value of this place is far greater than any detailed explanation of herbs or illustrated catalog of spiritual medicines. Anyway, none of the medicine books Luo Chen has seen in the past are so detailed. If you can read through the bamboo slips here, even if you can't make elixirs, you can be a senior appraiser in a shop auction house. When his heart was surging, Luo Chen used the microdust yuanshu to suppress the distracting thoughts in his heart and walked towards the desk by the window. On it, there was a jade slip. If these bamboo slips that record the details of the medicinal materials are one of the inheritances left by the demon Lord Lianshan, maybe it can be considered precious, but it is definitely not worthy of the style of the generation of the true Lord Liangsu. So, this jade slip. Luo Chen probed his consciousness into it with great expectation. Why can immortals travel the world, but mortals can only be frogs at the bottom of the well? The essence is nothing but the word spiritual root. Alchemists like us know pharmacology and the human body, and can refine various elixirs according to different people. Whether it is flesh and bones or resurrecting the dead, it can also avoid poisons and solve doubts, clear the mind and calm the soul, and improve the realm of cultivation. In this case, why can't we refine the corresponding spiritual root elixir to break the barrier between immortals and mortals? Click. The jade slip fell on the desk, and only Luo Chen's astonished face flickered in the light of the setting sun through the window. Chapter 685, Spiritual Root Pill Recipe, Harboring Evil Intentions. Is this the test for the inheritance of the true Lord? When Luo Chen finished reading the last question on the jade slip, no. It should be said that it was the conjecture of the demon Lord Liang Gan, and a storm was set off in his heart. For these mature immortal cultivators, it is impossible to practice without spiritual roots. Only those with spiritual roots, even the worst 5 spiritual roots, can embark on the road of immortal cultivation. This is already an irrefutable common sense. But at this moment, someone said that by using the power of elixirs, the gap between immortals and mortals can be opened, and those without spiritual roots can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How could Luo Chen not be shocked by such a thing that violates common sense? This is really too incredible. Shaking his head, Luo Chen was about to put down the jade slip. At this moment, a mysterious feeling emerged in his mind. Luo Chen's expression changed slightly. If I can't refine this elixir, I can't pass the first level of the test. This is the information conveyed by the jade slip. For a moment, Luo Chen's outstretched hand was suspended in the air. It is necessary to complete this conjecture and refine the corresponding elixir before passing the test. And, this is just the first level? Luo Chen slowly put down the jade slip and looked around the study. The bookshelves filled with bamboo slips and the books that recorded countless detailed knowledge of medicinal materials were the supplementary teaching materials that the demon lord Lian Yuan left for the examinees. Even the pharmacy and the alchemy room next to them could be considered examination rooms. They were well prepared. But, could he really make that kind of elixir? He slowly left the study and came to the outside of the stone house. He looked into the distance and saw the green mountains and clear waters. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated. The next moment, his consciousness suddenly released. It was no longer a circular radiation centered on him, but gathered into a beam, with the least effort but a maximum outward release. Luo Chen's current realm is the 6th level of the golden core, and his soul foundation is quite strong, no less than any person at the 8th level of the golden core. Even if he is only one step away from the 9th level of the golden core. Therefore, the distance of his consciousness is far beyond that of ordinary golden core cultivators. At this moment, he concentrated his mind into a beam again, and the outward release distance reached the maximum limit. 900 miles. Going around the Green Mountains, crossing the lake, heading north, he reached the extreme point. Indistinctly, an invisible barrier blocked Luo Chen's way forward. Change direction again. After several times, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. His white jade-like face was uncertain. Before he reached the extreme of this world, he didn't know there was a boundary. At this moment, with a hint of the jade slip, he suddenly realized that this world was like a huge prison, locking him in. Do I really have to try? Forget it, let's make the best of it. But in an instant, Luo Chen had adjusted his mentality. Or rather, after seeing the jade slip, he had already prepared for this. However, there was another question before him. That is, what about the recipe? The jade slip only gave a guess. There was no specific recipe at all. Although Luo Chen's alchemy attainments were perfect, he had mostly been following the map and refining medicine according to the recipe. Even if he occasionally created his own recipe, it was based on the improvement of incomplete recipes and ready-made recipes. Without recipes, he didn't even have the opportunity to force his way in with the help of the system. For a moment, Luo Chen fell into confusion. A tall figure slowly paced in the courtyard. After a long time, Luo Chen chuckled softly. Yes, I have always claimed to be a master of alchemy, but how can there be a master who can only copy others' ideas? What is a master? Knowledgeable, tolerant of hundreds of schools, innovative, and independent. Even from scratch, create a unique theory that belongs to you, and have your own influence in it. From then on, you can be called a master of a generation. Luo Chen asked himself, in terms of alchemy, he could barely achieve the first 4 points. But he had no achievements in creating theories and even developing his own recipes. Not to mention high-level recipes, he had never created even the first and second-level low-level recipes for beginners. If this is the case, even if the alchemist is as high as the 4th level, he can only be called a master, far from being a grandmaster. Obviously, this first level of the test is not only extremely difficult, but also requires people to create their own recipes from scratch. I don't know if I can withstand it. Luo Chen laughed at himself and walked towards the study room. The answer should be on the bamboo slips that record countless medicinal materials. The first row of bookshelves, the first layer, the 3rd volume. Ku Chen Zhi Bai, also known as Wang Shou Wu. After picking up the bamboo slips, Luo Chen, who had already cleared his mind, immersed himself in it. In the Dan realm, the 4-season cycle, and there are also rising and falling sun and moon. At the beginning of the night, the faint moonlight came in through the window and sprinkled on the silent figure in front of the bookshelf. In the quiet study, there was only the crisp sound of the bamboo slips turning. In the Dan realm study, Luo Chen was completely immersed in the ocean of many medicinal material knowledge. He liked reading. This habit was not only developed when he was in a low realm. Even before he traveled through time, he liked reading. When he was young, he read all kinds of extracurricular books. When he grew up, he was obsessed with classics. Even though he became a social animal later, he never stopped reading all kinds of novels. It can even be said that some simple and refreshing online novels have become his safe haven to relieve the troubles of life. After traveling through time, this habit is still retained. Even when he's the busiest in cultivation, he always takes some time to read the miscellaneous talks of the cultivation world. With the improvement of realm, especially after the successful foundation building, Luo Chen's Yijing marrow-breaking soul has improved, which has further improved his habit of reading. He has the ability to read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he has seen. Especially the addition of spiritual consciousness, which makes his memory much better. Many books can be deeply remembered in his mind after reading them only once or twice, and he can apply them flexibly. It has to be said. This habit has helped him a lot. Whether it is daily practice or traveling and fighting outside, the knowledge in his mind will become a help in another form. Just like this exploration of the land of fallen demons, his experience and knowledge completely surpassed the older Moyan cave master. If Tai Sui had not grown up here, his performance might not be as good as Luo Chen's. At this moment, in this study, the vast amount of herbal knowledge poured into Luo Chen's mind like a wave. Not only did he not feel dizzy, but he was happy to do it. Sometimes after reading some bamboo slips, he still felt unsatisfied and took them out to read 1 or 2 more times. Sometimes he was amazed at the extraordinary medicinal properties of some unknown medicinal materials. Sometimes he was impressed by the exquisite method of transplanting some spiritual medicine, and sometimes he had a sudden idea that if some medicinal materials were replaced in the pill recipes he usually made, would the effect be better? Time passed slowly. The sun rose and the moon set, and the annual rings were unknown. 10 bookshelves, tens of thousands of bamboo slips, hundreds of thousands or even millions of medicinal materials took Luo Chen more than half a year. When he finished reading it thoroughly, Luo Chen felt a little unsatisfied. But he still remembered that he didn't come here just to read books. In his mind, under the impact of countless medicinal material characteristics, inspiration has burst out several times in the past 6 months. This, and this, these are all okay. Luo Chen wandered between the bookshelves, taking out 7 bamboo slips like he was counting the treasures. He took them to the desk and studied them again. A day later, Luo Chen put 4 of them back. This action was a bit strange. But Luo Chen knew what he was doing. How did he get the mature recipe? First of all, why do we need to refine this pill? This problem has been solved, that is, the demon lord Lian Pian proposed a conjecture to break the barrier between immortals and mortals. Secondly, what should we use to refine this pill? Luo Chen has already summarized this problem, that is, we need to extract the main ingredients. When refining pills, we need to distinguish the main and the secondary, especially the main ingredients, which affect the direction of the pill's medicinal power and cannot be sloppy. Then, it's the turn of the auxiliary ingredients. As for the more mature recipe, that's not the founder's business. The evolution of time, the change of environment, and the demand for pills by later generations will make the original recipe constantly optimized and reformed. Luo Chen is now stuck at the second step. Select the main ingredients. There's Huangting above and Guanelin below, and Yaok behind and Mingmen in front. Breathe in between the skull and into Danshan, and the clear water of the jade pool will nourish the spiritual roots. If you can cultivate it, you will live forever. The so-called spiritual roots are the root of the tongue. The root between the tongue is the best. In addition, there is another spiritual root in the middle part of the Danshan, so those whose Danshan is born petrified cannot practice. The lower spiritual roots are in the Jingfang and uterus. This is also the reason why the cultivator's primordial yin and primordial yang cannot be poured out before the foundation is established, just to keep the spiritual roots vigorous. These theories originated from when Luo Chen was building the foundation. After he built the foundation, he felt it more deeply. Especially in the early years of Luo Chen's sect, when recruiting disciples, they would also check the disciples' spiritual roots. Luo Chen had felt those formations a little bit, and most of them were to guide the spiritual energy of various systems of heaven and earth, to stimulate the 3 positions of the cultivator's tongue root, Danshan, and Jingfang uterus. Therefore, the spiritual roots that are vague and untraceable are actually traceable. After understanding the essence of the spiritual roots, if you want to make people give birth to spiritual roots out of nothing, you can also find traces to follow. Strengthen these 3 places to make them more compatible with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not only that, the most important thing is to provide mortals without spiritual roots with an artifact that can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual root pill, that's it. Luo Chen named the pill he was going to refine as the spiritual root pill, which is easy to understand. In his opinion, if there is nothing, there is nothing. Even if you take the pill, It is impossible to create something out of nothing. Therefore, this spiritual root pill should not be refined after taking it, but should be placed in the body of a mortal for a long time to help it continuously sense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual root pill is even more of a pill spiritual root. In this way, the selection of the main material has a theoretical support. It must have the medicinal properties of automatically sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The inner pill of the monster beast, the ancestral grass, and the root of heaven and earth, these three have this ability. Looking at the bamboo slips that recorded the three materials, Luo Chen fell into choice. Suddenly. Huh? What is the material of this bamboo slip? Luo Chen picked up the bamboo slip that recorded the inner pill of the monster beast in surprise, and his magic power surged, and the true fire burned through. The yellow on it shone, and finally turned into a light burnt yellow, with sea air lingering in the air. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's face changed slightly. This bamboo slip is not the same as those on the bookshelf. He originally thought that the inner pill of the monster beast was suitable for use as the main material of the spiritual root pill. This inspiration came from those foundation-building cultivators who failed to form a pill and used the inner pill of the monster beast to condense a fake pill. Such people were called pseudo-alchemists. Moreover, the inner pill of the monster beast can be used as medicine, so it is natural to record this information on the bamboo slip. Although there are no monster beasts in the pill world, there are quite a few monster pills in his storage bag. If they are really used to refine the spiritual root pill, it is enough. But now it seems that this bamboo slip was deliberately left in the study by others to mislead those who come later. It was only because Luo Chen had experienced the incident of the Lord of Baizao Mountain before that he was relatively wary of others' fake letter bamboo slips. Otherwise, he would not have noticed the abnormality of this bamboo slip at this moment. Who the hell is so wicked? Luo Chen cursed with a gloomy face, without any grace. No wonder he was so angry. If he really studied the recipe of the spiritual root pill in the direction of using the demon pill as the main material, it would not be considered whether it would work, but it would definitely not be included in the assessment of the demon lord Lian Tian. Not to mention how much time would be wasted if he took the wrong path. Is it the pioneer? Luo Chen murmured, and the green flame in his hand swallowed and burned it to ashes. He hated these fakers the most. Then he adjusted his mood and looked at the other two bamboo slips. Zuan grass, heaven and earth root. Needless to say, Luo Chen was quite familiar with the latter. In his opinion, it was a very suitable main material for making the spiritual root pill. Zuan grass was a kind of medicinal material that Luo Chen had not known before. It grew in a place with chaotic spiritual energy, and it was even rumored that it could absorb the energy of heaven and earth. Luo Chen had heard Han Zan talk about the difference between spiritual energy and vital energy before. It is said that after the great power of the god of transformation touches the power of the law, it can use the power of the law to absorb the vital energy in the void for cultivation. It is difficult to say the power of the two, but spiritual energy is not often available, while vital energy is everywhere. Therefore, before the god of transformation, the battle of the cultivators is often affected by the main venue of the time and place. This problem will be eliminated after the advancement to the god of transformation, unless the battlefield environment reaches an extreme. This Zuan grass is a bit high-end. Luo Chen murmured. In his opinion, the spiritual root pill is for mortals without Taoism, and the grade must not be too high. Zuan grass, supermodel. Shandigen, is even more suitable. Shandigen is a medicinal material that can be used to build the foundation of key refining cultivators at the lowest level, and can help Jinden cultivators break through the nascent soul stage at the highest level. It is a medicinal material without a specific grade, but it has extremely strong growth potential and even no upper limit. Finally, after a screening, Luo Chen determined the main material of the spiritual root pill, Shandigen. It seems like there is a will of heaven. Luo Chen muttered, thinking of the past. He heard about the heaven and earth root when he was refining qi, and obtained the heaven and earth root after killing the ancestor of the Duan family. Even after coming to the Dan realm, the first spiritual medicine he personally picked was also the heaven and earth root. At this moment, the main material of the spiritual root pill is determined to be this thing. Pursing his lips, Luo Chen took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone from the storage ring. He leaned over the desk and picked up the pen to write a book. The heaven and earth root is pure in medicinal properties, but its properties are extremely complicated. For ordinary people without spiritual roots, it means opening the door to all wonders. This pill lasts forever, So the selection of auxiliary materials should be mainly to weaken the medicinal power of the heaven and earth root, and at the same time, it must give play to its characteristic of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Nightwing flower and purple king leaf should be the first choice, and the wood brocade cotton with the effect of guiding key can be an alternative. This time, Luo Chen spent a full 7 days to write the book. The pill formula he wrote was complex and huge, and the dosage was vague. Strictly speaking, it was not qualified. But at least, it had a prototype. 7 days later, Luo Chen left the study. This was also the first time he had stepped out of the room in more than half a year. The dazzling sunlight sprinkled down, and Luo Chen, dressed in black, exhaled lightly, then flew into the 3 mountains and 5 lakes with a backpack and a medicine hoe. Next, it was to collect herbs, process the herbs, and then try to refine the Lingjin pill. In his opinion, the process was quite fast. In just half a year, he had come up with a prototype of the Lingjin pill formula from scratch. Later, a little bit of experimental comparison, screening and refining would always be close to success. At the same time, in another place in the Dan world, in a stone house of the same style, an old woman wearing a flowery green skirt and a high bun on her head slowly raised her head from the desk. Her face was very ordinary, but her eyes were very strange. Her eyebrows were broad, her eyelids were narrow and long, and her eyes were in the shape of a 5-pointed star. At this time, the vicissitudes of the 5-pointed eyes were slightly surprised. My bamboo slips were destroyed. Has anyone chosen this path? After being surprised, the old woman's face kept changing. The person who could see through the bamboo slips she left behind was quite capable. Even if such a person was only at the first level at the moment, it would only be a matter of time before he caught up. Maybe I have to speed up and can't continue to study so steadily. Chapter 686, System Cheating, Another Way, 3 pills merged into one, passed the test. Regarding the recipe for the spiritual root pill, Luo Chen prepared a recipe with a heaven and earth root as the main ingredient, and 13 kinds of herbs such as nightwing flower and purple monarch leaf as auxiliary ingredients. In addition, there are dozens of other herbs as auxiliary ingredients, which can be replaced at any time. Does it sound a little small? In fact, this number is already considered a lot. In Luo Chen's opinion, although the conjecture left by the demon lord Lian Pian is a bit outrageous, it is ultimately for mortals who have not embarked on the path of cultivation. Therefore, the grade of the spiritual root pill must not be too high. If it is too high, mortals will not be able to withstand the relatively terrifying medicinal power. The number of main ingredients of normal first and second level pills is not like that of third and fourth level pills, which have several kinds at the same time. In terms of auxiliary ingredients, Luo Chen has already selected enough. It is necessary to give full play to the advantages of the heaven and earth root and avoid some of the shortcomings of the heaven and earth root as much as possible. The combination of auxiliary materials involved is extremely difficult even for a 4th level alchemist, and it requires careful consideration. Fortunately, now that the main line has been established, it can be explored bit by bit. In the Dan realm, Luo Chen shuttled between the 3 mountains and 5 lakes. The medicine basket on his back was full and changed and filled again. He picked the herbs he needed one by one. It must be said that this is a tedious job, but it is full of rewards. Luo Chen also used some of the knowledge he learned from the bamboo slips in the study to actually pick herbs. In addition, some of his experience in picking herbs came from the accumulation of the first half of his life. It was also at this time that he suddenly realized why most of the herbs in this world are 500 years old or less. In a valley depression, Luo Chen carefully dug out a piece of dried and old zibe, which is a kind of herbal medicine similar to Polygonum multiflorum. Straightening up, the Taoist looked around. If this world is a medicine garden set up specifically for the assessment of spiritual root pills, then it is natural that these medicinal materials are of low age. Mortals cannot bear the powerful medicinal power brought by medicinal materials that are too old. But how did Lord Lian Chen keep these medicinal materials neither too old nor too young? Among the methods I know, there is no way to do this. After sighing for a while, Luo Chen took the first step to find the next medicinal material. Collecting herbs is just a trivial task. It took about half a month for Luo Chen to successfully collect most of the medicinal materials he needed in the pill world. Then he returned to the Stonehouse Pharmacy and began to process them differently. Each medicinal material has a different processing method. Some can be used directly as medicine, some need to be dried in advance, and some need to be ground into powder for backup. It was during this process that Luo Chen's understanding of these medicinal materials became more and more profound, and he also had more ideas about the spiritual root pill recipe he had written before. While keeping the root of heaven and earth as the main material, he tried to change the auxiliary material. Time passed little by little. Another half-year passed, and when everything was ready, Luo Chen did not try to make pills directly. Instead, he calmed down and opened the attribute panel. There was no trepidation on his face, because he had tried to open the attribute panel before. However, unlike the basic attributes that he usually opened, this time he only opened the alchemist part of the occupation section. Occupation, 4th level alchemist, alchemy, scale transforming hand great perfection, crane burning hand great perfection alchemy. Click to check details. 4th level elixir, transformation pill for beginners 5/100, purple key anti-poison pill for beginners 30 out of 100 3rd level elixir, starry pill great perfection, true flame pill great perfection, nether yuan pill for beginners 6 out of 100 2nd level elixir, blood dissolving powder perfection 376/500 1st level elixir, condensation water pill great perfection more great perfection elixirs. Click to check details. After most of the content was reduced, the simple alchemist attribute panel was displayed in front of him. Compared to the past, there were a few more unfamiliar pill entries, but they were not unfamiliar. The purple key anti-poison pill was specially improved by Luo Chen from a 4th level anti-poison pill recipe for the trip to Xiling Island. After the success of the trip to Xiling Island, Luo Chen stopped refining it and kept a few for backup. The 3rd level pill that was not perfected was the nether yuan pill, which was a pill recipe he learned in order to break through the golden core stage. And among the 2nd level pills, a new one was added, Huaiyu powder, which was a new pill he learned in order to recover from the hidden injuries left on his body during the previous body training. But at this moment, none of this mattered. Luo Chen glanced at the number of achievement points at the end of the panel, 300, this was his biggest reliance. Originally, there were 334 achievement points, but in order to quickly get started with a 4th level KMAO technique, 34 points were consumed. This consumption was worth it for Luo Chen, and it was somewhat beyond his expectations. I originally thought that the 4th level spell would cost more achievement points, but after mastering the prerequisites of Kamaoshu, Yuan Danshu and Zhuzhilian, I only spent 34 points to successfully enter the door. Now there are full 300 points left, which gives Luo Chen great confidence to deduce the pill formula this time. Even if someone is ahead of me, if the test questions are the same, no matter how good that person's alchemy skills are, as long as he does not reach the level of Zongmiao Pill, he will have to try and error little by little, consuming countless time and energy. It's different for me. With a panel in hand, I don't need to waste a lot of time. Even the process of refining can save energy. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and his heart became more and more confident. In his opinion, the Forerunner may have a high level of alchemy, otherwise he would not have passed the 1st level in less than 3 years after the opening of the meteorite land. But to say that he is comparable to the rumored Dansheng and Zhongzhao? That's impossible. How could such an existence come here and be in danger? With a slightly suppressed smile, Luo Chen took a deep breath and a Lingjian Dan recipe that he had adjusted before appeared in his mind. Instantly, the corresponding information flowed out silently on the system. Unknown recipe detected, incomplete version, should it be completed? Luo Chen frowned. This was the recipe he was most confident in after carefully selecting, and he felt that it was very mature. It was still incomplete? With a thought, another recipe was sent to the system. Unknown recipe detected, incomplete version, should it be completed? Unknown recipe detected, incomplete version, should it be completed? Incomplete again and again, asking whether to complete it again and again. This means that the recipes deduced by Luo Chen are not mature. Luo Chen was slightly unhappy, but not too heavy. In his opinion, this recipe for the spiritual root pill is only the 2nd level, and it will take less than 10 achievement points to complete it. But he resisted the urge to complete it. This is only the 1st level. No one knows how many levels there are in the future and how difficult it will be. 300 achievement points are the biggest confidence I have accumulated over the years. It's best not to waste them easily. After muttering, Luo Chen returned to the desk and continued to write furiously. He tried to make new combinations and let the system check them, but all the combinations of medicinal materials were incomplete under the system's detection. A few days later, Luo Chen, who was sitting in a chair with red eyes, suddenly moved. I wanted to take a shortcut, but maybe I took a wrong path. Looking at the densely packed drafts on the table, Luo Chen clearly felt the signs of getting further and further away from success. He found the first few recipes from the drafts. After reading tens of thousands of papers, the initial intuition should be correct. The reason for the incompleteness should not be the combination of medicinal materials, but the quota of the amount. After having this idea, he began to change his mind to modify the recipe. Another month later, Luo Chen got a satisfactory answer from the system. A complete recipe for the spiritual root pill was detected. Second level. Do you want to get started? Instantly, surprise appeared on his face. Sure enough, this idea is feasible. By reading a large number of medicinal materials and relying on personal understanding, select the best solution and narrow the scope. Then calibrate the quota of medicinal materials, or even adjust the refining method, and then use the system to check whether it is complete. In this way, the problem that most alchemists cannot improve can be solved. Perhaps doing so may seem like a despicable shortcut. But Luo Chen is not a pedantic person, and a little moral guilt will not affect him. Because he has already researched the specific pill formula, success is just around the corner. He just used the system to speed up the process and avoid unnecessary trial and error in the middle. Then, let's start trying to refine it. Muttering, Luo Chen walked to the alchemy room and took out the Hunilending. This time, he did not choose to use achievement points to get started directly. The pill formula he derived by himself was under his control. In addition, the grade was only the second grade, which was more than enough for his current alchemy skills. The large amount of medicinal materials prepared before came in handy at this time. A few months later, in the alchemy room, a strange pill fragrance wafted out. Luo Chen held several colorful pills in his hand, with a look of relief on his face. Is this considered a success? He looked around, and there was no strange phenomenon. But the Lingjin pill had indeed been refined by him. At this moment, a slightly weak voice exploded in the dark, echoing in the alchemy room. The elixir is a second-grade inferior product. It can temporarily replace the spirit root and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you take it, the medicinal power will not decline for 10 years. The assessment result is inferior and unqualified. As soon as these words came out, Luo Chen's face changed drastically. He was shocked by the appearance of the voice and puzzled about the assessment result. Where did this voice come from? Who made it? Why is there an unconcealable sense of weakness? Naturally, no one could answer these questions for him. Luo Chen took a deep breath and put all his questions on the assessment result. It shouldn't be. The elixir has been refined, and my own system evaluation shows a complete elixir formula. How could it be? While muttering to himself, Luo Chen suddenly recalled the content of the voice. It can temporarily replace the spirit root and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If you take it, the medicinal power will not decline for 10 years. This one is a description of the medicinal power of the spirit root elixir he refined. How could the other party make such an evaluation without taking this elixir? Unfortunately, there was no one to test the medicine. Luo Chen was determined and swallowed the spiritual root pill directly. He immediately sat cross-legged and meditated to feel the changes in the medicine. A mere second-level pill was no problem for him at his current level. Even if there was a backlash, he could still withstand it. A day later, Luo Chen vaguely realized the problem. This spiritual root pill does have the effect of temporarily replacing the spiritual roots to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but the medicinal power is too strong. Only key refining cultivators can withstand it. But the target group of this pill is mortals. They just want to use this pill to practice to the key refining stage. In this way, it is contradictory. For a while, Luo Chen's expression was uncertain. After all, he still underestimated the tolerance of mortals for pills. The second level is already beyond the scope. But how to solve it? Refining a first-level spiritual root pill? That's impossible. A first-level pill can't have such a miraculous effect. The grade of the pill made with 500-year-old roots of heaven and earth as the main material can't be too low. This doubt lasted for several days. Until Luo Chen recalled that when he was at a low level, his process of taking pills was different from others. His strong physique, detoxification pill technique, etc., all allowed him to withstand more and greater medicinal power at the same level. When the spiritual root pill could not reduce the grade, could he find another way to improve the mortal's physique and help people practice? Thinking of this, many inspirations suddenly emerged in Luo Chen's mind. He immediately stepped into the study and continued to write furiously. 3 months later, Luo Chen returned to the alchemy room with 2 pill recipes. This time, he did not stay in there for long. In just 2 months, he had 2 more pills in his hand. At the same time, the slightly weird and weak voice appeared again. 5 organs pill, the first grade lower grade, can help mortals nourish the 5 internal organs. Zongmiao powder, the first grade lower grade, long-term use can help mortals open up meridians and open up the Zhuanggun. Spirit root pill, the second grade lower grade, combined with 5 organs pill and Zongmiao powder, can help people absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the medicinal power will last for 30 years. Test result, good, passed. As soon as these words came out, Luo Chen's face was instantly ecstatic. Sure enough, his guess was right. In the case that his foundation could not further optimize the spirit root pill, it would be a better choice to find another way to research auxiliary pills to strengthen the physical strength of mortals. 30 years. This time is enough. If mortals cannot use the spirit root pill to cultivate to the foundation building stage within 30 years, then everything will be over. But if they succeed by luck, then they can build the foundation of the great Dao. By then, it will be considered a preliminary completion of the guess of breaking the gap between immortals and mortals. As for how to cultivate to the foundation building stage with the help of Dan Lingjun, it is not something Luo Chen can solve now. Or, take it one step at a time, and maybe a better way can be found by then. At least, the Danshan has turned into the sea, the Qi Sea has been opened up, and the foundation of the great Dao has been built, which is much better than the mortal period. If we compare it with the Pseudo-Dan masters in the North Sea who cultivated to the golden core stage with the help of the inner elixir of the monster beast, it will be easier to understand. Pseudo-Dan masters will never be able to advance to the middle stage of the golden core in their lifetime. But those who choose this path have naturally made preparations. Thinking of this, Luo Chen seemed to have another inspiration in his mind. From Dan Lingjun, what about changing the path to the demon spirit route? The details are like clouds and fog, and there is no way, but at least there is a way. Just when Luo Chen was excited, the surroundings suddenly became illusory. What is this? Luo Chen was surprised and seemed to realize something. With a thought, he quickly flew to the study and waved his big hand towards the bamboo slips. However, something unexpected happened. The bamboo slips also faded away at the same time. Can't I take them with me? Luo Chen felt a little regretful. The next moment, the sky shifted and he appeared in an unfamiliar land. Chapter 687, Purifying the Soul, Xianmu at the Cape of the Sea. The void was swaying, and the vision was distorted. Unable to tell whether it was a change in the outside world or an illusion of his own perception, Luo Chen was teleported to a new realm in the stone house. The second level. Before Luo Chen had time to stand, he subconsciously probed into the storage ring with his spiritual sense. Those precious bamboo slips could not be taken away, but what about the surplus of Lingjun pills and other elixirs that he had refined by himself? Under the perception of his spiritual sense, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they are all here. The grades of these 3 elixirs were not high, only first and second grades. But the auxiliary materials needed for refining were extremely difficult to find in the mountain and sea realm. Many of them were things that Luo Chen had never heard of before, and he only knew them through bamboo slips in the elixir world. In other words, even if he left the land of fallen demons, it would be difficult for him to replicate and refine this elixir in the outside world, unless he spent a lot of effort to improve this elixir formula. While feeling fortunate, Luo Chen also felt more and more sorry. If this elixir can be spread to the mountain and sea realm, I may change the pattern of this world. The mountain and sea realm is dominated by immortal cultivators. But the majority of them are countless mortals who are difficult to estimate. These mortals, in the East Wilderness, are kept by the big sects to help collect basic materials and provide logistics for immortal cultivators. In the North Sea, the utilization rate is higher, but they are just consumables to assist the big and small forces to do some miscellaneous things. But if these huge mortals can use the spiritual root pill to practice, even if they only practice to the early and middle stages of key refining, it will bring earth-shaking changes to this immortal cultivation world. By then, everyone can practice, everyone is like a dragon, such a prospect. I probably thought too much? Even if it can be done, there are not so many resources to provide them with practice. Luo Chen sighed and focused his attention on the new territory that had just established a firm foothold. Is this the second level? He walked forward slowly, his eyes fell on the exotic flowers and plants under him. Like the first level, there are all kinds of medicinal materials. The difference is that the spiritual energy contained in the medicinal materials below is much stronger than that of the first level. According to his estimation, the overall age has been raised from 500 years and below to less than 1,000 years, but the best ones are about 700 to 800 years. The higher grade medicinal materials mean that the elixir made with them will also be of higher grade. This is within Luo Chen's expectations. The second level is a little harder than the first level, isn't it normal? In addition to his eyes, Luo Chen's consciousness is constantly spreading, as if trying to find someone. In the end, when he arrived at the stone house similar to the first level, his consciousness did not find the second person except him. Faced with this result, Luo Chen didn't know whether to be relieved or worried. Fortunately, he didn't encounter a competitor and avoided a possible battle. Worry, it is obvious that the other party is likely to be ahead of him, not only passing the first level, but now even the second level. Count the days. Luo Chen has been in the land of fallen demons for about 4 years. It took him 2 years to refine the elixir in Luongshan and Wuxingshan, and another 2 years to refine the elixir in Mingxiaoshan's Danji. But in fact, the land of fallen demons has been open for 5 years. Luo Chen delayed for a year before setting foot in this place. This also means that the pioneer has been in the inheritance land for at least 2 years, and at most 4 or 5 years. In such a short time, he has passed 2 levels in a row, which shows that the other party's attainments in alchemy are extraordinary. In this way, Luo Chen has to consider one thing, that is, will the other party pass all the tests ahead of him and obtain the alchemy inheritance of the demon lord Lianshan? Faced with this result, an invisible sense of urgency hung in his heart. Forget it, let's take a look at the test questions first. Buzz! The red-robed Taoist pushed open the 2 stone doors, and the stone road and the 3 rooms of Danshuyao came into view. The same layout means that the subsequent tests will be similar, and the only difference is the test questions. Humans are the spirits of all things, and monsters are the true essence of heaven and earth. But humans and demons have different paths. The short lifespan has endowed humans with intelligence, while the long years have made demons dull. Under the same realm, demons are no match for humans. In my opinion, the gap between them is not only in the use of external objects, but also in the difference in cultivation paths. Our generation of alchemists refined the corresponding elixir to break the difference between humans and demons on the same mahogany desk. Luo Chen held a jade slip and slowly read the test questions left on it. However, after reading it, his face was full of doubts. In his opinion, the gap between humans and demons is indeed in the use of external objects. The reason why key refining cultivators can take advantage of first-level demon beasts, foundation-building true cultivators take on second-level demon beasts, and even golden core cultivators face third-level demon kings is because of the external objects of magic tools, magic treasures, formations and talismans. How can he refine specific elixirs to make up for the gap in this aspect? Should he teach the low-level demons to skillfully use external objects? Confused, his face was full of confusion. But at least there is one thing that Luo Chen vaguely grasped. In the first level, the demon lord Lian Bian wanted him to open the gap between immortals and mortals, targeting the human race. In the second level, the so-called different paths for humans and demons, the focus is on the demon race. According to what Tai Sui said, provided that he did not lie to himself, the origin of the demon lord Lian Bian was very strange. It can be said that he was neither human nor demon nor devil, but it can also be said that he had all 3. Because the other party was a hybrid with the blood of humans, demons and monsters. It may be a bit disrespectful to say so, but that's the fact. If so, the first 2 levels were mainly human and demon, and the third level was likely to be mainly demon. In this way, the problem arises. Luo Chen is very familiar with the human race and the demon race. But the demon race. Thinking too far ahead, let's focus on the present. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen picked up the jade slip again and pondered it over and over again. How to eliminate the gap in combat power between humans and demons at the same level. Only by grasping the essence of the problem first can we prescribe the right medicine and refine the elixir in a targeted manner. Horizontal ellipsis. Time passed slowly, And after a few days, Luo Chen vaguely figured out something. The so-called difference between humans and demons is not on the physical body, but in the wisdom and soul. Humans are born with a short lifespan. In order to achieve immortality, they have to rack their brains and study the Great Way. The use of external objects is essentially a derivative of wisdom. The demon race is different. Most demon beasts are born with a long life, so they do not have such an urgent need to practice. Therefore, the path of cultivation of the demon race is not aimed at the soul from the beginning, but the accumulation of strength itself. It is precisely because of the difference in starting points that the subsequent cultivation paths of the human and demon races have gradually drifted apart. Although the human race refines ki, it pays more attention to the soul. When it reaches a high level, the physical body and magic power are not as important as the soul. For example, Han Zong can still live in the world even if his body is destroyed. But the demon race, relying on its huge body, will accumulate terrifying spiritual energy in its body, and can even condense the demon pill before humans at the second level. You know, the human race can only condense the golden pill when it is in the golden pill stage. If power is compared to work, the demon race was actually the one who used tools by instinct at the beginning. My first intuitive feeling was wrong. Because of the innate physical advantages of the demon race, they instinctively relied on external objects, power, from the beginning, ignoring the tempering of the essence of the soul, which led to one step slower, and then slower. And power needs the wisdom of the soul to control. If you have huge demon power but cannot control it freely, and cannot even rely on tools to output it in multiples, you will not be able to defeat the human race of the same level. If you want to change this problem, just strengthen the soul. After sorting this out, Luo Chen gradually sorted out a thread from the chaotic lines. The ability to solve the problem so quickly was due to Luo Chen's long-term dealings with the Black King and Xiangxun. Especially Xiangxun, Luo Chen personally examined her body and tailored a cultivation method for her. It can be said that among the current human cultivators, Luo Chen is definitely one of the top ones in terms of the degree of understanding of demon beasts. Now that the problem has been solved, it will be easy to solve it. He really knows how to make a pill that strengthens the soul, and he even has one on hand. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and a second-grade top-grade Zongmiao Pill appeared in his hand. Luo Chen paid attention to the changes around him. No changes. Could it be that the one who senses the test results must be in the alchemy room? Luo Chen hesitated and came to the alchemy room. But even if he took out the Zongmiao Pill, there was still no change. The voice with undisguised weakness did not appear. What does this mean? Luo Chen's face darkened. It's impossible that the answer he brought with him doesn't count, right? Zongmiao Pill is not only for cultivators. He has also tried it on Xiangxun, and it really works. Feeling irritable, Luo Chen returned to the study again. His eyes swept across the bookshelves, paused, and finally came to the jade slip on the desk. His spiritual consciousness probed into it, and the test question echoed in his ears again. Could it be that I deviated from the topic? Luo Chen couldn't find the answer. After another day of thinking hard, he chose to start from the beginning. What does it mean to start from the beginning? That was naturally the bamboo slips on the bookshelf in the reading room. Compared with the first level, the bamboo slips in this second level were much less. There were less than 10,000 volumes, only a few thousand volumes. And the content was no longer all about the information of medicinal materials. What surprised Luo Chen was that he found several unique alchemy techniques on them. Yes, alchemy techniques. Such as Luo Chen's original alchemy techniques, such as Su Xing Hand and Zheu Hand. They are different from alchemy techniques. Techniques are minor and focus more on the processing of medicinal materials. Various alchemy techniques are aimed at various medicinal materials. For example, Su Xing Hand is good at processing medicinal materials with wood attributes. For example, some medicinal materials that cannot touch the ground and be contaminated by dust must use this technique. Zheu Hand and Xing Hand are good at processing medicinal materials with earth attributes and minerals. Some elixirs made of jade must use them. Luo Chen learned a lot of basic alchemy techniques in his early years, but the more he learned, the fewer basic alchemy techniques he learned. The last time he learned a new alchemy technique was the burning crane hand that was taught to him by Mu Yunyan from Luo sect during their communication. This time, Luo Chen was quite surprised by the several alchemy techniques he had obtained. The key control technique was specially used to process various spiritual medicinal materials. What are spiritual medicinal materials? Some elixirs do not rely solely on the medicinal materials themselves. Before the refining is completed, a large amount of special spiritual energy must be introduced into them. However, the spiritual energy in the world is mixed together, and there are few places as single and pure as the five elements heaven. Unless it is something like the top-grade spiritual stone that contains a large amount of single spiritual energy. Obviously, no alchemist is willing to use the top-grade spiritual stone to make elixirs. In this case, the only way is to guide the spiritual energy from the outside world into the body, rely on the formation to filter and shield, and introduce a certain kind of spiritual energy alone. But no matter how good the formation is, there will be omissions. Just like the cultivation of immortals, even if they have a single spiritual root, they will passively absorb spiritual energy of other attributes into their bodies when they practice. This situation has advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that those with a single spiritual root can cast spells of other attributes, and the disadvantage is that it affects the speed of cultivation. Back to the point, the art of controlling ki is clearly a technique that can accurately distinguish the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and pick it for medicine. If you can master this technique, it will be a qualitative leap for Luo Chen's alchemy. It will even have considerable benefits for cultivation. In addition to the art of controlling ki, there are also the light-absorbing method and the phaseless hand, which make Luo Chen feel that they are profound and unfathomable. According to the records on the bamboo slips, the light-absorbing method can capture various rays of light in nature for medicine, which is very mysterious. The phaseless hand is even more known as the phaseless control of the void, which can refine some illusory and intangible existences into medicine. As for what are illusory and intangible existences? The bamboo slips simply list several types, such as the 7 emotions and 6 desires, resentment and separation, etc. These descriptions really made Luo Chen enjoy it and even opened his eyes. Can even emotions be used as medicinal materials to refine pills? Of course. This incredible alchemy technique also requires extremely high practice. Luo Chen can't learn it in a short time, so he can only remember it firmly. It was during this process of reading a lot of books that Luo Chen gradually gained a new understanding of the test question left by the demon lord Lian Tian. One day, Luo Chen sat quietly in front of the desk for a long time, and finally slowly picked up the pen. He wrote down the names of the medicinal herbs one by one. I made a mistake before, thinking that I only needed to solve the difference between humans and monsters and strengthen the soul. In fact, because of their long lifespan and the accumulation of years, the soul of monsters is no less than that of humans of the same level. The reason why they are weak is not in quantity, but in quality. The huge soul has become turbid because of the vicissitudes of time. Even though it is huge, it is not as refined as the human soul. Therefore, to solve this problem, the focus is not on strengthening the soul, but on purification. According to the records on the bamboo slips in the study, the soul-dangling grass has the effect of cleansing the soul and clearing the mind. With it as the main material, we may be able to refine the corresponding soul-cleansing pill. As for the auxiliary materials, the red cloud flower and the rotten ghost vine, if this pill can be made, I may also benefit from it. Just cleansing the soul is not enough. The methods of demon cultivation have always been rough. The reason why they have a huge soul foundation but are so fragile is that their magic power is mixed. Therefore, we have to refine the magic power of demon cultivation. In this regard, I have the spirit pills commonly used by immortal cultivators as a blueprint, and I can create a pure demon power pill recipe for the demon clan. Purifying ki and cleansing soul, these two pills are the answers I gave in this assessment. 1 year later, in the alchemy room, Luo Chen held 2 pills, one black and one white, and read aloud. This time, the weak voice reappeared. Purifying ki pill, the pill is a 3rd level lower grade, which can help demon cultivators to have pure magic power. Changing soul pill, the pill is a 3rd level lower grade, which can help demon cultivators to clarify their minds and settle their natures, and cleanse their souls. Assessment results, excellent, passed. Luo Chen smiled with confidence and clenched the 2 pills in his fists. The scene in front of him began to distort and collapse. Between the uncertain reality and illusion, his figure gradually emerged on a hilltop. At the foot of the mountain, an old woman was carrying a medicine basket, diligently picking spiritual fruits. Instantly, the 2 eyes collided with each other. Luo Chen bowed his hands and looked down at him, King Yang Demon Lord, I greet you, Taoist friend. The old woman slowly straightened her back. I am Heijia Oshianmu, I greet you, Taoist friend. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 688, Puppet City, the easiest level. I am Heijia Oshianmu, and I am honored to meet you, fellow Taoist. As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman suddenly made a move and flicked her finger towards Luo Chen. A faint light suddenly appeared. As straightforward as she was, she actually wanted to deal with her competitor directly. At this moment, when the faint light was about 10 feet away from Luo Chen, it disappeared for no reason. It disappeared without a sound or movement. This, the old woman exclaimed, as if she had never expected this to happen. Luo Chen also exclaimed in surprise. Huh? In the Dan realm, the weak voice appeared again. In the Dan realm, only the Dandao will last forever. Do not arbitrarily create disputes, and those who have the intention to kill will be killed again. The rumbling voice echoed among the mountains and white clouds. Even though it was weak and low, it did not change the murderous intent in it. Under this voice, Heijia Oshianmu's face became ugly. Luo Chen laughed. When he saw the other party just now, he was full of vigilance and was ready for a fight. Especially the strange attack launched by the opponent, its speed is fast, and the power is so great that it is obvious that it is not something that a giant and cultivator can perform. If he really wants to fight, he will definitely be in a difficult battle. But he didn't expect that this world would have such restrictions. That's right, the Dan world is the inheritance of the Dandao, and all competition is in the Dandao assessment, so how can we fight and kill recklessly? He smiled slightly. Heijia Oshianu? Before meeting, she left a bamboo slip to mislead people, and attacked brazenly when she first met. Tisk tisk, is this the temperament of a generation of Demon King? Heijia Oshianmu looked at Luo Chen without sadness or joy, and it was hard to tell what she was thinking. The next moment, a bang sounded, and Luo Chen's figure suddenly appeared beside her, with a violent wind and ridiculing words. A beast is a beast. Even after turning into human form, it still eats raw meat and drinks blood, and is reckless and reckless. You. Luo Chen shook his head, strode past her, and headed straight for the center of this world. Behind him, Heijia Oshianmu was holding a medicine basket. Her expression was ashen. Heijia Oshianmu is one of the best in the North Sea Demon Clan. Even though her realm was not the top, any 4th-level Demon King had to respect her. It was even said that Sim Yuanying's Henrin of the human race maintained a good relationship with her in private. All of this was because she was good at refining pills. She was undoubtedly the master of the alchemy in the North Sea. I don't know how many years it has been since someone would disrespect her like this and speak wildly. If it were in the outside world, she wouldn't even have to do it herself. With a single order, there would be many people willing to take care of this young man for her. It's a pity that there is a stronger force suppressing this in the alchemy world. A stronger force. The old woman suddenly sneered. Human child, you are so rude. Do you really think that the rules here can protect you for the rest of your life? Luo Chen paused. He didn't look back, but his tone was extremely confident. It only took me 3 years to catch up with your progress of several years. I think even if there are other levels in the future, I should be able to crack them faster than you. This place is the inheritance. Luo will definitely inherit it. As for who will win after leaving this place, it is still unknown. Heijia Oshianmu, right? You should first think about whether you can pass the assessment and leave the inheritance place. After saying that, he left leisurely without any lingering. That strong self-confidence seemed to still linger here. The old woman's sneer had disappeared. Looking at Luo Chen's back, she was in doubt and her face kept changing. Not long after, in a dense black soil forest, Luo Chen walked slowly, his face full of contemplation. Heijia Oshianmu, it's this monster. He knew this name because he accidentally saw it in the intelligence database of the 10,000 Immortals Association. This monster is very famous in the North Sea Zeuxin world. He is a master-level alchemy figure. Even if he is only in the early stage of the nascent soul, he has a lofty status in the monster clan. Not only that, she is also one of the few demons who have indirect contacts with the major forces of the human race. It is said that she once participated in a human alchemy event. Even though her identity was later discovered, she left calmly. Her influence is so great that it has transcended the difference between humans and demons. If Luo Chen encounters such an existence in normal times, he must be careful to deal with it. Even if he does not try to please him, he will not offend him too much. How can he ridicule him as much as he did just now? The reason why he did this is actually very simple. In the past, you and I are enemies. Since there are restrictions on the rules of this world and it is impossible to resort to force, then use the advantage of words to confuse his mind. As for the effect, it should be effective, right? Luo Chen murmured, not very sure in his heart. At the stage of the transformed demon emperor, he is no longer those shallow-minded and unintelligent birds and beasts, and is almost the same as the human Yuanying's Henrun. It can be said that even if his mind is not as deep as the sea, it cannot be provoked by a few words. But in Luo Chen's opinion, no matter how good-tempered or scheming one is, he will never be at ease if he is ahead in the skill he is best at. As for the people Luo Chen has met in the past, whether it is Wang Hezi of Kingdom Valley or Meng Changshao of Yao Wang sect, if you say that their realm is not high, they will just laugh and don't care at all, but if you say that their alchemy skills are not good, then they will really get angry. For example, the recently familiar Moin Cave Master is fine at other times, but as long as it involves things like refining tools and casting treasures, he will have completely different emotional expressions. That Heijia Oshianmu is very old, but her realm is not very profound, which shows that she has put most of her energy into alchemy. Luo Chen used this to attack the other party, and the other party could not help being affected. In particular, part of what he said was true. He, Luo Chen, really only took 2 years to catch up with the other party and reach the 3rd level. If he continues like this, it is only a matter of time before he surpasses Heijia Oshianmu. Luo Chen didn't believe that the other party could be as steady as a rock in the face of such a straightforward truth. It would be best if we can confuse his mind. Even if it's only for a moment, it can buy me some time. Luo Chen murmured, his eyes fell on this black forest full of demonic energy. He had never heard of or seen the fruits of the spiritual trees here. And the evil demonic energy undoubtedly confirmed his previous conjecture. The assessment of this 3rd level is very likely related to the demon clan. This time, I'm afraid it will be more difficult than the previous 2 levels. In a world of steel and giant trees, the sound of clicking mechanical gears echoed everywhere. If you look down from a high altitude, there are even more dead and silent creatures, shadowy in that steel city. This is the puppet city. Suddenly, a giant bird soared into the sky from the capital, rolling up countless winds and clouds. When it reached a very high place, its wings spread flat and its body gradually slowed down. Its smart eyes were full of joy. Haha, this inheritance is actually puppetry, which is a perfect match for me. In just 2 years, Han Zan broke through 9 levels and conquered the 3rd puppet city. At this moment, the puppet controlled by his nascent soul was as high as the initial stage of the nascent soul. This was the strongest puppet he could refine while his physical body was still alive. I wonder how Luo Chen is doing. The strange giant bird full of mechanical sense kept circling over the puppet city. Below, wooden birds of different sizes with the same model as it flew up and began to circle around him. Han Zan muttered a few words about Luo Chen, then drove the giant bird and controlled the flock of birds to fly farther away. A few days later, a more majestic steel city came into view. Han Zan drove the giant bird and looked down at the city. Unlike the capital city filled with countless puppets before, this time, there were no shadows in the steel city, only a majestic figure crawling in the center of the city. The whole body is silver white, and the hair is like a knife. On the forehead, a big king character rushed straight to the heart. The moment he saw this thing, Han Zan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Could it be that this time, you want me to refine a white tiger puppet that can defeat this late-stage Yuanying? How is this possible? Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, sticks, lances, whips, maces, hammers and claws. This is the world of weapons. Or rather, it is more like a tomb of all kinds of weapons. When the breeze blows, there is a sound of killing, which rings loudly. If there are high-level cultivators here, they must be very excited. Just because those weapons inserted into the ground and scattered everywhere are all rare fine products in the outside world. From low-level magic tools to high-level magic weapons, and even real tools, they can be seen everywhere. How can this not be dazzling? Under a towering iron mountain, An elegant middle-aged man, now wearing a sweatshirt, was swinging the iron hammer in front of him vigorously. In front of him, an iron sword took shape. I will refine this sword with a method of retro, maybe I can complete the assessment and climb another mountain. As he was hammering the sword, the middle-aged man's thoughts were slightly churning. I wonder what happened to Xiao Shang and Xiaolian. What Li Daneng said was not entirely true. He only said that there was a sacred spring of soul shaping in the inheritance land, but he didn't say that there were more than a dozen different inheritances. Are there any dangers in the two roads chosen by Xiao Shang and Xiaolian? Just when he was full of thoughts, his heart suddenly moved. He stopped what he was doing and looked in the direction he came from. Someone is on Denbing Mountain. It's that little Mo Yun. With the means left behind before, the middle-aged man instantly knew who was chasing behind him. Thinking of the other party, the man's expression became gloomy. This person's name contains the word Yun, which makes me, Goofy Ian, conflicted. Now we are competing for the same inheritance, and we are even more competitive. Judging from the soldier mountain he climbed, I'm afraid he has refined the specified low-grade magic weapon required in the test according to the requirements, but I can't delay any longer. It's just... He looked at the iron mountain behind him, as if he had passed through the mountains, and looked at the tall soldier mountains behind him. This is only the third level and it involves high-grade magic weapons. If I want to obtain the real inheritance, do I have to refine a real weapon or even a spiritual treasure? Thinking of the bumpy road ahead, Goofy Ian became more and more uneasy. There are 3,200 tribes of demons, and 7 or 8 of them are body refiners. What this generation wants is the body of an ancient demon. Ancient demons stand tall and upright, stepping on mountains and rivers. The foundation of everything starts from the smallest. In the study, Luo Chen closed his eyes and studied the test questions skillfully. After only the first time, he was surprised to find that this level might be the easiest one for him among the 3 levels. The elixir to be refined is actually an elixir for body refining. And the grade is not high, it is just more complicated. It extends from the 3 directions of skin, flesh, bones, and blood. Although there is no specific elixir formula like the previous 2 levels, Luo Chen has been tempering his body for hundreds of years and is very proficient in this. Now that he has a 4th level physique of the ancient times, he is able to reversely deduce low-level body refining elixirs. The only thing to consider is that these elixirs need to be adapted to the bodies of the demons. Luo Chen does not understand the demons, and has never seen what the bodies of the demons are like. But he believes that the answers must be hidden in the bamboo slips in this study. Next, he only needs to read all the bamboo slips here, collect medicinal materials, deduce the elixir formula, and refine it into elixir. This time, I finally encountered a simple one. Luo Chen murmured. But soon, he put away his smile again. He remembered very clearly that when he first arrived here, Heijia Oshianmu was collecting herbs. This means that the other party has probably already walked ahead of him. But we can't delay any longer. Without hesitation, Luo Chen stepped into the bookshelf and immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge. Not long after, the old woman in a colorful green dress returned to the study room, looking at the young man holding the bamboo slips and eagerly absorbing the knowledge of the alchemy, with a look of resentment on her face. You are so arrogant. Do you really think that the test questions set by the ancient monks are so simple and can be passed at will? Although I don't know how you managed to pass the first 2 levels, this 3rd level will definitely make you unable to move forward or backward and feel confused. With a complex thought in her mind, she snorted coldly and turned to go out. She had already collected the medicinal materials for the new alchemy formula she deduced, and she would definitely succeed this time. By then, she would definitely be 1 step ahead of the other party and pass this level. Not only did she have to determine the inheritance, but after she got out, she would also catch this guy called King Gang Demon Lord and make him wish he could neither live nor die, to make up for the crime of offending her before. Chapter 689, Transformed into a Demon, a Monster, and also into a Human. The Viper Clan, they are like snakes and horses, with scales and armor on their bodies, and 4 legs on their abdomens. They have 12 large tendons and 96 small tendons, which is the number of the Smalshaushen. The Horde Demon Clan, they look like humans, with prominent horns on their heads. They have a single horn, absorb the power of wind and thunder, and are invincible. The Deformed Eye Clan, they have a single eye on their eyebrows, and possess the 3 strange powers of petrification, prohibition of air movement, and soul capture. They are also called the Deformed Eye Clan. According to legend, they are the descendants of Hulin, one of the 3 ancient demons in the demon world. They are born weak, and their one eye cannot be looked at directly. There are a total of 1,800 blocked acupoints in their bodies. When all the acupoints open, they become demons and open their demon eyes. The Poro clan. As Luo Chen expected, in addition to various medicinal materials, the bamboo slips in the study room of the 3rd level also recorded a lot of information about the races in the demon world. There are even pictures on some bamboo slips. Although they are just a few strokes, the painting skills are almost profound, and people can see the big demon in front of them at a glance. In fact, it's not just the painting skills, the calligraphy on these bamboo slips is also extremely superb, and contains special power. Even if Luo Chen doesn't recognize the characters, he can understand the true meaning with just one glance. If these bamboo slips were all written by the demon lord Lian Bian himself, then the power of them is really amazing. Back to the topic. Through reading bamboo slips, Luo Chen has a deeper understanding of the demon world he has never seen in half a year. There are all kinds of strange races, incredible abilities, ugly or beautiful looks, and extremely complex body structures. Thousands of races gather in one world, and the differences in their bodies make the elixirs used by each race different. When I first saw the 3rd level test questions, I was ecstatic. I thought it was just a body refining elixir, and I could get it easily. Now that I understand the distribution of races in the demon world and the structure of most demon bodies, I find that this simplicity contains complexity. It can be seen that the problem lies in the fact that it can make Luo Chen feel difficult. The 3rd level of assessment is indeed to refine the simplest body refining elixir, but it is to refine an elixir with strong universality. Breaking the boundaries of the demon race will allow most demons to use this kind of elixir, enhance the body refining realm, and lay a solid foundation to pursue the true demon realm that countless demons dream of. In this way, it is not simple. The more ordinary the elixir, the more extreme it is. I am a little too proud and underestimated the inheritance assessment of the elixir world. While muttering, Luo Chen put down the bamboo slips and walked slowly in the study. He had many inspirations in his mind, but at this moment, those inspirations seemed not suitable. Either they were too niche and only suitable for 1 or 2 races, or they were very universal, but the medicinal power was low, and they might not meet the requirements of this level of assessment. If you spend a lot of effort to refine it, but can only get a poor evaluation result, it will not be worth it. At this time, Luo Chen sniffed. A faint smell of burning came from a distance. He looked from a distance and saw the door of the alchemy room open and a puff of black smoke floated out. Then, the dusty figure of Heijia Xianmu appeared in his field of vision. Failed again. Luo Chen's mouth curled up slightly. How many times has the other party failed in the past 6 months? 70 times? 80 times? Or has it been hundreds of times without him noticing? How could Heijia Xianmu not notice his gloating? Her face turned black. HMPH. Seeing that the other party was about to enter the alchemy room again, Luo Chen spoke quickly. Dao, 1 person's plan is short, 2 people's plan is long. Why don't you take out the alchemy formula you deduced and discuss it? Heijia Xianmu smiled. Then I have to thank you for your kindness. Luo Chen waved his hand first. You don't have to thank me. We are all people of the same path. We should help each other. Then she pointed at herself with a smug look on her face. With my attainments in the alchemy path, I have passed 2 levels with ease. I think it should not be a problem for me to teach you a thing or two. Heijia Xianmu's face darkened. She said coldly, hasn't anyone taught you to respect the elderly and love the young? Even if you don't know etiquette, you should understand the principle that the wisest should be the first. When you surpass me, come and give me instructions. Humph. After saying that, she snorted coldly and went back into the alchemy room. After she left, the smile on Luo Chen's face gradually faded. What a pity. I still want to see the other party's research results to avoid those pitfalls of failure. However, under such verbal squeeze, and at the time when the other party failed, I think it will leave a big psychological shadow in Heijia Xianmu's heart. As long as there is a little impact, it's fine. Next, I should also simplify and research the most suitable basic elixir for most demons to refine their bodies. Luo Chen waved his sleeves to wipe away the pungent smell of burning in the air, and then closed the door of the study. Failed again. How could it fail? Obviously, demons and demons have something in common when refining their bodies. Why does my elixir recipe fail again and again? In the alchemy room, Heijia Xianmu kept asking herself, with a confused look on her face. She didn't think it was a problem with her alchemy skills. With her strength as a master of alchemy, facing the elixir recipe she researched, which was still a relatively low-level basic elixir recipe, refining it successfully was just the simplest thing. Therefore, the problem must be in the elixir recipe itself. Is it because the power of the Shinitun herb is too overbearing? Twisting a ball of black ash with her fingers, Heijia Xianmu fell into deep thought. After thinking for a long time, she decided to go back to the study and take another look at the bamboo slips. The answer must be hidden in them. Squeak. The door of the study was pushed open. Heijia Xianmu, who was worried, took a look and her pupils shrank slightly. Unlike the previous 6 months, this time the human cultivator named Qinggang Demon Lord no longer wandered between the bookshelves, but sat at the desk and wrote furiously. This scene made her feel heavy-hearted. So fast. The knowledge recorded in the bamboo slips here is not only as vast as the sea of smoke, but also as much as a mountain of books. He only took half a year to read it all. He even has reached the stage of writing a pill formula. Thinking of the strong confidence revealed in the other party's previous words, as well as the record of crushing 2 levels in a row, the old woman clenched her fists imperceptibly. I can't tell what level this person is in, but he is neither humble nor overbearing when facing me, so I think he is also a real person. But his attainments in alchemy must be very profound, especially in creating alchemy formulas. Could it be that he is the ancestor of the Yuanying upper sect, or even a direct descendant from the holy land of the transformation god? If that's the case, I'm afraid it will be difficult for me. The old woman wandered among the bookshelves, and her eyes occasionally fell on the man who was writing at the desk by the window. Her thoughts were ups and downs, and her thoughts were flying. When it comes to alchemy, the human race is definitely better than the demon race. Although she, Heijia Xianmu, came from the Heijia clan, which is good at identifying spiritual medicines, she is still not good enough when it comes to alchemy inheritance. In the early years, in order to improve her alchemy, she hunted a large number of immortal cultivators and obtained alchemy books. She even risked her life to go deep into the heart of the human race, participate in the alchemy event, and exchange and discuss with those powerful alchemists. It was with a little bit of hard work that she achieved what she has today. But if she really compares with those holy places of the upper sects that have been passed down for thousands of years, she is still far behind in terms of foundation. If the Qinggang Demon Lord really comes from behind and breaks through the 3rd level in advance, then this trip will be in vain. Thinking of this, the old woman's expression became more gloomy. It's all the fault of the Mermaid Emperor Legion. If he was willing to give me the alchemy books he got from the Yuanmo sect, how could I be so hard to move forward now? It would be fine if I could get the alchemy inheritance this time. If I fail, then the friendship between my Heijia clan and the Mermaid clan. Thinking about it, Heijia Xianmu was suddenly stunned. What's wrong with me? Just at this moment, she looked at the window, and the handsome young man was looking up and looking at her quietly. The two looked at each other, and then staggered away silently. Heijia Xianmu seemed to understand something and cursed in a low voice. Despicable. No matter how despicable the intention is, or how despicable the means are, it does not affect the attainments in the art. The so-called pure heart and sincere way, in Luo Chen's view, are just the degree of investment in a certain way, and have nothing to do with good or evil. Countless times of action, countless successes, and uninterrupted reading, over hundreds of years, even if it does not contain the strengths of hundreds of schools, it has laid a powerful foundation for him to practice alchemy. This foundation played a great role in the assessment of the 3 levels of the alchemy world, which is to create a self-made elixir. Regarding the demon clan's body refining elixir, Luo Chen spent a year and a half to write dozens of elixir recipes. Later, he realized that the demon clan's body refining was similar to the changes in the human race's ki and blood, and the demon clan's spiritual energy tempering body was similar, and it was closer to the physical polishing of wild beasts. However, in this process, some body refining concepts of the 2 races of humans and demons were also mixed. Focusing on the body, supplemented by ki, taking the extreme and domineering way. After realizing this, he suddenly understood. If you want to refine pills for this kind of people, you should present the medicinal power of the pills with the momentum of a torrent without restraint. Simply put, the auxiliary materials must be strong, and the main materials must be stronger. In this way, The refined pills will have terrifying medicinal power. The physique of the demon race is born stronger than that of the human and demon races, and the medicinal power they can carry is naturally stronger. So, just let it go. Adhering to this idea, Luo Chen screened out most of the pill recipes, leaving only 9. Among the 9 pill recipes, the skin, flesh and bones are the main ones, and the blood orifices only occupy 1 or 2. Afterwards, he went to the pill world to collect spiritual medicines and brought them back for grinding. In the process of personally contacting these medicinal materials, 6 pill recipes were eliminated, leaving only the 3 most rough ones. Then the system was identified to confirm the integrity. At this point, everything is ready, just waiting to be refined. During this process, Heijia Xianmu has been watching coldly. She naturally saw that the medicinal materials collected by Luo Chen were all of the violent medicinal types. As a result, she was full of doubts, but also sneered. Not distinguishing between the host and the guest, not knowing the combination of strength and weakness, could it be that I overestimated him? In doubt, Heijia Xianmu herself did not stop her hands and feet. It took her 3 years to break through the gap between immortals and mortals in the first level, and only 1 year to cleanse the demon soul in the second level. Now it has taken her 3 full years to forge the foundation of the demon body. It is time to test the results. This time, she is very sure. The 3rd level of the alchemy room has always been used by her, and King Yang Demon Lord has never stepped into it. In the past 3 years, there have been countless failures, and success may be the next time. The old woman started to refine the elixir again. 3 months later, the old woman's eyes were red, staring at the red-hot alchemy furnace, and the feeling in her heart that was about to burst out became stronger and stronger. This time, it will definitely succeed, and it will definitely pass. And the kid who built a hut outside and refined elixirs will be left behind by her again. He has only been refining pills for 3 months, and a lot of trial and error is just the beginning. For me, the gap is too big. I was tricked by this kid before, which confused me. This time I am ahead of him, so it's time for him to lose his composure. Thinking of this, Heijia Xianmu showed a happy smile on her face. However, before the smile could fully bloom, a weak voice rumbled from the air. Stone Skin Pill, the 3rd grade lower grade pill can help low-level demons temper their skin and flesh. Thunder Bone Pill, the 3rd grade lower grade pill can help low-level demons temper their bone marrow fluid. Mercury Blood Pill, the 3rd grade lower grade pill can help low-level demons temper their blood. Assessment result, excellent, passed. Boom. In the alchemy room, the medicine furnace exploded. The old woman didn't care about giving up halfway. She waved her sleeves, opened the door, and rushed out. In the sight, a bright light enveloped the red-robed Taoist, and the space seemed to be distorted and collapsed. The Taoist looked at the old woman with white hair and red eyes and nodded slightly. Dao, I will go first. After he finished speaking, the light column dissipated, and the Taoist figure had completely disappeared. Looking at this dreamlike scene, the old woman trembled all over, with a look of disbelief on her face. How is it possible? How could he refine the correct elixir in such a short time? 3rd level. With such a high level, the medicinal power must be terrifying. How can the low-level demons withstand it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The old woman's murmur gradually became louder, like a shout. However, this time, no one responded to her. Luo Chen left with a calm and peaceful look, as if he didn't regard her as an opponent for the inheritance of the alchemy. Ignoring is the greatest contempt. Heijia Xianmu, the mentality is a little unbalanced. The sun and the moon rotate, and a new sky comes. Luo Chen absorbed the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and felt a golden elixir in his body pulsating. Sure enough, after the 3 levels, there is still a 4th level, as if it is endless. But he understands that the test of the alchemy inheritance of a generation of Liangsu's Henjin will not be that simple. And all he has to do is to go step by step no matter how many levels are behind. Previously, in the 3rd level, he had a clear advantage over Heijia Xianmu, the master of alchemy. Relying on years of experience in body refining, he was able to solve the problem faster, and screen the recipe faster with the help of the system. The specific alchemy process was also because he used achievement points to get started. It only took 3 months to get started and refine the first furnace of successful pills. This thunderous momentum must have shocked the old woman. However, Luo Chen could sense that the other party was getting closer and closer to success, and his little tricks might not stop the other party for long. Next, he had to work harder. With a slight smile, Luo Chen's eyes suddenly condensed. A voice came into his mind, like a huge bell, echoing endlessly. Devils envy the variability of monsters, monsters admire humans' intelligence, and humans covet the purity of demons. The spirits of heaven and earth each have their own strengths. We, the alchemists, enter the Dao with alchemy, and we should break the limits of the three races of demons, monsters, and humans. Please refine 3 pills for transforming demons, monsters, and humans. The pill formula is as follows. For a moment, Luo Chen stood still on the spot, lost in thought. This level does not test the basic understanding of alchemy, but tests the specific alchemy skills. Chapter 690, the last level, the most powerful 5th level divine pill. The 4th level of the alchemy world assessment is finally different from the first 3 levels. It is not the difference in the test questions, but the difference in the direction of the assessment. The first 3 levels test the basic skills of the alchemist, from medicinal materials, alchemy theory, to various details of alchemy techniques. In summary, it is to create your own alchemy formula. Creating your own alchemy formula is not something that can be done by a master or a gifted person. For an ordinary alchemist, it would take many years to pass the first 3 levels. Luo Chen thought to himself that even if he had a solid foundation, if there was no system to help screen and review, it would take more than 6 or 7 years to rely on his own deduction and trial and error. Whether it is the spiritual root pill formula or the demon soul pill formula, it would take an ordinary alchemist dozens or hundreds of years, or even a lifetime to deduce it. He took a shortcut, so that he could get to the 4th level one step ahead of Heijia Oshiamu. But he didn't expect that this 4th level was even simpler than he imagined. Assessing alchemy skills. Luo Chen smiled softly, feeling more relaxed. It must be said that for him who has the cheat, the assessment of the alchemy world is as easy as walking on a smooth road. The first 3 levels may cause him great trouble because of the self-created alchemy formula. But the 4th level, which is obviously more difficult, is nothing. With a specific alchemy formula, even if it is a 4th level elixir, as long as he is willing to spend achievement points, he can easily get started no matter how difficult it is. Especially, he is a 4th level alchemist himself. The achievement point consumption for the entry of the same level alchemy formula is fixed at 10 points. And now he has more than enough achievement points on the panel. But, you can't use it casually. Luo Chen closed his eyes and carefully savored the 3 4th level alchemy formulas that the voice just sent out. Demon transforming pill, demon transforming pill, human transforming pill. According to the description on the pill formula, the pill made according to the pill formula can perfectly transform the user's body after taking it. Demons become monsters, monsters become humans, and humans become demons. It is absolutely amazing. What surprised Luo Chen the most was that the so-called human transforming pill actually gave him a sense of familiarity. Transformation pill. After thinking for a while, Luo Chen could not help but nod. Sure enough, this transformation pill was almost the same as the transformation pill that the Yaoquan demon king of Kangwu Mountain gave him in his memory. Apart from a small amount of auxiliary materials, the biggest difference was in the main material. The main material of the Kangwu transformation pill was the Yuanying blood of the Yuanying true person, while the main material of this 4th level transformation pill was replaced by a 4th level spiritual medicine called Quang fruit. Can Quang fruit replace Yuanying blood? Why have I never seen such a description in the classics? Unlike the other unknown medicinal materials, Luo Chen knew Quang fruit. There was such a spiritual medicine in the mountain and sea realm. But its description was not related to Yuanying at all. In other words, this fruit could replace Yuanying blood, either because it had its own effects that the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm had not developed, or because it had special effects stimulated by the combination of other auxiliary materials. For a moment, Luo Chen suppressed the urge to use the system to get started directly, but calmed down and studied this pill recipe carefully. He had successfully refined a furnace of transformation pills. If he could study the new pill formula thoroughly, he could save at least 10 achievement points. It was the 3 body tempering pill formulas that I used up 30 achievement points. It was a bit of a waste. Luo Chen glanced at the remaining 270 achievement points on the system, and estimated whether they would be enough for the next test. However, Thinking about the psychological pressure caused by passing the third level before Heijia Oshianmu, these 30 achievement points were worth it. Next, within the scope of his ability, he would save as much as he could. Because Luo Chen didn't know if there would be a 5th level or a 6th level after the 4th level. There were countless medicinal herbs in the pill world. On the whole, these medicinal herbs seemed to be prepared for the pill formula on the test questions. Luo Chen had tried to pick some of the medicinal herbs in the previous levels and put them in the storage ring, trying to take them away. But he found that after each new level, the medicinal herbs in the storage ring would disappear out of thin air, as if they had never existed. Only the finished pills that he had passed the test could be preserved. Up to now, there are 8 more kinds of elixirs in his storage ring. They are the first level 5 organs nourishing pill, the first level snow spirit Zongmiao powder, the second level spiritual root pill, the third level purifying key pill, the third level soul stirring pill, the third level stone skin, thunder bone, and mercury blood pill. The quantity is not large, and the grade is not high. But it is very comprehensive. In particular, these elixirs that have been refined, even if they cannot be reproduced in the outside world, still bring great inspiration to Luo Chen. If 1 or 2 elixir formulas can be slightly improved to make them suitable for the mountain and sea realm, it may allow Luo Chen's cultivation to reach a higher level. Apart from other things, just the soul-stirring pill refined for the demon clan, if improved on himself, must be of great benefit to his soul foundation. The soul may not be able to grow stronger, but it is still possible to refine 1 or 2. Of course, Luo Chen does not have the time to improve those elixir formulas now. It has been 8 years since entering the land of meteorites. According to Tai Sui, the duration of the opening of the portal to the land of meteorites in previous years is generally about 40 to 50 years. But this time, the portal was opened earlier. The mermaid Emperor Liu Jin sank the 3 Qing gorges, causing the sinking sea formation to change, which opened the land of fallen demons earlier. Therefore, no one knows when the land of fallen demons will be closed. Luo Chen has to hurry up and complete the Dan realm assessment. Otherwise, if he stays here, something unknown will happen, which will be troublesome. In the Dan realm, Luo Chen's figure began to appear in various places. He picked the medicinal materials needed for the 3 4th level transformation pills. This time, it was not just various spiritual plants, but also a lot of mineral jade slurry. He even found some prepared demon bones in the stone house in the center of the Dan realm, which were the main materials needed to refine the demon transformation pill. Obviously, for this 4th level, the demon lord Lianshan has prepared all the materials for those who accept the inheritance. In his rest, Luo Chen also thought about why the demon lord Lianshan painstakingly arranged such a complicated inheritance assessment. What is the purpose? Are the assessments in the other dozen inheritance places as peaceful and safe as the Dan realm? From what he saw, these trials and assessments were not hastily arranged by the monks before they passed away. They were too complicated and detailed. Or was it that this place, which might have been the palace of the true lord, had been arranged with these things before the master's death, specially prepared for others? There were many questions, but no clues. Luo Chen occasionally speculated, but he didn't think deeply. He still focused his energy on the processing of the medicinal materials for the 3 types of transformation pills. This time, it took him a full 4 years just to prepare the medicinal materials in advance. It was really a bit unexpected that it was so long. There were indeed several medicinal materials that could not be processed by ordinary methods alone. It took time to settle before they could reach the initial refining standards. Moreover, for each kind of pill, Luo Chen prepared at least 10 or more medicinal materials, just to succeed in one fell swoop. During this process, Heijia Oshianmu followed half a year later. She finally caught up with Luo Chen. When the two met, they didn't say much nonsense this time. It seems that the other party also got 3 specific recipes at the moment of entering the 4th level. For those who don't have external plugins, even if Heijia Oshianmu claims to be a master of alchemy, the 3 recipes are extremely complicated. If you really want to refine them one by one, you don't know how much time it will take to try and error. So, as soon as she came in, she started to pick herbs like Luo Chen. It can even be said that her movements were louder than Luo Chen's. She prepared dozens of each herb. Anyway, for them, processing one herb is also processing, and dozens of them are also processed at the same time. It is better to prepare more thoroughly. Luo Chen didn't pay attention to Heijia Xianmu's actions, but concentrated on his own little piece of land. One day 4 years later, a strange fragrance filled the air. Looking at the 5 golden pearl-sized pills, there seemed to be a faint sound of a baby crying, and Luo Chen collected them with great satisfaction. The human transformation pill is done. This is reasonable, and he is not surprised. Rest for a night, and use the achievement to get the entry level of the demon transforming pill and the demon transforming pill tomorrow. Anyway, the medicinal materials are ready, so just strike while the iron is hot and refine them in one go. He pushed open the door of the alchemy room, and a pair of vicissitudes of life looked at him. It was Heijia Xianmu. Luo Chen nodded to her, and without the previous verbal confrontation, he went straight to rest. For him, he had reached the 4th level with a definite pill formula, and his speed, which was already one step ahead of Heijia Xianmu, became even faster. The other party has not started to refine the pill yet, and it is conceivable how many failures will be experienced in the future. But Luo Chen has already seen a successful future. In the small courtyard, looking at Luo Chen's free and easy back, Heijia Xianmu looked gloomy and hesitated to speak. The other party's progress in refining the pill was completely beyond her expectations. It has only been a short time, and he has to work hard to deal with the medicinal materials and study the pill formula, but it seems that he has not spent any effort and has not experienced many failures, and he has directly refined a pill. Such attainments are simply incredible. For a moment, Heijia Xianmu even doubted whether the other party was a top alchemy master of the human race. But she had heard of the top alchemy masters in the North Sea, and even discussed with 1 or 2 of them privately, and there was no such person as King Yang Demon Lord. Could it be that he came from another continent? But even so, as a top figure, there shouldn't be such a big gap between him and her. She doubted Luo Chen, and at the same time, she doubted herself. Could it be that her so-called alchemy master's name was not worthy of the name? And this doubt became more and more intense until it reached its peak. 3 months later, Luo Chen succeeded in refining a furnace of demon transforming pills again. At that time, Heijia Xianmu had just begun to refine what she thought was the simplest demon transforming pill. Comparing the two, Heijia Xianmu was in a state of confusion. In the field that she was best at, being crushed by others in the most direct way, there is no greater blow in the world than this. When the 5th year of the 4th level came, Luo Chen had experienced more than 10 failures and successfully refined the demon transforming pill. The strange voice, which was getting weaker and weaker, descended on the alchemy world again. This time, Heijia Xianmu almost gave up. She could never catch up. She hadn't even refined a demon transforming pill yet. According to her estimation, it would take at least 1 or 2 years. But the opponent was too fast. She found many excuses for herself, such as the innate differences in the body structure of demons, and she had wasted too much time on processing medicinal materials, and there was no one to help, and so on. But in the end, she was still inferior in essence. She didn't know if there were other levels behind. She only knew that in the alchemy inheritance, the opponent she met was beyond her reach and difficult to match. Am I going to stop here? As Luo Chen's figure disappeared in front of her eyes, Heijia Xianmu fell into confusion she hadn't had in hundreds of years. In a quiet stone house, Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly listening to the devil's voice. A new pill recipe was firmly memorized by him. He passed the 4th level without much effort, and also obtained more than a dozen special transformation pills. In particular, he left behind his competitor, Heijia Xianmu. He should have been happy. However, the 5th level, which was also the last level, made him completely restless. The 5th level was also the last level. As long as he passed, he could obtain the true inheritance of the alchemy of the demon lord of refining heaven. Everything was within reach. However, the question of the 5th level was to refine a 5th level pill. A 5th level pill. This was a reasonable but unexpected question. Generally speaking, the level of alchemists is linked to the realm of cultivators. Even if there are occasionally low-level cultivators who can refine a higher-level pill, they are very rare. But this time, he had to cross an alchemist level to refine the 5th level pill specially prepared for the great power of transformation. How could Luo Chen not be shocked and uneasy? At the same time, he was ecstatic that he got a 5th level pill recipe out of thin air. In particular, the effects of the 5th level pill described in this 5th level pill recipe are simply amazing and can be called the best among the 5th level divine pills. Even though Luo Chen has never seen or heard of any 5th level pill, just by looking at the description of the pill effect, he directly crowned it as the best of the 5th level. No other reason. Just because this pill is called Yanfa. Yanfa pill, taking it can make the spirit of the divine transformation cultivator merge with the heaven and earth, evolve the law, and deepen the understanding of the law. Yuanying cultivators use it and have the opportunity to comprehend the power of the law across borders. The moment he got the pill recipe, Luo Chen finally understood why the refining heaven demon lord mentioned by Tai Sui was praised as the strongest refining void true lord in ancient and modern times. He also had no doubt whether the other party really comprehended and mastered the power of more than a dozen laws at the same time. If this pill recipe is true, and the refining heaven demon lord really refined it, after taking a large amount, how can he not comprehend many laws and become a master of the Tao? As for whether the pill recipe is true or not, Luo Chen has his own way to tell. As soon as he thought about it, the attribute panel dropped like a waterfall. At the same time, a piece of extremely simple information slowly appeared in front of him. A complete formula for the derivative pill has been detected. Level 5, do you want to enter? Crack. In an instant, Luo Chen clenched his fists, and veins burst out under his sleeves. Extreme ecstasy burst out from his eyes involuntarily. It's true. This pill recipe is real. Chapter 691, Controlling Key Like a Dragon, the Domain of Heaven and Earth. A complete formula for the derivative pill has been detected. 5th level, do you want to learn? The bright entry quietly floated on the panel. After confirming that the formula was true, Luo Chen's ecstasy gradually subsided. He began to calculate. Before coming to the land of fallen demons, he had accumulated a total of 334 achievement points over the years. Without the black chess of Lan Ke, his own soul foundation was slightly insufficient. In order to prevent powerful beings like Jiao Wang Liujin from attacking him with charming sounds or even phantom magic, he spent 34 achievement points and forced himself to learn a 4th level spell passed down to him by Hanzan, Kai Mao Shu. In the 3rd level of the pill world, he wanted to use the super-fast pill refining speed to disturb the mind of his competitor Heijia Xianmu, so he used another 30 achievement points to learn 3 types of demon body refining pills. This was actually a bit of a waste. With his ability, he could have refined the 3rd level pills normally with a little time. In the 4th level, there were 3 kinds of transformation pills. In addition to the human transformation pill, he used up 20 achievement points to get started with a demon transformation pill and the monster transformation pill. This was not a waste. With his own level, it would take him several years to get started with a 4th level pill. For example, after getting Hanzan's original version, Luo Chen spent decades trying to figure out the formula for the infant formation pill, but he was still a little unsure. At this point, there were exactly 250 achievement points left on the panel. What a fool. Originally, Luo Chen was a little worried about whether the accumulated achievement points were enough. But after entering the 5th level, he had sensed that this would be the last level of the inheritance assessment. The question of the assessment was to refine a 5th level derivative pill. It was not uncommon for Luo Chen to refine pills across a large realm. He often did this. In the key refining stage, he refined the 2nd level Emperor Flowing Slurry. In the foundation establishment stage, he refined the 3rd level Nether Yuan Pill, and in the Golden Pill stage, he refined the 4th level Black Emperor Paste, Purple Key Anti-Poison Pill, and even the Transformation Pill. Only this time, it was even more outstanding. Because, he was a 4th level alchemist, but his own realm was the Golden Core stage, and the derivative pill he wanted to refine was a 5th level one. In this case, should it be considered as crossing a major realm? Or crossing 2 major realms? This made Luo Chen a little confused. If it was a major realm, it would be easy to say. According to the plugin rules explored in the early years, it generally consumed between 10 and 100 achievement points. But if it was 2 major realms, it would be difficult. 100 to 1000? In this case, would 250 achievement points be enough? Looking at the entries on the attribute panel, Luo Chen calculated for a long time, but he was still hesitant to make up his mind. Don't act rashly. In the end, Luo Chen suppressed the restlessness in his heart. Although the pill recipe is good, it must be really refined. The attribute panel is his biggest plugin. When his own alchemy level is not as good as Heijia Xianmu, he can leave her behind by riding a horse, relying on the achievement points to force entry, saving a lot of unnecessary trial and error time. If the achievement points invested in it are not enough to get started, then the gain will be greater than the loss. Therefore, Luo Chen does not plan to get started directly, but to study the recipe thoroughly first. The rules of using the panel that he has figured out are not just those on the surface. For some spells, if the prerequisites are met, forcing a higher level to get started can save a lot of achievement points. For example, the 4th level spell Cameo not long ago did not cost him 100 achievement points. For example, for high-level elixirs, the deeper the understanding of the recipe, the higher the level of one's own alchemy. Forcing a higher level to get started will also save a lot of achievement points. For specific examples, you can refer to the entry of Emperor Liu Jiang during the key refining period. Let's do it step by step first. Luo Chen stood up and left the dark little room. The so-called key control technique is the means of distinguishing, controlling, and attracting external spiritual energy. This technique is more like a spell than an alchemy technique, but it is more gentle in terms of alchemy. In the alchemy world, on top of a peak, Luo Chen sat cross-legged, letting the strong wind hit his face, and his Taoist robe rustled. His eyes were clear, and his fingertips kept pinching the seals. Overall, it was a bit sluggish. More than half a year has passed since he came to the 5th level. During this half year, he devoted himself to studying the recipe of the Yanfa pill, and even specially copied it out in 2 copies, one engraved on the jade slip with his spiritual consciousness, and the other written on the bamboo slip with pen and ink. The former is for preservation, and the latter is convenient for viewing at any time. However, the research progress of this pill recipe is extremely slow. Under normal circumstances, the 5th level pill can only be refined by a 5th level alchemist, and some powerful 4th level alchemists can also refine it across levels. If the realm is used to correspond, it is the difference between the God transformation stage and the nascent soul stage. In this way, the refining of this pill recipe has many seemingly simple, but insurmountable innate conditions for the golden core cultivator. How to say it? Just like the 3rd level elixir, it often requires the true fire of the cultivator to help at the critical moment, but the true fire can only be stimulated by the foundation building stage and above. Can the cultivator of the key refining stage do it? He can't do it. The 5th level elixir also has many similar restrictions. Without knowing the details, Luo Chen had displayed it up for research. From the pharmacology of each medicinal material, to the specific alchemy method, the most complicated alchemy technique, etc., he splayed it up bit by bit. In the end, he suddenly found that the first 3 levels gave him a lot of help at this moment. The main and auxiliary materials required for the Yanfa pill were all recorded on the bamboo slips in the study of the first 3 levels, and it was not difficult for him to understand it now. In terms of alchemy, he also found that he had learned it in the first 3 levels. In addition to the most basic Suks in hand and Hakes in hand, the most important thing to master now is the key control technique. If I have the nascent soul realm, this technique is just a piece of cake for me. But unfortunately, I am only in the golden core stage. After another failure in controlling key, Luo Chen showed a bitter smile on his face. The art of controlling key is not difficult, but it is only for Yuanying Zhenren. Because Yuanying Zhenren can control the real Yuanying domain and distinguish the properties of the free spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the natural space. Even if they can only control the system they are best at, they can also calmly promote the spiritual energy of other properties without fighting. Han Zhan had told him about the specific operation before, which is nothing more than a trick of using force to fight force. But giant and cultivators have too shallow understanding of heaven and earth. In a chaos, how can they distinguish the difference in attributes? Come steadily, as long as you get started, everything will be fine. With a wry smile, Luo Chen still has some confidence. The function of the proficiency panel is like this. It is not afraid of not being able to practice to a high level, but being afraid of being blocked at the threshold. And now, Luo Chen has vaguely found the key to getting started. The mana on his body flows, his eyes are clear, and his consciousness is scattered. Not only that, the Senluo fire prison expands directly. Faintly, the heaven and earth seem to have a hot spiritual energy echoing each other. A few days later, Luo Chen paused in his spiritual art, and a wisp of spiritual energy came from the void and was drawn by him. Luo Chen's eyes fixed, looking at the wisp of spiritual energy circling on his fingertips, his eyes showed satisfaction. The attribute panel opened. In the column of alchemy, Introduction to the Art of Controlling Key 1/100, was shining faintly. It's done. Luo Chen felt relieved and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Next, he just needed to practice madly every day to increase his proficiency. According to his estimation, at least the perfect level was needed to barely cope with the refining of the Yanfa pill. If he could reach the master level, it would be even better. The master level on the panel was equivalent to the standard of the outside world, which was the limit of an ordinary alchemist's life. Luo Chen stood up, went down the peak, and headed towards the stone house of the 5th level. After a while, he pushed open the door of the pharmacy. Everywhere he looked, all kinds of medicinal materials emitting powerful spiritual energy were placed on the wooden shelves in different categories. Some were covered by mana shields, and some were hidden in jade boxes and golden cauldrons. This was the most satisfying one in the 5 levels of the Dan realm assessment. Luo Chen didn't need to spend energy to collect medicinal materials, as they had already been prepared here in advance. In this regard, Luo Chen estimated that the previous levels had already tested the alchemist's ability to identify and process medicinal materials, and the 5th level directly skipped this step. However, even so, Luo Chen did not take it lightly. He waved his hand, the lid of the cauldron flew up, and a fist-sized red fruit slowly flew out. Looking at this red fruit, Luo Chen's eyes were obsessed. 5th level spiritual medicine, Yaochen's Bigu. This is a spiritual medicine that he had never heard of before entering the land of fallen demons. It was still on the bamboo slips of the Dan realm that he recognized its name. It grows at the end of Yaochizichen, invisible but with form. It will only condense into a physical entity after being picked, and when picking, it must be matched with a corresponding alchemy technique, otherwise it will only be a cloud of mist. It can be taken raw to strengthen the soul. And if it is used as medicine, its power is even more mysterious. A specific example is the Yanfa pill. This is why Luo Chen is so obsessed with this fruit. Because it is the only main material of the Yanfa pill. According to the records on the bamboo slips, the Yaochenzu fruit is born in the 4th level, with a maturity period of 3,000 years, 1 level per period, and a total of 3 periods. When it reaches its peak, it is as high as the 7th level. The Yaochenzu fruit in this golden cauldron is exactly the 5th level of the first maturity period. Before the demon lord Liang Yan, no one knew how to use the Yaochenzu fruit, and they all took it raw to strengthen their souls. After the demon lord Liang Yan, there was a recipe for refining and using it as medicine to achieve the Yanfa pill. The talent of a generation of true lords can be seen just through a pill recipe. If I don't make pills and eat it directly, I wonder if it can strengthen my soul. Inexplicably, Luo Chen had this idea. But in the end, he gave up the idea. Everything in the pill world gave Luo Chen a dreamlike illusion. The medicinal herbs all over the mountains and fields cannot be taken away. The bamboo slips that are as vast as the sea of smoke cannot be taken away. Only the finished pills that have been refined can be put into the stored ring. He didn't know if the effect of the Yaochenzu fruit would remain after it was taken raw and passed to the next level. Moreover, the number of Yaochenzu fruit in the golden cauldron was limited, and he had to consider the consumables of the Yanfa pill. Study it carefully. As Luo Chen studied the pill formula, practiced the alchemy technique, and became familiar with the medicinal materials, time passed slowly. 1 year passed in a flash. On this day, Luo Chen, standing on the top of the mountain, put his hands together to make a seal, and huge air currents like dragons roared towards him from all directions. Suddenly, he turned the seal, and many air currents began to disperse, gradually revealing various colors of spiritual light. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen's eyes were filled with surprise. Controlling the air like a dragon, each one is natural. In 1 year, the air control technique has been perfected and reached the master level. This was something he had never expected at the beginning. It took him half a year to get started. But after getting started, one method is mastered, and all methods are mastered. He used the Senluo fire prison as a guide to control the fire attribute spiritual energy between heaven and earth. This was the first stage. In the second stage, he tried to transform the spiritual energy, and use the 5 elements of the golden elixir to track the 5 elements of spiritual energy. Finally, he remembered his signature spell, the Qingyang Great Handprint that reached the pinnacle. This technique was not a fire attribute spell at the beginning, but the innate one-key Great Handprint of the 5 elements. Therefore, Luo Chen returned to his original heart, reversed the Qingyang Great Handprint, and performed the innate one-key Great Handprint of the other 4 elements, so as to cooperate with the control of Qi to track the other 4 attributes of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. After 3 stages, Luo Chen's proficiency in the control of Qi reached the perfect level. Then, with uninterrupted practice, he accumulated proficiency step by step, and finally crossed the threshold of the Grandmaster level. After reaching this stage, Luo Chen could even feel that when he activated this elixir technique, he could attract the spiritual energy of other attributes in addition to the 5 elements between heaven and earth: wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness. At this moment, Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the Qingyuan on the top of the mountain, slowly closed his eyes, and seemed to have realized something. 3 days later, Luo Chen suddenly opened his eyes. First, he pointed a finger at his chest, and the life-giving golden elixir in his body trembled, and the Senluo fire prison instantly unfolded. Then, he pinched his left hand and performed the Qi control technique. In the void, a large amount of fire-attributed spiritual energy surged and poured into the Senluo fire prison. In an instant, Luo Chen almost felt that he was in control of the world and was the only one who was supreme. But in just a moment, the Senluo fire prison collapsed. HMPH. Luo Chen groaned, his face looked a little pale. The unrefined spiritual energy of heaven and earth, after all, was a little reluctant to be integrated into the Senluo fire prison. But he really caught that feeling. That was the real nascent soul realm. Under his pale face, his eyes flashed. I didn't expect that practicing alchemy could achieve the effect of using stones from other mountains to attack jade, allowing my pseudo-realm to go a step further. With this one gain, my trip to the land of fallen demons is worth it. Luo Chen knew very well that if he kept practicing the feeling he had caught, he would have a great chance of mastering the real-world realm. In other words, it means mastering the so-called nascent soul realm in the golden core stage. Such an achievement is also shocking in this huge world of immortal cultivation. However, now is not the time to study this technique in depth. He has more important things to do. The attribute panel was opened again. The complete recipe of Yanfa Pill appeared in Luo Chen's mind. He has done his best. Even if there are some areas that can be improved, the progress is not much. He is not sure when the land of fallen demons will be closed. There is also Heijia Oshianmu chasing him from behind. Therefore, whether he succeeds or not, he has to take that step forcibly. The complete recipe of Yanfa Pill is detected. 5th level. Do you want to enter? Luo Chen took a deep breath and silently said the word enter. The next moment, he saw the achievement points on the panel quickly passing 250, 240, 180, 170. Never before has the achievement points been consumed so quickly. Never before has Luo Chen's heart been so uneasy. He stared at the panel intently. When the number of achievement points dropped to 160, his breathing almost stopped. The next moment, 150, cardiac arrest. After a breath, the heart beat again. Luo Chen opened his mouth wide and finally laughed silently. It did not drop any further. The number of achievement points remained at 150. In other words, it took exactly 100 achievement points to get started with this recipe. Logically, he should feel sorry. 100 achievement points means that the 5th level elixir corresponds to his 4th level alchemist level, just one level higher, still within the range of 100 achievement points. In other words, even if he did not do those things before to study the recipe and practice the alchemy, he could directly get started. Those things were all in vain. But it's good to get started. Luo Chen smiled and went down the mountain. He returned to the stone house, sat in meditation for 3 days, bathed, changed clothes, and burned incense to calm his mind. 3 days later, Luo Chen left the stone house with a large pile of medicinal materials. He found a mountain top with abundant spiritual energy, which was at least 4 levels high. He opened his mouth and vomited, and the Hununding flew out. Everything was ready. Whether it would succeed or not depended on the result of the next alchemy. Luo Chen, who was wearing a moon-white Taoist robe, flicked his finger, and the withered and flourishing true fire fell under the Hununding, and the flames suddenly surged. Chapter 692, The source of power reappears, and the Dan world is shocked. There are 9 levels of elixirs, and the first 3 levels are commonly known as panaceas. Level 4 and above are called golden elixirs because of their magnificent and unique medicinal properties. Even if the level is as high as level 9, it can still be called a 9-turn golden elixir. Among these many levels, only the 5th level elixir is quite different and has a sacred symbol. It is either a divine elixir or a holy medicine, which contains the creation of heaven and earth. Therefore, there is a person in Zongmiao of the mountain and sea realm who is called the alchemy saint because he can refine the 5th level holy medicine. When he first entered the alchemy path, Luo Chen had a lot of fantasies and once boasted that he would be on par with the alchemy saint one day. But that was just a boast after all. Unexpectedly, one day, he really tried such a feat. However, the reason why a feat is called a feat is that this kind of thing is not something that ordinary people can do. A month later, on the top of the peak, there was a burst of explosions in the Hunitun cauldron. The powerful medicinal power broke through the constraints of the elixir ban, forming a circular ripple that swept in all directions. Boom! Luo Chen's sleeves rolled wildly, fanning away a large amount of impact, but a small amount of aftermath hit him, still blowing him hundreds of feet away. On the ground, Ki armor rose fiercely. It was the Zuanshan armor that spontaneously generated Ki armor to block the aftermath. Luo Chen slowly flew back with a gloomy face. Failure came faster than he thought. And the degree of failure was even more unacceptable. There was a mistake only in the first stage of decomposition and fusion of medicinal materials. The main material, Yao Chen's Hugo, although not spiritual, contained an incomparable power, and it was that power that blocked his refining. Coming to the Hununding, waving his sleeves to dispel the nauseating smell of the pill, Luo Chen personally entered the cauldron. After a while, a large pile of burnt medicinal residues was held out by him. Spreading it on the jade disc prepared in advance on the ground, Luo Chen studied it carefully. A few days later, Luo Chen's expression was slightly relaxed. The technique and steps are correct, but there are some mistakes in the details. Sure enough, since the system has given me the entry, it has determined that I have the ability to successfully refine. Then I may have to carefully study these details. Luo Chen fell into deep thought. Half a month later, the alchemy work started again. This time, Luo Chen's movements of decomposing and melting the medicinal material slowed down a lot. Not only that, but his spiritual eyes were wide open, making sure not to miss any details. It must be said that this spiritual eye technique that he had cultivated to perfection at a young age played a great role in Luo Chen's lifelong practice. Whether it was alchemy with formations or practicing fighting, it often had miraculous effects. At this point, when refining the 5th level divine pill, Luo Chen was even more powerful. Just like this, it took Luo Chen a full 3 months to succeed in the first step. For this, the price brought was swelling of the eyeballs and bloodshot eyes. Once the Yanfa pill is refined, the alchemy process cannot be interrupted. Even though Luo Chen's eyes were uncomfortable, he still insisted on the subsequent steps. This elixir refining method is not a single method in the conventional sense, but a 3-method refining method, with water and fire working together, and the key method finishing. Fire method refining elixir is Luo Chen's specialty. As for water method refining elixir, he has been able to refine Emperor Liu Jiang and Black Emperor paste in recent years. Therefore, everything seems to be a natural outcome. 3 months later, Luo Chen was full of expectations. The fusion of medicinal power is just one step away. Next, I should use the key control technique to refine the elixir. At this time, a low hum came from the cauldron when his mind was relaxed. Luo Chen was stunned and realized that something was wrong. As expected, in his perception, the elixir in the cauldron was not formed and could not absorb ki and gather spirits. The finishing touch, just this finishing touch? Luo Chen gritted his teeth, full of reluctance. But no matter how much reluctance he had, he could only break it and swallow it. Cleaning the alchemy cauldron, collecting the medicine residue, studying the remaining pills, and reflecting on himself, Luo Chen did it step by step without getting tired of the familiar process of hundreds of years. He was more skilled than anyone else in doing this from the beginning. It was still the peak. It had been 15 years since Luo Chen entered the land of fallen demons. It had been 14 years since he entered the alchemy realm. It had been 2 years since he entered the 5th level. And it had been more than a year since he began to refine the Yanfa pill. In this more than a year, he opened the cauldron to refine the pill 7 times. 7 times, all failed. The reasons for each failure were different. It could be that the main material was not handled properly, or the medicinal power was not well integrated, or that the mind was lost under long-term tension, and a single misstep led to eternal regret, and there was also a lack of mana, and the connection between the Jinden and Yuandan was not proper, so it was stopped in shock. The most serious time, even the Yanfa pill that had been formed exploded directly, and the terrifying and surging medicinal power made his Hunilin cauldron vibrate endlessly. If it weren't for the excellent material of the Hunilin, any magic weapon level alchemy cauldron would have been shattered to pieces just by that explosion. Although there were spare alchemy tools left by the demon lord Luo Chen in the 5th level, Luo Chen was still used to his own life-saving magic weapon. The most serious one was not long ago. Luo Chen had been recuperating for more than half a month, not only to recover his magic power, but also to cultivate and nourish the Hunilin. He sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain, still reflecting. Not only was he reflecting on the reasons for his past failures, but he was also counting the gains from alchemy in the past year. For him, even if he failed in cross-level alchemy, he had gained a lot. First of all, the spirituality of the withered and flourishing fire spirit became more and more lively. With a thought, a flame emerged from the top of his head, and finally formed a green fire tree. As the fire tree waved, it spewed flames, and wisps of branches formed between the waves. The flames were diffused, like a green canopy, hanging down, covering Luo Chen's head. Feeling the vigorous vitality of the fire tree, Luo Chen himself was also very happy. After swallowing a large number of passive fire spirits in the blazing purgatory, the spirituality of the withered and flourishing true fire increased dramatically, but Luo Chen had some difficulty controlling the withered and flourishing fire, so that its power was not condensed enough. At this moment, after more than 10 years of alchemy in the Dan realm, and even the refining of the derivative pill, Luo Chen gradually recovered his control over the withered and flourishing true fire to the point where he could send and receive it as he wished. He pinched a seal with his fingers and gently brushed the branches of the fire tree. There were layers of ripples in the void. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen was extremely satisfied. This is the true power of my withered and flourishing true fire. If I were to face the mermaid Emperor Liu Jin at this moment, even without the help of the blazing purgatory, the withered and flourishing true fire alone would have a 40-60 chance of winning or losing. If it were any other normal Yuanying Zhenren, the withered and flourishing true fire would be a great killer move. The seal spread out, and the green fire tree sank into Luo Chen's body. And this was just the first harvest. The second harvest was in Luo Chen's sea of qi. One red, one pure white, 2 golden pills, like the 2 yin and yang of Tai Chi, echoing each other and rotating endlessly. The Phoenix Nirvana Sutra was running, and the 2 streams of mana flowed in and out at the same time, or each flowed out from the pill. This kind of indistinguishable and connected mana output was exactly what Luo Chen gained from his failure in connecting mana. In the past, he never cared about this shortcoming. The mana of the second Yuan Dan was used up, so he just changed to the natal golden pill. Why bother to consider the connection? It was after that failure that he slightly converted the mana between the 2 golden pills, so that they could be indistinguishable. So far, although there is a difference between the natal golden pill and the second Yuan Dan, there is actually no difference in essence. If Luo Chen can be promoted to the nascent soul stage, he is very confident that he can condense the second nascent soul according to the Yuan Dan technique taught by Han Zan. By then, Luo Chen will have a very strong combat power when he first enters the nascent soul stage. At least, it is not inferior to Han Zan's Yuanying stage puppet. The third harvest is the life magic weapon Hunilin. 7 times of refining the Anfa pill, 7 failures, each time the Hunilin pill was slightly damaged. After Luo Chen nourished and repaired it, he unknowingly found that the Hunilin had further signs. He even found that the power of this tripod in suppressing and capturing has increased exponentially. In this regard, Luo Chen analyzed it carefully and vaguely realized that the materials of the Yanfa pill were absorbed by the Hunilin, which led to such changes. At this point, Luo Chen didn't know whether the Ding was refining the pill or the pill was refining the Ding. After some reflection, Luo Chen came back to his senses. He sighed faintly. What if I gain more? If the Yanfa pill is not made one day, it will all be vain. Can it succeed next time? For a while, he was not even sure whether the system law summarized in his early years that would succeed once and 10 times could be triggered. It was because the 5th level divine pill was completely beyond his knowledge of the alchemy. With this uneasy and humble mentality, Luo Chen started the 8th peak alchemy. And this time, it was as if there was divine help. When the pill was formed, Luo Chen felt relieved, but he did not dare to take it lightly. Although the pill was made, it was only halfway through the journey of 100 miles. There was still 1 step left to draw the air into the pill. According to the established plan, he performed the air control technique. In an instant, streams of air, like angry dragons, rushed in from all directions. Under the frequent changes of Luo Chen's hand gestures, these angry dragons of spiritual energy sank into the Hununding one after another, and then were absorbed by the Yanfa pill one by one in different orders. At this time, Luo Chen's mood fluctuated. According to the records on the pill recipe, this kind of finishing work only takes 3 months. After 3 months, the pill will be considered completed. He held his breath and concentrated, and the 2 golden pills in his body continued to release mana to help him draw the external spiritual energy. Gradually, Luo Chen found a clue. In the void, the spiritual energy was like a swallow returning to its nest. On the ground, spiritual energy burst out. Countless spiritual veins planted with exotic flowers and plants were vibrating and releasing. It seemed that the entire Dan world was providing support for the birth of the Yanfa pill. Under this vast power, Luo Chen's 2 golden pills were trying to pry open the majestic spiritual energy from the outside world, just like a child lifting a hammer, and it was so powerless. He gritted his teeth and supported it. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months. When 3 months passed, he looked at the Hununding with a pale face. The pill that was still spinning endlessly was shining inside like a star. A feeling called hunger and thirst arose spontaneously. It's not enough. Luo Chen smiled bitterly and released the seal of the key control technique. At this moment, the spiritual energy frenzy retreated. He stepped into the air and stomped, and the sound of explosions rang out. He was already 100 feet away. He looked at the Hununding nervously. It was calm, just like the dead silence in his heart. There was no explosion. There was no success. With his mana almost exhausted, Luo Chen slowly returned to the Hununding and summoned the Yanfa pill. It was yellow and golden, like the 9 transformation golden pill in the legend of the immortals. But Luo Chen knew that it was a broken and useless pill. It had not absorbed enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and could not achieve the effect of allowing Yuanying's Henren or even Hushin's Henren to merge with heaven and earth. With a long sigh, Luo Chen carefully put away this waste pill. He patted the Hununding and sat down on the top. Under him, there was spiritual energy weakened by the formation, which slowly surged up. While absorbing spiritual energy to restore his mana, Luo Chen was looking for the reason for the failure. 3 months. I have persisted for 3 months, but why did I still fail? Luo Chen was puzzled. Until Luo Chen's mana was completely restored to perfection, he found the answer. Those 3 months were at least the 3 months of a Yuanying's Henren, not the 3 months of a Jinden cultivator. Luo Chen muttered in a trance, looking at the dreamy stars in the bright night sky. The same spell has completely different powers in the hands of cultivators of different realms. For example, the simplest fireball spell. Although it is the first level, can it be the same when performed by an ordinary key refining cultivator and Luo Chen in the Jinden period? The answer is obvious. If Luo Chen casts the fireball spell, not to mention key refining cultivators, even foundation establishment cultivators can be killed in a snap of a finger. Similarly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that can be controlled and drawn by the key controlling spell will also be affected by the cultivator's realm. Even if Luo Chen has practiced this spell to the master level, his own hardware cannot reach the level of a Yuanying's Henren. Am I going to stop here? Luo Chen muttered, full of distress. In the following days, Luo Chen did not open the furnace to refine pills again. If he couldn't solve the last step in 1 day, he would fail no matter how many times he practiced. Why bother? He just practiced a key controlling technique day after day. He tried to hope that he could practice this technique to the point of great perfection. Maybe then there would be some changes. However, on the panel, the increase in the proficiency of the key controlling technique was like a needle picking sand, and the increase was almost 0. Luo Chen knew that this was limited by his realm. Grandmaster level was the limit of his realm. Could it be that even this road will be blocked? When another day ended, Luo Chen lay on the green rock with a confused look. But since the system has given me the entrance, it is certain that I have a chance to succeed. Where is that chance? Key controlling technique, 3 months. Gradually, Luo Chen seemed to understand something. 1 day, Luo Chen pinched a familiar seal formula and flew between heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy swirled around him. Suddenly, he had a thought and cut off the supply of mana to the sea of Qi. Those spiritual energies were about to scatter like birds and beasts. At this moment, Luo Chen shouted, and another force burst out from him. It was a blood-red force. Its name is the Source Force. It was a kind of force that appeared after Luo Chen's body training was promoted to the 4th level of the ancient before he left Penghu. It lurked in the body, waiting for the right time to move. The last time he used it was when his left hand was cut off, and he used it to perform the method of reattaching a broken limb. In addition, when he transformed into Xiangpeng's true body, he added it to those physical skills. Subconsciously, he did not regard this force as a force similar to mana. But after searching hard and fruitlessly, he remembered this force. Wang Yuan's body refining, vigorous blood and qi, evolved Ganjin, and after reaching the 3rd stage, Gangjin was generated. The so-called Gangjin is said to be on par with the magic power of giant and cultivators. In this way, the source power I got from refining my body should also be considered a special energy. It can even be said that because its rank is too high, it should be at the same level as the magic power of Yuanying cultivators. If I use it to perform the key control technique, can I be comparable to Yuanying Zhenren's powerful magic power to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Since this idea was inexplicably born, Luo Chen has been experimenting with this feasibility. It took him a full month to understand. This time, a thin wisp of source power performed the key control technique. In an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Beside Luo Chen, the spiritual energy was surging, and the angry dragon was like a scroll. One after another, the monstrous pillars of air rose to the sky and the ground with him as the center. So that's it. Luo Chen let go, and the light of clarity reappeared in his eyes. On the top of the mountain with a concentration of 4th order spiritual energy, a familiar figure began the usual steps of alchemy again. Setting up the cauldron, lighting the fire, and pouring down the medicinal materials like rain. Many alchemy techniques were at his fingertips. The mana flowed, and water and fire worked together. All the actions had been simulated countless times in Luo Chen's mind over the years. 8 failures, each more profound than the last. But it also meant that each time was closer to success. This was the 9th time. It must be the last time. A few months later, the prototype of the pill emerged. Luo Chen's finger seals fluttered like butterflies, and the key control technique reappeared. Under the traction of mana, spiritual energy surged from all directions. 3 months later, when he felt that his mana was running out, Luo Chen's spiritual technique suddenly changed. The blood-red source power emerged from his body, and he continued to maintain the key control technique. However, he did not open and close his hands and feet completely, but maintained the same strength as before, pulling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In this way, although the magnificent scene of the air column rising into the sky when practicing the key controlling technique with the source power was not presented before, it was better in that it was continuous and long-lasting. With his eyes burning, he stared at the Zongmiao Pill, making sure not to miss any changes in the cauldron. Time passed slowly with a law that did not tolerate the will of others. 3 months, 5 months, a year. Unknowingly, 2.5 years had passed. At this point, Luo Chen couldn't believe why it hadn't ended yet. He spent almost 10 times the time to track the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to merge into the Yanfa pill, but the pill was still not completed. At this moment, his ki high mana was insufficient, and the 2 golden pills were curled up. The source power that was once as bright red as blood in his body was also running out. Even when his eye sockets were dry, tears of blood fell. The soul was extremely exhausted, as if he would faint at the thought. Still not working. The fingertip seal was still struggling to persist, and the fingers were shaped like deadwood, which was the result of the large-scale withdrawal of ki and blood. Luo Chen even felt that the vast vitality in his body was gurgling like a stream, almost dying out. The source of power comes from the great strength of one's own body. Once the vitality is gone, there is no more source of power. I will not resign myself to this. This is the closest time to success. How can I fail? Luo Chen looked fierce, and stuffed a handful of pills from the storage ring into his mouth. Among them were pills for replenishing mana and pills for strengthening the body. Even the 3 pills of stone skin, thunder bone, and mercury blood refined in the pill world not long ago were contained in them. Relying on this batch of pills, Luo Chen persisted for another 2 months. After 2 months, it still didn't work. I still have elixirs to replenish vitality. Come again. Luo Chen's mind moved, and a huge white meatball appeared in front of him, plump, like jelly, but crystal clear. It was the Tai Sui's body. He opened his mouth and bit off a large piece of Tai Sui in one bite. As if it was not enough, he took 4 more bites. The sharp teeth as hard as magic weapons chewed it in big mouthfuls. This Tai Sui elixir, which was said to be as piercing as ice and immortal, was continuously refined by him and finally transformed into source power. The key control technique was displayed again. This time, Luo Chen was no longer cautious and directly pushed it with all his strength. He wanted to do his best and achieve success in one battle. In an instant, the Dan realm was shaken. The familiar scene appeared again. The sky was howling with wind and thunder, the earth was shaking, and the spirit veins were cracking. The vigorous spirit energy rolled in like waves. 1 day, 2 days. After another 3 months, Luo Chen's body suddenly stiffened. 3 years, it ends here. His body fell unwillingly. At the moment he lost consciousness, he saw a golden pill with a hint of blood slowly flying out of the Hunan cauldron. A weak voice seemed to reappear in his ears. Plop. The water splashed, like falling into a cold spring. Chapter 693, The Holy Spirit Spring, 5 Spirits Deo Body. In the Dan world, there is the fragrance of flowers, but no bird song, and it is completely silent. Suddenly, a hearty laugh sounded, which echoed for several breaths. When the laughter gradually stopped, an old woman with silver hair walked out of the Dan room with a relaxed mind and body. In her hand, there were several pills. Most of them were incomplete, but there was only one that was full of spiritual energy. Looking at the pills in her hand, Heijia Xianmu couldn't help but grin. It's been 5 years. After the relatively good demon transforming pill, I finally made the human transforming pill. Tisk, this human transforming pill is really good. After leaving the land of fallen demons, I will refine a few more and give them to the 3rd level juniors in the clan to take, so that they can transform into human form in advance. When the time comes, either let them learn my way of refining pills in advance, or practice the art of attack. From now on, the weak Heijia clan will completely rise in my hands. Holding the human transforming pill, Heijia Xianmu was full of joy. But after a moment of joy, those things that she had been immersed in alchemy and didn't want to think about before, she still had to face them. 5 years. That human boy has already advanced to the next level. I don't know how he is progressing. What if he has already passed the level and accepted the inheritance? Then what's the point of all the efforts I've made at this moment? Thinking of this, Heijia Xianmu couldn't help but show a bitter face. To be honest, her alchemy skills and understanding of the way of alchemy are already top-notch. It only took her 5 years to make 2 kinds of 4th level elixirs that ordinary alchemists could hardly get a glimpse of. Such an ability is definitely not unworthy of the title of a master. But compared with the Qingyang demon lord, it's just a monster. A demon king said that others are monsters, which shows Heijia Xianmu's of Luo Chen. It's normal to have such an attitude. Luo Chen came from behind, from being 2 levels behind her at the beginning, to being on par with her, then surpassing her, and finally crossing the 4th level with an unquestionable speed. Such speed was completely beyond Heijia Xianmu's understanding. In her heart, she had already unconsciously given Luo Chen many titles, such as the ancestor of the Dandao sect, the powerful descendant of the Holy Land of the God of Transformation, and so on, to comfort herself. It's not that I can't do it, it's just that the opponent is too strong. Alice. With a sigh, the old woman put away the human transformation pill and planned to take a good rest for 2 or 3 days. Next, as long as the most difficult and unfamiliar demon transformation pill is refined, the 4th level will be passed. By then, maybe you can see the tail of the Qingyang demon lord. Just when this thought came to her mind, her figure suddenly staggered. Huh? Am I too tired? Subconsciously, this thought emerged in the old woman's mind. But then, she realized that something was wrong. No matter what, she is also a generation of Yuaning demon cultivator. How can she not stand steadily? What made her stagger was this world. In the naked eye, the green mountains in the distance were disappearing. The earth trembled, and dark clouds pressed down on the city. The boundless darkness, coming from far to near, was madly devouring all the light in the Dan realm. When the darkness enveloped the stone house courtyard, the light of the teleportation array lit up. Seeing this scene, Heijia Xianmu was thoughtful. The Dan realm was closing. Just like the array world, after Li Qianghe passed the level and obtained the inheritance, the array world was completely closed, and later generations could not enter it to obtain the inheritance. By analogy, There is only one reason for the Den realm to close. Someone passed the level. After all, is it still a step too late for him? King Gang Demon Lord. While muttering, Heijia Oshianmu was unwilling but with a bit of relief, and disappeared in the twisted space. I don't know how long it took. Heijia Oshianmu opened her eyes faintly. Before she had time to observe the surroundings, a feeling of loss suddenly surged into her heart. She hugged her head and shook it violently a few times. Then, her face showed an incredible look. Where are those recipes? Where are my recipes? How can I not remember them all? Even the corresponding materials have been wiped out of my memory. At this moment, she only remembered that she had refined a lot of pills in the pill world, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not remember those recipes at all. Spiritual root pill, demon soul pill, demon forging pill. Especially, there is the treasure that she regards as the rise of the Cape clan, the transformation pill recipe. Everything seemed to have been wiped out by a big hand. She recalled madly and unwillingly, but in the end she could only accept the reality unwillingly. Cape Xianmu realized that this method was probably set up by the master of this world to prevent those precious recipes from being leaked. It can even be said that it is not just the core recipes in the pill world, but more or less similar methods are also used in more than a dozen other worlds. After all, those knowledge may seem insignificant at first glance, but each one is precious when carefully considered. Especially things like spiritual root pill, demon soul pill, and even transformation pill are the key to the rise of a great power or even a race. Before becoming the true descendant of the demon lord, how could these precious things be taken away easily? Thinking of this, Heijia Oshianmu's lost expression became gloomy. Not only did she lose the most important inheritance, she also lost the recipe for the elixir she once had. Fortunately, the owner of the land of fallen demons did not have a strong desire to kill her. Even though she did not pass the inheritance assessment, she still spared her life. She raised her head and looked around with a gloomy look. This is an empty and boundless square, with misty clouds, as if in the fairyland. And on the empty square, 14 palaces are suspended in the void. It's like 14 huge stars, shining on the sea of clouds. Looking at the 14 star palaces, Heijia Oshianmu was thoughtful. Here is the real Mingzhe Ocean. And of the 14 palaces, only 2 are really shining. Through the plaque hanging above, Heijia Oshianmu vaguely saw the name. Dan Palace, Slave Palace. Based on her own experience, Heijia Oshianmu already understood. The corresponding palaces lit up, which meant that someone had entered and was acquiring the true inheritance. In the Dan Palace, it should be the person who called himself King Gang Demon Lord. Who should be in the new palace? While she was thinking, a beam of light sprinkled not far from her. After a while, the light dissipated, revealing a figure in a black robe. The figure was full of melancholy and said regretful words. It's a pity that I was one step behind in chess after all, and I didn't refine the god transformation puppet. While muttering, he found another person here. The 4 eyes met, and a strange atmosphere permeated. Mingzhe Ocean deep in the Dan Palace. There was a milky white spiritual spring, bubbling. A figure was soaking in it, rising and falling, as if he had lost consciousness. A large amount of milky white spring water continued to gather around him. It moistened his dry eyes, replenished his depleted sea of ki, and even his weak body continued to recover under the spring water. Not only that, a large amount of milky white spring water washed away the Taoist's body, and inexplicable impurities were constantly discharged. As those impurities were discharged, he became more and more clear and spiritual, and his sense of harmony with the world became stronger. A few days later, the Taoist in white robe slowly woke up from his deep sleep. He blinked his eyes and was a little confused. I am. This thought had not yet fully emerged, and Luo Chen immediately became alert to the external environment. There were no outsiders. There was only warm soup that made his whole body warm. What kind of spiritual liquid is this? Luo Chen was surprised and happy. He could feel that the spring water contained some special energy, which was being continuously absorbed by his body. As that energy was absorbed, his body was gradually transforming. The main places of transformation were the root of the tongue, the sea of ki, and the essence room. And these 3 places are the real spiritual roots. It was as if that energy was reshaping and transforming his spiritual roots, evolving towards the limit. In the midst of surprise, Luo Chen let go of his resistance and began to absorb the power of the milky white spring water with all his strength. Although I don't know what this spring water is, It must contain the power of creation. I have to soak in it for a while. Luo Chen soaked in the spring water with peace of mind. In addition, he used part of his mind to check himself. Before he fell into coma, his Hununding was left outside. At this moment, he sensed that the Hununding was still in the sea of qi. Not only that, there was a red pill in the Hununding. That was not his life-giving golden pill. The golden pill and the yuan pill were both swallowing the pure spiritual energy from the outside world in the sea of qi, and this pill. It's the Yanfa Shendan. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva, and his chest was filled with ecstasy. Luo Chen recalled the situation before he fell into coma. Before he exhausted all his source power and even ate 1/10 of the Tai Sui body, he finally survived the last stage. He successfully refined the 5th level divine pill Yanfa Dan. As a result, he was recognized by the weak voice in the dark, allowing him to successfully pass the 5th level. Thinking back at this moment, Luo Chen felt a touch of relief in his heart. The 5th level divine pill was indeed beyond his reach at his current level. Perhaps his attainments in alchemy were worthy of refining, but his own level was still too limited. Relying on the 4th level physique, as well as the help of the system, no, there was also the help of the entire alchemy world. With Luo Chen's knowledge of formations, when he completely refined the Yanfa pill, he vaguely understood the nature of that illusory world. It was clearly a great alchemy formation that reached heaven and earth. It was specially used to assist people in alchemy. It was just that it was artificially transformed into a place of inheritance. But in essence, it was still a great formation to assist in alchemy. That's why there were all kinds of strange phenomena in the world when refining the pill. If I go to the outside world and come again, even with a complete pill formula and medicinal materials, I'm afraid I won't be able to reproduce the feat of that day. Luo Chen said to himself. It was both a comfort to himself and a word of relief. He had never thought that alchemy could make a person look like that. Everything seemed to be squeezed dry. Even these eyes were almost lost. Crash. Luo Chen touched his wet eyes and felt them moist and bright. He had been refining pills for 5 years, especially the last 3 years, when he had never stopped practicing the spirit eye technique. This had caused great damage to his eyes. Fortunately, he had survived everything. After letting go, a heavy sense of sleepiness came over him again, and Luo Chen slowly fell asleep again. But this time, he was more proactive in sleeping to absorb the special energy in the spirit spring. 1 year later, in Mingzhaoshan, more and more people were rustling around. In Yunhei Square, those who had survived the inheritance land by chance were actually losers. There were 4 people in total. They were the silver-haired Heijia Oshianmu, a middle-aged man in black, a cold and beautiful beauty, and an old Taoist priest who was out of this world. And another beam of light fell. 2 figures fell to the ground. A middle-aged scholar and an octogenarian. But age and appearance are not the basis for judging the realm of a cultivator. In an instant, the 4 Yuanyings Hunren who were originally standing here all set their eyes on the middle-aged scholar. Fiai Unzi. Zhenren Fian. Several voices were heard at the same time. Fiai Unzi looked at the 4 people and said their names one by one. Dao Yao Jian, Dao Yao Fileng, Heijia Oshianmu, and who is this one? The man covered in black robes chuckled and said, an unknown casual cultivator, not worth mentioning. An unknown casual cultivator in the Yuanying period? Fiai Unzi frowned, only to feel that the man's speech was stiff, as if the sound was not coming from a normal throat. Then, regardless of what they wanted to ask, he directly attacked and grabbed the old man who appeared at the same time as him. Seeing this scene, the Lord of Moin Cave was extremely horrified. Senior, spare my life. How can I spare you? You ruined my big plan when I was on Dangbing Mountain. I can't vent my anger if I don't kill you. Boom. The 2 magic powers collided, and Fiai Unzi frowned and looked at the black-robed monk. Dao Yao, what do you mean? The black-robed monk waved his hand, and the unsure Moin Cave master walked over subconsciously. At least it was this person who saved him just now. Then, the black-robed monk smiled and said, we are all Yuanyings Hunren, why bother with the giant and juniors? Fiai Unzi snorted coldly, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Just from the brief fight just now, he found that this person was not inferior to himself. If they really fight, there are other people here, especially the old Taoist Jian, who is still from the Penglai Immortal sect, and is a hostile force to the Kanghe League he belongs to. What if others get the advantage? He is hiding his head and tail. He snorted coldly and stopped fighting. For a while, Yunhei Square was a little quiet. Everyone's attention was focused on the palaces above. As always, only the Dan Palace and the New Palace were lit. Privately, the old Taoist Jiehun was communicating with Fairy Fei Ling through voice transmission. "Junior sister, have you got the painting you want?" "Yes. I wonder what treasure it is that makes you so worried that you even go to the land of fallen demons again." "My business is none of your business." After being retorted, the old Taoist Jiehun didn't care. These people have long stopped taking the sect seriously. He changed the subject again. "I wonder what the situation is with Zhu and Moluo." Fairy Fei Ling said crisply, "He came here just for the place where the Blood Sea ancestor sat in meditation. No one is competing with him, and he doesn't care about the inheritance assessment. I think it's a sure thing." As soon as he said this, the old Taoist Jiehun shook his head. "If Zhuai Moluo really gets the legacy of the Yuan demon sect's ancestor, I'm afraid that there will be another powerful blood Taoist in the North Sea in the future. If the other party advances to the god of transformation by chance, the Yuan demon sect may also reappear one day. This is not good news. It's a pity that I didn't pass the inheritance of the Fuji." Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and said with a gloomy face, "Your sister, she also came in." "Sister?" In an instant, the face of Master Fei Ling turned pale. She looked around, and finally fixed on the slave palace. "I'm afraid that what I expected is right, that woman is in there." Taoist Ji Yuan said with lingering fear, "She still hates Penglai Xianzong and even me. She may shout and kill again when we meet again. I hope that you, junior sister, will help me. I can't control her. She is a lunatic." Master Fei Ling pursed his lips, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Taoist Ji Yuan's heart was lifted. That woman, known as the Three Scattered People in the North Sea, can catch up with the master of Penglai Xianzong. If she really bites him, I'm afraid she will die. I shouldn't have gone through this. At present, the only way is to find the blood nightmare demon Luo and gather the strength of the three people, or we can compete with him. No. Actually, there is another way. As long as they leave Mingzhe Ocean in advance and get out of the land of falling demons, they will be fine. The Cloud Sea square under their feet is obviously the teleportation array to leave the land of falling demons. Thinking of this, the old Taoist Jiehun wandered around. Others were puzzled when they saw his anxious look. After paying attention for a while, they stopped looking and focused their attention on the star palaces in the sky. Those are where the inheritance is hidden. Even if they don't pass the inheritance test, can they try to open it from the outside? Everyone thought about this and tried to open the palace from time to time. They could hit the palace gate, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, and there was no reaction. A few days later, another palace lit up. This means that someone else has passed the inheritance test. In just a moment, everyone's attention was projected over Light Palace. The outside world was turbulent, not to mention the cunning thoughts of many powerful people. In the Dan Palace, someone woke up completely. As the milky white spring water slid down, Luo Chen slowly sat up straight. Looking at the thinner clear spring water, Luo Chen felt sorry. With his strong body, he could not completely absorb the energy of the spiritual spring here, and only 1/10 or 2/10 remained. But even so, he benefited a lot. Looking inside himself, he felt relaxed and his magic power surged. Unconsciously, his realm soared by 2 small levels. Golden Pill 8th level 51/100, such a harvest is enough to save decades of hard work. But obviously, this is only one of the most insignificant gains. The most important gain is the feeling of being in harmony with the heaven and earth. Every pore in his body seemed to be opened up, and the spiritual energy of the outside world could be absorbed into his body as long as he thought about it. This feeling is like heavenly spiritual root. It is a real heavenly spiritual root, and it is not just one system, but 5 systems. A heavenly spiritual root with all 5 systems. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and felt a little horrified. He could feel that his spiritual root qualifications, along with his entire body, had undergone some kind of transformation in the past year or so. 5-element spiritual roots? No. The changes in his body were obviously similar to the physiques recorded in the classics. It was a special physique called 5 Spiritual Dao Body. It originated from the 5 spiritual roots, but it was superior to the 5 spiritual roots. The specific changes were not yet completely obvious, but according to Luo Chen's estimation, perhaps he had obtained the greatest opportunity in his life. He couldn't help but scoop up a handful of spring water and examine it carefully. What kind of spiritual spring is this? Chapter 694 True Lord Inheritance. For ordinary people, those with spiritual roots are considered spiritual bodies. Even if they do not practice immortal cultivation techniques, but only practice martial arts daily and do not suffer from serious injuries or illnesses, they often live longer than others. It is normal to live to 80 or 90 years old, or even over 100 years old. However, in the world of immortal cultivation, spiritual roots are only the most basic elements of cultivation. They are not considered spiritual bodies at all. Luo Chen summarized that the qualifications of cultivators are divided into three categories. They are spiritual roots, souls, and physiques. Needless to say, the spiritual roots determine the speed of cultivation based on the number of roots. At most, they are divided into heavenly spiritual roots and special spiritual roots. The soul refers to the understanding, heart, innate soul, and even the awakening of innate wisdom and reincarnation. The physique is reflected in the body's functions, meridians, acupoints, physical strength, strange blood, etc. For example, Li Yingxiang's 9-bend physique means that his meridians are different from those of ordinary people. Another example is that some people who are born with supernatural powers have different muscle structures from ordinary people. However, strictly speaking, these three divisions are not so clear. The three often influence and change each other when they are young. Especially the interaction between spiritual roots and physique is very common. The so-called innate Zhengjin sword body is that the affinity between the gold spiritual root and the world is too high, which indirectly affects the human physique and the interaction between the world and the world. Specifically, it has a very high affinity and control over gold-attributed objects. This kind of existence has super high talent whether it is practicing swords or swords. It's just that the innate Zhengjin sword body doesn't sound as elegant as the sword body, so it is named this. Another example is the 9 Yang God body, the Shenmu spirit body, etc. These can all be regarded as a certain series of spiritual roots in the cultivator that are too prominent, thus changing the body and gradually affecting external objects. Among these many spiritual bodies, the 5 spirits Dao body is definitely a famous one. Those with this physique, no matter which of the 5 elements they practice, are comparable to the cultivators of the heavenly spiritual root with a single spiritual root. This alone means that the 5 spiritual Dao body is not restricted by the cultivation method. Not only that, after this kind of existence is promoted to a higher realm, it will not be affected when switching to any main cultivation method, which is extremely convenient. It can even be said that even if 5 elements are cultivated at the same time, the cultivation speed is much higher than that of ordinary people with 5 spiritual roots. Luo Chen read about this physique from an ancient book of the 10,000 Immortals Association. It not only mentions various descriptions of this physique, but also some development and utilization of this physique by predecessors. In particular, Luo Chen remembers one thing very clearly. That is, cultivating all methods at the same time. The 5 spiritual Dao body can ignore the conflict of the 5 elements spiritual energy and practice several techniques at the same time. As long as you are not afraid of slowing down the cultivation speed, you can multiply your own mana. Moreover, when facing the enemy, you don't have to consider the way of the 5 elements mutual restraint, but you can take the opportunity to counter the enemy with a method of mutual restraint. Generally speaking, those who possess the 5 spiritual Dao body are all good seedlings that the big sects cherish with all their heart, and they are willing to invest all their resources to cultivate them. With such a large amount of resources, it is nonsense to say that the speed of cultivation is slowed down. Such people not only have extremely fast cultivation speed, but also often have higher fighting ability than the cultivators of the same level. Luo Chen sat quietly in the spiritual spring, and his mind moved, and the transformation of the mana in his body was even faster than before. There was almost no conflict even between water and fire. Obviously, this is also one of the wonderful uses of the 5 spiritual Dao body. And if you meditate and cultivate, its speed is even higher than the speed of the false heavenly spiritual root transformed by the heavenly phoenix Nirvana Sutra. This alone made Luo Chen's heart surge. The emergence of my 5 spiritual Dao body should be the mutual influence of the 5-element spiritual root and the 4th level physique of the ancient, and with the help of the special energy in this spiritual spring, they finally merged into one. The 5-element spiritual root and the wild beast physique are the basic conditions, but the most important thing is that energy. Looking at the thin and pale spring water in his hand, Luo Chen was thoughtful. However, now is not the time to study his own physique, nor is it the time to study this spring water. Splash! Luo Chen stood up and walked out of the pool, which was only 2 meters in radius. When he reached the shore, he paused. He looked back at the pale white spring water, thinking, if I were in the nascent soul stage, I would be able to absorb it completely. What a pity. But it would be even more of a pity to waste it like this. He slapped his waist with his magic power, and the 2 spirit beast bags emitted light. Then, the Black King and Xiangxun appeared in front of him. The huge body seemed quite crowded in this dark room. Shrink it down. The Black King shrank his body ignorantly, but Luo Chen still felt it was not enough, so he asked him to shrink again and again. When he was about 10 meters behind, the Black King complained bitterly. Master, it's almost done. Xiao He is really frustrated. Luo Chen hummed, looking at Yan Zhuan, who had changed into human form, and said, you too, go in and soak. The Black King subconsciously looked at the pool with steaming mist and asked, inside. Tianjuan frowned. With him, there was a huge benefit in front of him, but he was still so shy. Luo Chen waved his sleeves and swept the 2 defenseless monsters in directly. How much you can absorb depends on your ability. Try to be as fast as possible, don't delay my business. After saying that, he strode out of the dark side hall. The remaining 2 monsters were soaking in the spring water. You looked at me, I looked at you, and looked at each other. But soon, they noticed something was wrong. A powerful energy was pouring into their bodies. That power seemed to contain great fortune and was transforming their monster bodies. Severe pain emanated from their bodies. The Black King was better, but Yan Zhuan was a little overwhelmed. But even so, they were still gritting their teeth and enduring. Because they could feel that the energy was beneficial to them and not harmful, and it might be the greatest opportunity in their life. And this opportunity came from the grace of the Master. Dot. Click. 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 The crisp footsteps echoed on the white jade floor of the palace. Luo Chen, dressed in white, walked forward at a moderate speed, with half of his mind in the sea of qi and half on the surrounding buildings. In the sea of qi, Luo Chen mobilized his life gold elixir and placed it in the Hununding again. This action was to facilitate the use of Senlo fire prison at any time when encountering an enemy. He was a little careful in his movements, because the 5th level derivative elixir he had successfully refined was in the Hununding. It was best not to collide between the 2. After everything was adjusted, Luo Chen's eyes fell on those buildings. The overall style was in line with those stone houses outside. But the corresponding details were very different. Even with Luo Chen's knowledge, he could not fully identify the materials used in the palace. All I know is that it is excellent. Very expensive. Very rare. And all these materials are fused together, as if they were born naturally. Suddenly, 3 roads appeared in front of Luo Chen. 3 roads again. Luo Chen murmured, and followed his heart to the road on the far right. After a few breaths, he reached the end. A faint fragrance of elixir floated out from inside. Huh? Smelling the complex fragrance of elixir, Luo Chen couldn't help but push open the door of the side hall. As far as the eye can see, empty wooden racks stand one by one, and at a glance, they are stacked layer by layer, like a forest of trees. With a move of his figure, Luo Chen came to the wooden rack and took down a jade bottle. Pull out the cork. Nothing. Nothing, nothing at all. The huge surprise in his heart turned into a huge loss. This side hall is obviously the place where finished elixirs are stored. But for some reason, this place is empty, as if all the elixirs have been taken away. Even the corresponding elixir protecting formation has lost its energy source and is no longer activated. Is it a cultivator from the Yuanmo sect? Luo Chen held a top-grade spirit stone with a look of regret and pinched it casually. The powder fell down, indicating that the spirit stone inside had long been consumed, leaving only an empty shell. He could imagine that when this place was in its heyday, it could store tens of thousands or even millions of pills. It could fully meet the needs of the top forces. If he got the inheritance, he would not need to struggle in this life. Sit back and eat, the mountain will not be empty. Especially, if there are high-level pills like the Yanfa pill inside, then, maybe, there are more than just the Yanfa pill. The talent of the Demon Lord Lianshan is amazing enough, even if it is just the tip of the iceberg. The 5th level divine pill may not be his limit. 6th level, 7th level. He murmured, unable to hide his disappointment. Luo Chen left this side hall and closed the door. Back to the original starting point, He hesitated for a moment, and this time chose the far left. According to his thinking, the middle road should lead to the main hall, or the way to leave. I can still explore before I leave. Step by step, the last side hall with carved beams and painted buildings and reliefs of strange beasts appeared in front of me. Luo Chen took a deep breath and pushed open the simple door. Just like before, there were wooden shelves here. But the difference was that these wooden shelves were clearly for books. And this time, Luo Chen was not disappointed after all. Although most of his pupils were empty, they also reflected hundreds of shining protective light shields. There were hundreds of them. He walked in front of these protective shields and hesitated. Because he could feel the extremely terrifying power contained in these light shields, and with his ability, he was afraid that he could not open them. Especially the last and highest bookshelf, there was a blurry black page floating slowly. There was the most dangerous place. Just when Luo Chen hesitated, this place seemed to sense something, and all the light shields slowly retracted. Did it sense that I am the one who passed on the legacy? The aura of the spiritual spring on Luo Chen's body had not yet disappeared. While thinking about something, he walked to the nearest silver animal skin book. He took it down, and a flash of light passed by. Then, Luo Chen slowly spread out the silver animal skin. What came into view was a method of alchemy that Luo Chen had never seen before. It was called the dry bone alchemy method. It uses animal bones as a guide, melts the essence and blood of the alchemist, and then uses the lives of living beings as firewood. If there is fresh resentment, it is the best. I always feel that it is a bit evil. Luo Chen muttered, and put the book into the storage ring. Then, he looked at the next book, a book engraved on a statue of an evil ghost. The 7th alchemy volume of the golden extreme yaksha. I know yaksha, a ghost, a kind of ghost, living in the blue sky, the yellow spring, and the underworld. But what is the golden extreme yaksha? Is it a kind of demon race? Luo Chen recalled the classics in the 3rd level, and it seemed that there was indeed a brief mention of a demon race. It has some relation to the demon Yasha, and is named Jinji Yasha. So it seems that what is recorded on this statue is the unique alchemy knowledge of that clan. Take it. Without time to look at it carefully, Luo Chen took it one by one. At the end, he had already collected all of them like a whirlwind. Only on a black leather book with thick pages, he paused for a long time. Its name is Lian Dan Dian. If nothing unexpected happens, this thick book is probably the alchemy book written by the demon king Lian Bian himself. In silence, Luo Chen raised his head and looked at the bookshelf in the hall. Perhaps, this is the real inheritance content. 72 volumes of alchemy books, covering the 3 major clans of humans, demons and monsters, and the small races are even more bizarre. If you can learn all of them, it will be easy to become a master of alchemy, let alone a saint of alchemy. Even further, you can understand the laws of alchemy. He took another step, his hands moved quickly, and although the books behind were also bizarre, the content recorded was relatively small. Because, all the recipes recorded on it are complete or incomplete. In total, there are 36 recipes. Most of them can be viewed directly, with grades from 1 to 5. The Yanfa recipe is listed. However, he can view the Yanfa recipe, but the other 5 grade recipes seem to have a restrained protective shield that is still working, blocking his consciousness. What makes Luo Chen most excited are the last 3 recipes, which he can't open to see the full picture. One is Dingshan and the other is Kangsu, and the grade description is 6. In other words, this is a pill that only Liangsu's Henjin can take. As for the last one, Luo Chen's hand is shaking just holding it. This is a page filled with black mist, blocking Luo Chen's consciousness from peeping, mana from infecting, and even his eyes from staring. Only one piece of information suddenly came into his mind. 8th grade, Hadeo. At this moment, no words can describe Luo Chen's mood. He could only carefully put the recipe into the ink ring and hide it in the deepest part, mixed with a large number of junk books in his collection. At this point, Luo Chen quietly left the side hall. Before leaving, he thought about it and turned around and bowed. He inherited the legacy and should follow the etiquette of the disciple. It's a pity that the true Lord is not in front of him, otherwise Luo Chen would be willing to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. I just don't know the specific name of the true Lord. The so-called refining heaven demon lord is just a Taoist name. Otherwise, I will set up a tablet for my teacher and burn incense to comfort his spirit in heaven. Luo Chen suppressed his excitement and slowly retreated back to the original path. Finally, he stood in front of the 3-way road again. At this moment, his mood had been forced to calm down. It's time to go outside and take a look. He strode forward and walked farther and farther. Finally, Luo Chen's footsteps stopped at the entrance of a main hall. With just one glance, Luo Chen's excitement, which had finally calmed down, surged again. A black cauldron stood quietly in the center of the hall. With Luo Chen's knowledge of refining tools, he couldn't tell the grade of this cauldron at all. He only knew that the invisible pressure was far greater than anyone he had ever seen before. Whether it was Hanzan Yaoxiao, or the two independent people Zuayu, even Yaoquan King Shuang, they were like ants under this pressure. With such power, it is definitely not an ordinary magic weapon. I'm afraid it has already surpassed the level of a real weapon. Only the legendary spiritual treasure can be compared. Could this be the true inheritance left by the alchemy lineage of the demon lord Luo Chen? The ecstasy was visible on his face. His body moved spontaneously. Luo Chen took a step and couldn't help but walk towards the black cauldron. He couldn't help but stretch out his right hand to touch the black cauldron. At this moment, a weak voice came from the cauldron. You're here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 695, 9 Refining Flames, Nirvana Holy Fire. The abrupt voice and familiar tone instantly brought Luo Chen's ecstatic mood down. He originally thought that the voice in the 5th level of the Dan realm was left by the person who set up the formation. But now, someone made such a sound again, which undoubtedly showed that it was indeed a real person. He looked around vigilantly and blurted out, "Who?" The hall was empty and silent. In the end, Luo Chen's attention was focused on the black cauldron. "Is it you?" "It's me." The weak voice in the black cauldron came out again. He seemed to be mustering up his remaining strength and said with difficulty, "Inheritor, tell me your name." Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, and finally reported his real name sincerely. Luo Chen. When he said this, he had already understood the other party's identity. Obviously, this is the so-called weapon spirit. According to legend, only spiritual treasures can give birth to true weapon spirits. Such existence has the power to destroy the world and overturn the seas and rivers, which is definitely not comparable to those pseudo-spirits attached to spiritual treasures. It was after thinking this through that Luo Chen was more certain that the black tripod in front of him was a real spiritual treasure. After learning Luo Chen's name, the black tripod spirit was silent for a while, and then slowly asked, "Are you ready to truly accept the master's inheritance?" Luo Chen was stunned. After passing the assessment, wasn't he already considered to have accepted the other party's inheritance? There are 72 volumes of the alchemy book and 36 recipes. There are also 3 recipes that lead directly to the Great Dao, Dingshan, Kangsu, and Hedao. Could it be that? Luo Chen asked tentatively, "Are there other inheritances?" His eyes wandered on the black tripod. Sure enough. The black tripod spirit slowly said, "The inheritance treasure is my Lianshan tripod and the things inside the tripod. If you are ready, I will use my remaining strength to help you accept the real inheritance." Lianshan tripod? The things inside the tripod? Instantly, Luo Chen's heart became hot. Without hesitation, he asked, "What does it mean to be ready?" "Agree to 2 conditions." "What conditions?" "When he has achieved success in cultivation, he will take care of the master's clansmen and fulfill a promise that the master owed before his death by personally refining elixirs for a certain being." "Take care of a clan? Refine an elixir?" Luo Chen frowned. It was not surprising to take care of the clansmen of Lord Lian Bianmo. After the other party died, there would always be someone who cared about him. But refining elixirs for others was a bit surprising. With Lord Lian Bianmo's ability in alchemy, if he wanted to refine elixirs for others, he could do it himself. Why would he need the inheritor to do it for him? The most important thing is, what does it mean to have achieved success in cultivation? According to your heart. Faced with this answer, Luo Chen was speechless. Doing something knowing it is impossible, or doing it within your ability, or having some spare strength, these situations correspond to completely different realms and strengths. But the Black Cauldron spirit threw the problem to Luo Chen with just 4 words. But according to your heart? He took a deep breath and asked seriously, where are the Zhenjin people now? What's their situation? Are there any internal or external troubles? Faced with a series of questions, the Black Cauldron spirit replied weakly, "I don't know." Luo Chen frowned and asked again, "Is that promise mandatory? Who are you refining the elixir for? How can I contact the other party, or how can the other party believe that I am the descendant of this Henjin elixir?" This time, the Black Cauldron spirit gave an answer. The promise was made by the master before his death. It was originally intended to be fulfilled after being promoted to the fusion stage, but it was too late. The person who made the promise was Yao Qi Shangnu. When we meet one day, the other party will understand. Yao Qi Shangnu. Luo Chen wrote down this name. Then, Luo Chen asked again, "If you don't agree to these two conditions, can you accept the real inherited spiritual treasure?" The spirit of the Black Cauldron, "No." Luo Chen frowned slightly. "Then what about the elixir books and recipes I got before, and even the series of elixirs refined in the elixir world?" The spirit of the Black Cauldron, "You can take it away. It is a blessing for those who pass the assessment. It has always been so." Luo Chen thought about it and suddenly asked another question, "Do people who pass the assessment in other inheritance places also have to face these two conditions?" The spirit of the Black Cauldron, "I don't know." Luo Chen was thoughtful. "It shouldn't be, at least in terms of refining elixirs for others. Other inheritors do not meet the conditions. What about the people of the Xianlian clan? Why is this condition placed in the elixir inheritance? Is there something special about this inheritance?" While he was thinking, the spirit did not urge him, but quietly waited for his consideration. After a long time, Luo Chen raised his head and asked another question. "What is inside the Xianlian cauldron?" But this time, the spirit of the Black Cauldron was different from before and gave another answer. "Only if you accept the inheritance, I will tell you what is inside. It knows, but it won't say it." "Is that so?" Luo Chen murmured, and then his expression gradually became firm. "The things that could allow the demon lord Lian Yuan to stay inside must be extremely precious. Even without those things, the Ling Yuanding, a spiritual treasure that gave birth to a spirit, was enough to make him impulsive. What's more, he passed the 5 levels of the Dan realm assessment with great difficulty, and these things should belong to him." Luo Chen no longer hesitated, and immediately agreed to the two conditions in front of the Black Cauldron spirit. At this point, the scene in the hall suddenly changed. A golden light curtain slowly rose from the cauldron, and tadpole-like words swam on it. Luo Chen looked at the words that he didn't recognize at all, with a blank face. At the same time, the voice of the Black Cauldron spirit came slowly. In his lifetime, the master refined a total of 13 spiritual treasures, each of which contained power that could reach the heavens and penetrate the earth. Of the 13 spiritual treasures, 1 was given to Yao Qi Shangyu, 1 fell into the hands of Yuan Yuan Dazun, and 1 remained in the clan. Of the remaining 10, 5 were destroyed by Qixia Yuan Jun, leaving only 5 in Ming Zhao Tian. They are the Lian Yuanding, the Black Magic Jar, the True Yang Crown, the Divine Brush, and the 10,000 Beasts picture. Among these 5 spiritual treasures, only the Lian Yuanding, the Black Magic Jar, and the True Yang Crown are superior to them. They are spiritual treasures that can reach the heavens and transcend spiritual treasures. They are also the essence of the master's lifelong practice. For low-level cultivators like you, if you want to use such treasures as you wish, you must first practice the Tong Baoju. Normally, it would take you dozens or even hundreds of years to fully master the Tong Baoju. But this time, with the help of my original spirit, the time can be greatly shortened. At least there will be no problem in recognizing the master. As for what happens after that, I can't do anything. It all depends on your luck." As he spoke, the golden tadpoles in the light curtain swam towards Luo Chen. Tadpole-like characters sank into Luo Chen's mind. Even if he didn't know the characters, he could still be familiar with their meanings. Focus your mind and don't have any distracting thoughts. When helping Luo Chen practice the Tong Baoju, the Black Cauldron spirit reminded him, clearly sensing the shock in Luo Chen's mind at the moment. It only thought that Luo Chen was shocked by the ability of the refining heaven demon lord and the high grade of the spiritual treasure, so it gave a special reminder. But he didn't know that at this moment, Luo Chen's heart was in a state of shock. It was because a name was mentioned in those words. Qixia Yuanjin. If he remembered correctly, there were 3 halls standing in Kangwu Mountain, the holy land of the Eastern Wilderness Feather Clan, namely Dazin, Xiaokong, and Tuangxuan. Dazin had no master, and Yao Kun was temporarily the deputy master. Xiaokong had a master, King Shuang Demon Emperor. And the master of Twinkson Hall was also the most mysterious existence. Even though Mingyun sent a powerful spirit to attack Kangwu Mountain, he did not make a move. As for this existence, Luo Chen did not know its name, but he knew its Taoist name, which was Kiksha Yuanjin. Is it the same name or a coincidence, or is it the same person? But Kiksha Yuanjin of the mountain and sea realm, the highest realm, is only the spirit. How can he fight with Lianshan Demon Lord? You know, Lianshan Demon Lord is praised by Tai Sui as the first person in the history of Liangsu. In the past 20 years in the land of meteorites, Luo Chen has also seen the tip of the iceberg of Lianshan Demon Lord's strength through countless details, which is unimaginably powerful. And such an existence, Kiksha Yuanjin actually fought with him? It is even said that Kiksha Yuanjin also destroyed the 5 spiritual treasures of Lianshan Demon Lord. Luo Chen was unwilling to believe this guess. That means the disillusionment of Lianshan Demon Lord's power, and the expansion of Kiksha Yuanjin's shadow in his heart. Many distracting thoughts came one after another. If it weren't for the Black Cauldron's repeated scolding, Luo Chen almost wanted to find out the truth. However, Luo Chen still suppressed his emotions in the end, forced himself to calm down, and silently memorized the so-called Tongbaoju. Later, with the help of the Black Cauldron's spirit, he even cast a series of spells on the Lianshan Cauldron. When the spells were immersed in the Black Cauldron, Luo Chen's mind seemed to be attracted to it. In a trance, he saw the things left by the Lianshan Demon Lord. It was a gray light floating in the depths of the cauldron. I don't know its power or its ability. Inexplicably, Luo Chen's mind seemed to be swallowed and refined by it. In addition, there were 2 other objects entrenched in the center of the Black Cauldron, standing opposite each other, competing against each other. They were 2 flames. One was 9-colored, and the other was golden. Under these 2 flames, Luo Chen's previously extremely proud, withered and prosperous true fire trembled like an ant. It was not the difference in strength, but the suppression of the status of the essential grade. Especially the latter, which gave Luo Chen a sense of familiarity. It's like, I've seen it somewhere before? Are these 3 the things that the true Lord left for me? The world calls the owner of the weapon spirit a Demon Lord of Refining Heaven, which is a Taoist name. But Luo Chen and Tai Sui dare not call him this honorary title directly, and often refer to him as the true Lord. Just like the Jinden cultivators are respected as superiors, and the Yuanying people are respected as real people, the Liangsu cultivators are often respected as true Lord in ancient books. In response to his question, the weapon spirit quickly gave an answer. Yes, that's right. This is the true inheritance obtained after passing the alchemy test. The 2 flames are the original true fire left by the master, named Jiulian Beacon Fire. And the original true fire of Kiksha Yuanjin, named Nirvana Holy Fire. In that battle, the master intercepted a strand of Kiksha Yuanjin's original true fire, trapped it in my body, and consumed it with Jiulian Beacon Fire. After many years, with the master's death, Jiulian Beacon Fire has no will, and Nirvana Holy Fire is also ownerless. Both of them have only a little instinct. You should refine the Refining Heaven Cauldron first. When you have complete control over it in the future, you can use the Refining Heaven Cauldron to try to subdue these 2 high-level flames, so that you can go further in the path of alchemy. Luo Chen pursed his lips. There was no change in his expression. When he heard the name Nirvana Holy Fire, his mind was a little turbulent, but he quickly suppressed it. Perhaps he was shocked before, but now he is not surprised. Or, he had completely understood that the Demon Lord Liang Yan and the Kiksha Yuan Lord of Kangwu Mountain were indeed closely related. Because, he had really seen the holy flame of Nirvana in Kangwu Mountain. Although the power of the holy flame of Nirvana that time was stronger than the one here, in terms of quality, they were one in heaven and one in earth. The one here was more pure and profound. Suddenly, Luo Chen seemed to remember something and asked, "What about you? You always say that you won't help me in the future." Once the Lianyang recognized its master, the spirit of the weapon should also be under the control of Luo Chen. Thinking of the extremely weak voice of the spirit of the weapon before, a bad premonition emerged in Luo Chen's mind. Sure enough, bad news came. The spirit of the weapon said sadly, "Your consciousness wandered in the Lianyang. Can't you see those injuries?" Luo Chen opened his mouth. He saw it, but subconsciously chose to ignore it. For thousands of years, the 9 refining beacon fire and the Nirvana Holy Fire have been fighting in my body. Their power is being consumed madly, and my body is also riddled with holes. In particular, Most of my power has been used to seal the gray light, making me even more powerless to stop all this. After you complete the Zongmiao, I will disperse my own spirituality and use the part of the refining law I have comprehended to perfect the seal left by the master on the gray light. From now on, you can only rely on yourself. Don't worry about the lianshending. Its own grade is still there. Although it is riddled with holes, it can be nurtured for thousands of years, and there is a chance to give birth to a spirit again and return to the Zongmiao. When it said this, there was an unconcealed sadness in its tone. Thousands of years later, will the spirit of the reborn lianshending still be it? I'm afraid that things have changed. What is that gray light? Luo Chen asked in a deep voice. He didn't dare to look at it more after a quick glance just now. Don't ask, don't think. When you reach the realm of refining emptiness, you will understand everything. The spirit of the weapon left this sentence. Then the voice gradually weakened. It seemed that it had reached its end. The black tripod standing quietly in the hall was trembling slightly, as if it was reluctant to give up. Luo Chen pursed his lips, knowing that the other party had already sacrificed himself and was throwing himself into the gray light. He pinched the spirit formula and kept playing the Zongmiao formula on the lianshending. With the experience of the spirit of the weapon taking him to travel around the lianshending before, this first step of refining and recognizing the master went very smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, it won't take long before he will obtain this Zongmiao that is so-called beyond ordinary spiritual treasures. Even if it is incomplete, it will definitely be the top treasure in the mountain and sea world. Time passed slowly. More than a month has passed unknowingly. Luo Chen played the Zongmiao formula on the lianshending at least 100 times, and it seemed that he wanted to completely control it. This day, Luo Chen stopped his movements and began to meditate and restore his mana. Suddenly, his eyebrows moved and he subconsciously looked at the black cauldron. A ray of golden light peeked out from the cauldron. Nirvana holy fire. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. The next moment, his face changed drastically. The golden flame was actually rushing straight towards him. How could Luo Chen dare to let it touch him? The horror in his memory was not forgotten. He subconsciously raised his mana shield and was about to perform other actions. But the golden flame was so fast that it flew in front of him in the blink of an eye, even ignoring the mana shield on Luo Chen's body, and directly sank into his body. Luo Chen was stunned. Why did he feel like a wanderer returning home? Subconsciously, he thought of his previous actions. In order to keep his mana sufficient, he started to practice his lifelong skills. Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra and Nirvana Holy Fire? Before this thought fully emerged, a sharp scream suddenly broke out in the hall. Following the scream, a ball of 9 colored flames rose from the broken refining heaven cauldron. It targeted Luo Chen. Or rather, it targeted the Nirvana Holy Fire in Luo Chen's body. Then, the 9 colored flames escaped from the cauldron. Come back. Luo Chen was horrified. Even though he retreated frantically, he had no time to avoid it and could only watch the 9 colored flames enter his body. A thought emerged in Luo Chen's mind. Is the battle between Julian and Nirvana not over yet? Just as he thought, the moment the Julian fire entered Luo Chen's body, it was noticed by the Nirvana Holy Fire, which directly mobilized Luo Chen's mana to strengthen itself. Even the withered and flourishing true fire merged with the Nirvana Holy Fire in the silent wailing, making its power even more blazing. A battle, from the initial contact directly into the white-hot stage. The battlefield is constantly expanding. Flesh, bones, 5 internal organs, meridians, acupoints, and even the sea of qi. In an instant, 2 violent forces exploded in Luo Chen's body. Flames emerged from his pores, turning him into a burning man. An extreme aura of destruction emerged from Luo Chen's body. Pain, distortion, anger, all kinds of expressions appeared on Luo Chen's face. They are using my body as a battlefield. Chapter 696, Sanren Mo Luo's Double Blood Battle. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the 20th year of the opening of the Land of Fallen Demons, the 4th palace of the 14 palaces of Mingzhou quietly lit up. Why is it quietly? Because the light of this palace is slightly dim compared to the other 3 palaces. It is the dark palace that is far away from the light palace. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of 2 people on the Yunhei Square, almost no one would have noticed the opening of the dark palace. 2 figures, standing firmly, one of them launched an attack without hesitation, treating the existence of the people around him as if they were nothing. The blood-colored streak condensed to the extreme, accompanied by the majestic sword energy, slashed down. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, forcing the other person back hundreds of feet away. Seeing that the burly man with a blood blade was about to pursue the victory, the opponent immediately shouted, "Zhu Sanren, do you really want to fight to the death? The inheritance of the dark world has been taken away, why should we fight to the death here?" Under the sharp light of the knife, the burly man revealed his true appearance. His expression was resolute, and his beard was knotted. His blood robe fluttered, and he was domineering and arrogant. And the long knife in his hand, which was like a miao dao, instantly made everyone around him recognize his identity. The divine blood blade. Zhu Sanren. One of the three great scattered people in the North Sea Zeuxin world. This person is said to be everywhere in the North Sea, and can be said to be a child's cry. When they knew the identity of the newcomer, everyone understood why the other party was so strong. Zhu Sanren has the qualifications. The other person, although also wearing a blood-colored Taoist robe, his sluggish momentum is much worse. At this moment, Zhu Sanren looked up at the sky and looked at the palace building that was slowly emerging with light. Seeing his move, Zhu and Moluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. We have been fighting for more than 10 years, and there is no one better. The inheritance of the dark world has now been taken away. If we continue to fight like this, it will only be a fight between the snipe and the clam, and the fisherman will benefit. When he said this, he glanced at the group of people behind Zhu Sanren. In response, "You die or I die." Zhu Sanren slowly withdrew his gaze and uttered a mocking word. "No one better." With each word, Zhu and Moluo's face became more and more ugly. Zhu Sanren snorted coldly, "You have been struggling to hold on for more than 10 years with the power left by your Yuanmo sect's blood sea ancestor, and you really think you are the same as me? How long can you hold on from now on? You." Zhu and Moluo's face flushed, and he said hatefully, "Aren't you coveting this power?" Zhu Sanren nodded, not hiding it at all. "Yes, I want that power to help me achieve great magic skills and step into the realm of great cultivators. Unlike you, you obviously have tremendous power, but you cultivate it in a weird and inexplicable way." Before Blood Nightmare Demon Luo could refute, he looked behind him with a grim look. "Besides, if I kill you, how can these villains like them be the ones to benefit?" Under his extremely aggressive and domineering gaze, those who were swept by him subconsciously took a step back. There were those who were as weak as Moen Cave Master, who were even more frightened, with many illusions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood in their minds. "It's the bloody evil." A low shout woke Moen Cave Master. When they met again, the Yuanying's Henren shrouded in black robes had protected him behind. "Thank you, Senior." Although he didn't know why the other party would protect him, Moen Cave Master still thanked him sincerely. The black-robed Henren didn't reply, and at this moment he was facing a great enemy. In mid-air, Zhu Sanren glanced at him and sneered, "Neither human nor ghost, a puppet body, but he is quite capable." The black-robed real person nodded and took Moen Cave Master back a few steps. "Zhu Sanren, please." The implication was that he would not participate in their fight. At the same time, the others also expressed their opinions. Heijia Xianmu is the most vigilant. All the people here were strong men of the human race, and she was the only one from the demon race. What if everyone wanted to kill her first? Under this concern, let alone the mantis catching the cicada and the oriole behind, she would first think about protecting herself, and naturally she would not participate in the battle between the two bloods. I only regret that Longzong and Luo Chen are not here, otherwise how could I put myself in such a dangerous situation? Fei Yunzi's eyes flickered, and he was faintly eager to move. His sight wandered between Zhu Sanren and Zhu Yan Moluo for a while, and then fell on the black-robed real person, but finally placed it on the jade buildings above the 9 heavens. He had no interest in these meaningless battles. For a moment, only 2 people were left in the field who did not avoid the sight of Zhu Sanren. "Look at you two, you seem to be a little ignorant of life and death." Fairy Feiling said coldly, "Sorry, before we came in, the 3 of us agreed to advance and retreat together." Taoist Jade smiled bitterly, "Sanren, why bother to fight with each other? Why not stop fighting and make peace, and wait for the opening of the 14th palace of Mingxiao together, and take the benefits from those who have obtained the inheritance?" Facing these words, Zhu Sanren smiled grimly. "Those things have nothing to do with me, I only want the power left by the Blood Sea ancestor. You 3, come together. What is there for me to fear?" When he said this, a thick blood light on his body rushed to the sky, and a figure walked out of him. The man had a sinister face and narrow eyes. Obviously, his appearance was completely different from the burly and majestic Zhu Sanren, but the two stood together, one in front and one behind, and their overall temperament was almost the same. When this person appeared, Fairy Fei Ling called out in a low voice, "Elder Yan." "No, that's not Elder Yan, that's the blood godson refined by Zhu Sanren." Zhu Yan Moluo shouted, revealing the identity of the person who came, and quickly explained, "Zhu Sanren refined a total of 4 Yuanying stage blood godsons. One was destroyed by the Dark World monster, one blood godson died together with my 108 Xiangyang Disha blood godsons, and the other died under my sword. Now there is only this one left." After hearing this news, everyone in Yunhei Square was shocked. They were shocked by Zhu Sanren's strength. At the middle stage of the Yuanying realm, he refined 4 blood godsons of the same level. No wonder he was said to be comparable to the late Yuanying great monks. They were also curious about what means Zhu Yan Moluo used to kill 2 of his blood godsons and survive until now. No matter how you look at it, Zhu Yan Moluo is only at the early stage of the Yuanying realm. Could it be that he relied on the power left by the Blood Sea ancestor mentioned by Zhu Sanren? Facing the gazes of the crowd, Zhu Sanren was calm and fearless. This time, he didn't waste words and attacked directly. Holding the divine blood blade, he rushed straight to Zhu Yan Moluo. Behind him, the blood godson, who was suspected to be the transformation of Elder Yan of the Yuanmo sect, stood alone in front of Fairy Fei Ling and Taoist Ji Yuan. "Junior sister, be careful. The blood godson refined by Zhu Sanren uses the method of the Yuanmo sect's blood sea lineage, which is the most crazy and cruel." Taoist Ji Yuan had a whisk in his hand, and flying swords surrounded him. Fairy Fei Ling looked calm. "I know better than you, and I don't need you to remind me. You should think about how to help Zhu Yan. If he dies, my sister will come out later, but no one will help you." As soon as these words came out, Taoist Ji Yuan's face changed. At present, the ability of Zhu Yan Moluo has indeed exceeded their expectations. He really obtained the power left by the ancestors of the sect, and can face the strong men in the middle stage of the nascent soul directly. Maybe he can even fight against the great monks with that power at the peak. If he wants to survive, he really has to. Taking a deep breath, the old Taoist Jiayun urged, "Let's attack together and kill this blood godson." "Okay." Without thinking, the two of them each used their magic weapons to kill. In the square, the sea of clouds was surging, indicating that the battle between the two bloods had begun to break out again. But overall, Zhu Sanren had the upper hand. The majestic sword light, unparalleled, suppressed the blood nightmare demon Luo from beginning to end. As he said, the opponent was just borrowing the power of the ancestor. After all, it was not his own power. In the more than 10 years of fighting in the dark world, Zhu Sanren relied on his own 3 blood godsons to continuously deplete the opponent's power, and now it has reached the point of one battle. Seeing that he could not hold on any longer, the Cloud Sea Square seemed wide, but there was no place to block the line of sight, and the blood nightmare demon Luo began to call for help. "What are you still doing there? Come and help me." Taoist Jiayun gritted his teeth and said, "Junior sister, you come and stop the blood godson, I will go to help him." After that, regardless of Fairy Fei Ling's attitude, he brushed his whisk, and white silk flew all over the sky, temporarily trapping the blood godson, and then rushed to support blood nightmare demon Luo. Seeing this scene, Fairy Fei Ling bit her lip, and there was a flash of pain in her eyes. It's like this again. The people of Penglai Immortal sect are always like this. It was like this back then, and it is still like this now. Boom. After a short fight, blood nightmare demon Luo spit out blood and flew out backwards. Zhu Sanren was about to chase him, but Taoist Jiayun had already intercepted him halfway. Whoosh! Blood nightmare demon Luo fell to the ground with a ferocious look. "Jiayun, buy me some time, wait for me to communicate with the sword spirit." After the words fell, a blood sword appeared in his hand. It was the blood sword that killed the gods. But the so-called communication in blood nightmare demon Luo's mouth was not that simple. He pointed at the center of his brow. A drop of blood, golden and red, flew out slowly. Essence blood? No. This is the soul blood that has stained the soul of the cultivator. As the soul blood flew out, Zhu Yan Moluo's face turned pale, but he could not care for it. He held the soul blood in one hand and wiped it across the blood sword of God. Then, in an instant, he pinched hundreds of spells. Finally, he paused suddenly. Command. As soon as the words fell, the blood sword of God, which was originally trembling, suddenly became obedient. At this time, the old Taoist Jian who was blocking Zhu Sanren was directly blasted to a place not far from Zuian Moluo. In the sky, a burly man with loose hair looked down at them from above. A desperate struggle, a last-ditch resistance. Really? Zuian Moluo looked ferocious and pointed his finger. Go. The blood sword of God turned into a bloody light and rushed away. Facing this sword, Zhu Sanren's expression became a little more solemn, but his eyes were still confident. The long sword in his hand slashed down vertically. The sword light was like a streak of silk, constantly competing with a blood sword that could cut the gods. Clang. 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 In just a dozen breaths, the sword and the sword had clashed hundreds of times. When the two retreated twice, Zhu Sanren looked down at the long sword in front of him, and dense gaps appeared on the blade. The real weapon Shengyang Blood Blade, which was famous in the North Sea, was completely defeated in this clash. Is it that sword again? He murmured, and his right hand clenched in the air. Swish! Suddenly, a long whip exploded in the void. As the long whip flew, it was like a snake, a python, a vine, and a dragon. In the distance, there was even a soul-stirring crow cry that resounded through the sky. The Blood Kiss Whip was originally a real weapon that I refined to obtain the power of the Blood Sea ancestor. This time, I want to see if I can restrain this sword. With thoughts flashing in his mind, Zhu Sanren whipped it down. Snap! The void trembled, and a whip turned into two shadows, whipping at the two. Facing this whip, the face of the old Taoist Jian changed drastically. The white silk of the whisk turned into a cocoon, covering him. Snap! A whip. With just one whip, the white cocoon was pulled hundreds of feet away, and it exploded in the void. As the silk floss flew, the old Taoist Jian vomited blood, and his eyes were distracted. On the other side, the blood nightmare demon Luo did his best to control the blood sword of God, slashing and slashed at the long whip. Boom! The long whip and the blood sword intersected, and the magic power surged, rolling up boundless wind and clouds. Haha, the time you have spent on refining this real weapon is too short, and you can't do anything to me after all. The blood nightmare demon Luo laughed loudly. The blood Sanren's face darkened slightly, and he held the whip handle and snorted coldly. It's nothing more than wasting a little more time. Time. Yes, time is the most important thing for everyone. Just like Luo Chen. Inside the Alchemy Palace, Luo Chen was in the biggest life and death crisis in history at this moment. Two extremely high-ranking origin flames were fighting with his body as the battlefield. After thousands of years of fighting, the two had already exhausted their strength, leaving only a tiny bit of origin. But they were too high-ranking. Even if there was only a tiny bit of power left, it was definitely not something Luo Chen could contend with. After the death of the spirit of the refining heaven cauldron, there was no one who could suppress them. And because the mana cultivated by the heavenly phoenix Nirvana Sutra was of the same lineage as the Nirvana Holy Fire, the Nirvana Holy Fire, which had been dormant for many years, once again set off a war. Luo Chen was hopeless about all this. He could only watch the two flames in his body fighting madly and destroying his body madly. No. I will never allow it. The hoarse shout stirred in Luo Chen's soul. The mana had been mobilized by the Nirvana Holy Fire, but he still had another power. Source power. The confluence of 10,000 paths was running, and streams of source power rose from all directions in his body, completely wrapping his body. This battlefield must not collapse. In the short battle, the 9 refined beacon fire gradually began to lose the upper hand. It is a fire without source after all. But the Nirvana Holy Fire has the help of Luo Chen's magic power. At this time, the situation has changed, and it is not the time for it to have the upper hand. Realizing this, the 9 refined beacon fire could not hold back. When it rolled into the sea of Qi again, it rushed towards the lonely floating white pill with a resolute posture. The second Yuandan. No. Sensing all this, Luo Chen looked terrified. The next moment, the white pill was covered by the 9-color light, and began to expand and grow, and the magic power was contracting. Then, boom! The second Yuandan exploded. The terrifying magic power, like a river bursting its stem, poured out in an instant. At this moment, Luo Chen's once proud and tough sea of Qi exploded instantly. The boiling magic power, like a wild horse, rushed towards all parts of Luo Chen's body with a collapsed sea of Qi as the center. His body began to disintegrate. Chapter 697 The Fall of Luo Chen. For a cultivator, what means can be considered the most powerful move? Spell bombing? Sharp magic weapon? Or the soul attack that is impossible to defend against? No. Strictly speaking, none of these are the strongest moves. The strongest and most powerful move is the self-explosion that even the cultivator cannot control, which is enough to cause harm to dozens of miles or even shock hundreds of miles. Yes, it is self-explosion. Especially for a giant and cultivator who has condensed the golden elixir, once he takes the initiative to break the golden elixir, the attack he will set off will be an indiscriminate terrorist bombing. Under such an attack, even enemies with higher realms will have to retreat. The reason for this is mainly because the golden elixir is the ultimate condensation of the cultivator's hundreds of years of Taoism. It represents the essence condensed by the hard practice day and night. This essence condensed day and night blooms in an instant, and the power is extremely terrifying. No giant and cultivator is willing to take this step unless he is in a desperate situation with no other way out. It can even be said that many giant and cultivators never thought of self-destructing their giant until they were killed. Once the giant self-destructs, there is no chance of survival. It is inevitable defeat. Subconscious resistance, even until death. Few people have this idea. Over the years, Luo Chen has only heard of a cultivator self-destructing his giant once, and has only seen a self-destruction of the giant once in person. The former originated from the period of the founding war of the Luo sect in the East Wilderness. A supreme elder of the Wangxiang sect faced the siege of the Demon King and blew himself up to cover the retreat of his disciples. The latter, after he came to the North Sea, at the dock of Filang City, a cultivator named Wu Di from the Wu family tried to kill him with a self-destruction of his giant, but he was prepared in advance and escaped from the self-destruction range. Luo Chen was unwilling to face the power of the self-destruction of a strong man of the same level, and never thought that he would reach that step one day. But he never expected that he would be forced to do this. Although it is not the natal golden elixir, the quality of the second Yuandan, which originated from the refining of the third-level great perfection Yin Chensha, is no less than the golden elixir of the late great monk. The power contained in it is normal if it is released slowly. But it explodes suddenly. At this moment, an unimaginable storm of mana is torturing Luo Chen's body. If it were anyone else, they would have died and turned into a puff of blood mist when the second Yuandan was detonated by the 9 refining beacon fire. But he managed to hold on. Everything depends on this powerful physique of the 4th level of the ancient. This scene is like a great monk comparable to the late Jindan, self-destructing in the body of a small-sized wild beast. And because of the smallness of the body, the power of the self-explosion is extremely concentrated. In an instant, Luo Chen's body began to fail and began to collapse inch by inch. Bang! 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 In the hall, a puff of blood mist suddenly appeared. Blood beads shot out from the hole in Luo Chen's body. It was visible to the naked eye that his condition was getting worse and worse, and he was almost unable to hold on. Not only that, the severe pain of the collapse of the sea of qi stirred Luo Chen's sea of consciousness and soul, causing him to faint instantly. Because of the severe pain, he suddenly woke up. This was a horrible pain that Luo Chen, who was known for his perseverance, could not bear. He kept fainting and waking up. Ah! A low roar like a beast came out of Luo Chen's mouth. On his twisted face, veins were exposed. I don't accept it. I will never accept this ending. In the chaotic soul, silent shuts were roaring. Luo Chen never slacked off, worked hard, and persisted in practicing for 100 years, and only then did he reach his current state. He walked on thin ice in countless life and death crises, and only then did he gain countless opportunities. Especially after going through hardships and finally getting the inheritance of the true Lord, with a 5-spirit Dao body that can directly reach the nascent soul stage and even the God transformation stage, how can he collapse here in one day? He didn't accept it. Waves of source power were mobilized from all over his body, barely stabilizing his precarious body. Not enough. Still not enough. Luo Chen gritted his teeth, regardless of the confusion of his thoughts, and squeezed the original vitality from the depths of his body to form source power, forcibly suppressing the mana storm in his body. The red mana and the fierce source power formed a situation of explosion and suppression with Luo Chen's body as the battlefield. All this was to blame on the Nirvana Holy Fire and the 9 refining beacon fire. The former borrowed his body to fight against the latter. The latter knew that it was no match for the latter, so it simply wanted to destroy the home court of the Nirvana Holy Fire. This bitter fruit, however, had to be borne by Luo Chen. Gradually, Luo Chen felt that his source power, which was not much to begin with, was becoming increasingly scarce. He was almost unable to suppress the riot of the second Juandan mana. The reason for this situation is not that the source power is weaker than the magic power, but that the amount is too small. In the end, Luo Chen achieved the 4th level of the ancient world in a short time. Almost not long after he advanced, he came to the land of fallen demons with Ding Yimwean and others, and he didn't have much time to extract and accumulate source power. In the battle with the Mermaid Emperor Luo Chen, and when refining the derivative magic pill in the Dan realm, he consumed a part of the source power. Therefore, this embarrassing situation of insufficient source power was caused. Yes. Replenish the source power. In a daze, Luo Chen concentrated his mind with difficulty and took out an object from the stored ring. It was the Tai Sui body. Before, in order to refine the pill, he ate about 1/10 of it, and now there is 90% of the crystal clear white meat jelly left. This time, Luo Chen was desperate and wanted to swallow it in one gulp. He pinched a seal with his left hand. Boom! Luo Chen's head suddenly became bigger, as if a huge monster had suddenly jumped out of the human body. The bloody mouth opened wide, and the entire 10-foot-long Tai Sui body was swallowed. The sharp teeth chewed frantically. As the juice flowed, a strong vitality fell into Luo Chen's body. Without waiting for the magic power to be contaminated, the source power began to seize and refine the vitality. As a 5th-level spiritual plant, and a Tai Sui body that had once communicated with spirits and comprehended some of the wood laws, the vitality contained in it was so magnificent that it was considered a first-class existence even among thousands of spiritual medicines. Even the demon lord Lian Bian had to rely on the terrifying vitality contained in the Tai Sui body to cultivate and save the hybrid spiritual plants he experimented with. At this moment, Luo Chen was caught off guard by the complete vitality of the Tai Sui. He burped. Burp. The source power suddenly increased. In an instant, Luo Chen recovered. At this moment, he finally had the mood to pay attention to his body. However, when he looked inside, it was a mess. The Sea of Qi was completely destroyed. Only 1 out of 10 meridians survived. Hundreds of acupoints that were painstakingly opened, once shining like stars in the body, are now either destroyed or blocked by chaotic mana. The internal organs are even more devastated, and it is unbearable to look at them carefully. If it were not for the magnificent vitality provided by Tai Sui, Luo Chen would now be a dying man with only a breath left in a human skin. My 5 spirits Dao body. My original body. In a certain world in Mingzhe Ocean, the fat monk who was struggling to move forward suddenly hugged his head and let out a mournful howl. Just now, he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain in his soul. After the pain, he was horrified to find that his connection with his original body was gone. Gone. That was the body that he had cultivated for 10,000 years and had only given birth to spiritual wisdom 3,000 years ago. Without the body, let alone the transformation and cultivation to glimpse the great Dao, there was no possibility for him to even be promoted to the god of incarnation. How could this happen? What on earth did Luo Chen do? Between anger and despair, the fat monk no longer moved cautiously and began to rush around in this world. He wanted to get out. He wanted to find Luo Chen. He wanted to find his body back. No. The meridians may be reshaped, the 5 internal organs can be restored, and even the acupoints can be created. But without the Sea of Qi, my life path is cut off. Although the body is strong, the future is unclear. Especially, my 5 spirit body. Luo Chen's body trembled continuously, and he could not accept the scene he saw now. At this moment, in the scene of internal vision, he saw a blocked acupoint with a golden light flashing. In an instant, Luo Chen recognized the guy. The culprit of all evil, the Nirvana Holy Fire. If it had not drilled into his body, how could it have attracted the 9 refining fires, and how could he have fallen here? You are hiding well. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and was about to force it out of his body. But when he was about to start, Luo Chen suddenly stopped. Nirvana Holy Fire. Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Nirvana. As if a blessing came to his mind, Luo Chen forced his body to adjust and sit cross-legged with his 5 hearts facing the sky. Then, he started to practice the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. At this moment, his Sea of Qi collapsed, his meridians were broken, and his acupoints were either destroyed or blocked. He couldn't practice the exercises smoothly at all. But Luo Chen followed his memory and forcibly mobilized his magic power to practice in the void in his body. The magic power after the second Juandan was detonated was still raging, causing him to fail in this action one after another. Come out. With a low shout, a red golden pill jumped into his body. It was the natal golden pill hidden in the Hununding. After the natal golden pill appeared, it pressed down on the universe and the body like a sun. The sadistic magic power began to condense around the golden pill as the center, just like a violent torrent was channeled. Luo Chen finally had the opportunity to start constructing the operation root of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra in the void. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Chen relied on his instinctive memory to finally construct the root of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. Then, reverse. Luo Chen's eyes exuded a crazy taste, and he resolutely reversed his life-defining skills. If other immortals knew about this crazy behavior, they would only call him a madman. Who dares to reverse his life-defining skills? That is tantamount to suicide. It's like self-destructing the golden elixir. But for Luo Chen, this may be the only chance to survive from death. No. It's not survival from death, but nirvana rebirth. Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra is the practice of Kiksha Yuanjin, and its true meaning comes from the nirvana rebirth method of the Phoenix clan. To truly reach that rebirth realm, you need to go through 3 stages. Seriously speaking, its name is 9 tribulations and 3 nirvanas. Although the fragments of the golden elixir that Luo Chen obtained did not mention the theory of 9 tribulations in detail, it recorded the method of 3 nirvanas. Luo Chen clearly knew that he had completed nirvana once. That was the nirvana of mana. It covers 3 major aspects: spiritual roots, Qi, and golden elixir. It is also called spiritual root calamity, Qi calamity, and golden elixir calamity. He passed these 3 calamities, so that the 5 spiritual roots can be transformed into fire spiritual roots comparable to a single spiritual root. The Qi has also been transformed into a sea of fire, and even the 5-color golden elixir has become a red golden elixir. His magic power has completely reached nirvana, and has become the domineering Cheyenne Huang magic power. After 3 calamities, there will be nirvana. From then on, Luo Chen entered the Cheyenne Huang Nirvana Sutra. This is the first nirvana. After 3 calamities, 1 nirvana. And the second nirvana that Luo Chen knows corresponds to the physical nirvana. As long as he completes the physical nirvana, his originally ordinary body can be transformed into a fire spirit body, which can be more suitable for practicing the Cheyenne Huang Nirvana Sutra. All along, Luo Chen has never thought about this aspect. For him, physical nirvana is a risky act that requires risking his life. In particular, the stronger his physical body is, the greater the danger he will encounter in nirvana. So, he never dared to think about it. In particular, in the Mingzhou Yondan Palace, after soaking in the strange spiritual spring, he possessed the 5 spirits Dao body. This is a better physique than a single fire spirit body. It can make his future nascent soul road unimpeded and no longer restricted by the cultivation method. If he transforms into a fire spirit body through physical nirvana, the 5 spirits Dao body will become a mirage. Even if he can be more powerful in the fire method, he will lose more in the end. Therefore, he buried the so-called 9 disasters and 3 nirvanas deep in his heart. But now, I am already dead, and the 5 spirits Dao body has become a castle in the air. How can I talk about the future? How can I talk about the great road? Only by taking the opportunity of nirvana and rebirth can I have a glimmer of hope. Whether this broken body can be restored again depends on this desperate move. Luo Chen has never lacked the determination to fight for his life. With his mind set, there is no more hesitation. Luo Chen brazenly reversed the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana Sutra. The monstrous mana poured out from the natal golden elixir, carrying with it the riotous mana after the second elixir was broken, and began to wash every corner of Luo Chen's body. As it continued to wash, his bones began to break inch by inch. His muscles began to fall off piece by piece. Suddenly, boom! There was a loud noise in the hall, and Luo Chen's body suddenly exploded. In the blood mist, countless blood beads floated in the void as if time had stopped. Even the head was gone. Only a spine bone flashing with a little lightning stood in the void like a dragon. There was a wailing sound at the same time. Master! The wind swept, and Xiangxun suddenly arrived. Behind her, the rumbling crawling sound continued to sound, as if some giant creature was rushing around. Suddenly, the huge unicorn head went deep into the hall, watching this scene, and was furious. Master! Xiangxun, what happened to the master? Xiangxun's eyes were full of disbelief. She stretched out her hand tremblingly, wanting to touch the complete thunderbone. That was the spine bone that Luo Chen had formed when he was in the foundation building stage in the Bai cave in the Zhejian mountain, using the power of the heavenly thunder to refine his body. Over the years, although it has not shown any magical power, it is still rooted in Luo Chen. And at this moment, of all the things left on Luo Chen's body, only this bone was completely preserved. Crack! Xiangxuan's hand stopped. In her eyes, which were flashing with tears, the complete thunder bone had a crack. Then, the crack quickly cracked. The sound of cracking continued, until it was completely decomposed into small pieces of bones. At this moment, a sense of relief seemed to flash through the minds of the two. That was the slavery restriction that Luo Chen had set for them in their early years. And what the lifting of this restriction meant, the two demons knew very well. In the silent hall, only the woman was holding a complete black armor, and she murmured with despair in her eyes, "Master has fallen." Chapter 698 is Legacy. Mountains collapsed, rivers changed their course. On the ground, there was a ruin, and there was a stone pillar that stood abruptly. The complex and exquisite patterns on it seemed to tell the past glory of this land. 3 figures passed by in the sky. They were 3 monks wearing the same standard disciple clothes, and their realm was only the foundation building stage. But the black horses they rode had a strange aura, and it was not easy to provoke them. The 3 seemed to have been accustomed to the scene below, and did not stop at all. After a while, the 3 rode black horses to the outside of a towering mountain. Indistinctly, you can see the tall and short buildings standing everywhere in the mountains, as well as the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth around. The leader of the 3 saw this scene and snorted coldly. A small sect that moved from a remote area is actually worthy of owning such a high-quality spiritual vein in my 5 elements domain. I don't know what the people above are thinking. When the people around heard this, they also echoed. However, among the echoes, there were also different opinions. Although it is a small and declining sect, it also has its own unique features. The great elder of Luo Chen sect, Zongmiao Yuan, is really outstanding in his body refining skills. Yes, I heard that there were 27 well-known large sects on the front line in the battlefield of the Eastern Wilderness Monster Rebellion. When the Monster Rebellion War broke out, except for our 5 elements divine sect and other Yuanying upper sects, most of them were buried in the first wave of monsters. Only a few giant and large sects escaped. And this Luo Chen sect is one of them, and Zongmiao Yuan was the first hero to save the sect that year. It is said that the battle was fought with the sky collapsing and the earth cracking, the rivers stopping flowing, and the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I don't know how many people with profound Taoism fell in it. Listening to the stories of the junior brothers, the eyes of the late foundation building Ranfeng narrowed slightly. Zongmiao Yuan is indeed a top figure. Even in the mouths of the elders of the sect, he must be respected. But Luo's sect only has this one person. The rest are not to be feared. Go into the mountain, pass on the instructions, and we will complete the mission. As soon as he finished speaking, he drove the black horse directly and rushed into Luo Chen sect. The disciples on duty in Luo Chen sect had already noticed the sudden arrival of the 3 people. Seeing their movements, they hurriedly came to meet them. The newcomers, please dismount, please report. Before he finished speaking, Ranfeng raised his hand and threw a token, and without paying attention to the other party's reaction, he rushed into the mountain. It's someone from the 5 elements divine sect. That's the hissing wind beast, and the newcomer is the famous Ranfeng among the foundation building disciples of the 5 elements divine sect. The Luo Chen sect disciples' expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly chased after him. Even if they are from the Yuanying upper sect, they can't be so rude. 7 or 8 disciples hurried and finally stopped on a mountain road halfway up the mountain. Because someone stopped Ranfeng and the other 2. It was a majestic middle-aged man with metal wings on his back and a huge broadsword in his hand. On the ground, there was a long gully between the 2 sides, like a natural moat. Boom! The broadsword was propped on the ground, and the sturdy man had a murderous look on his face. This is Luo Chen sect. It's not a place for you to run wild. Even if the master of your sect, Lin Mu, came in person, he was very polite. You are too presumptuous. Ranfeng put away his contemptuous look and looked at the other party with a little solemnity. Who are you? The sturdy middle-aged man said coldly. I will not change my name or surname. I am Zhang Yiling. When this name came out, Ranfeng frowned slightly. He didn't remember this person. But the other party just forced back their 3 hissing wind beasts and intercepted them with unparalleled energy. He should not be an unknown person. The junior brother behind him has been traveling all year round and is familiar with the people in the world of immortal cultivation. He immediately explained to the senior brother, who rarely went out, his name is Shalongzi. He is the only disciple of Zongmiao Pill. He is very powerful and is also known as the #1 person under the golden elixir of Luo Chen sect. When the 3 words Shalongzi came out, Ranfeng raised his eyebrows. Oh, so you are the militant that senior sister Qi always talks about. Fellow Taoist Qi. Hearing the familiar name, Zheng Yiling's expression relaxed slightly, and he nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, then it's me she's talking about. I heard that in the battle at the border town that year, you cooperated with senior sister Qi to kill the 3rd-level Fire Fierce Bull King in the formation, which established senior sister Qi's status as one of the 9 great Dao species in our sect. Now I see that she is indeed quite elegant. During this question and answer, the atmosphere between the two sides eased slightly. Zheng Yiling winked at the Luo Chen sect disciples who came over, and they immediately understood and bypassed both parties to go to the important place of the sect. The 2 parties were left talking in the weird atmosphere. After a while, Zheng Yiling's expression changed slightly and he made way. Please, the head of our sect is waiting for you. Ranfeng nodded, and took a serious look at Zheng Yiling before leaving. He knew there was a person named Shalongzi, but he didn't know that the other party was from Luo Chen sect. Now it seems that this Luo Chen sect is not useless. After getting off the hissing wind beast, Ranfeng walked at a moderate pace, and his original contemptuous attitude was put away. His eyes occasionally wandered around the surrounding environment. This formation has some merits. Although it is not as good as my divine sect's formation, if I had just rushed in without caring, I would have died or lost a layer of skin. Is the back mountain the place where the Luo Chen sect's strong men are in seclusion? With my divine sense, I actually feel a little depressed. We are so far apart. No wonder the elders of the sect told me not to underestimate the people of the world. These cultivators who fought their way out of the Eastern Wilderness Demon War are indeed not comparable to those brothers in the sect who can only talk big. With his heart churning, Ranfeng had a little more respect for the Luo Chen sect, a small sect that moved from a remote place, but his eyes were more compassionate. After he passed on the order from above, it might not be long before the Luo Chen sect would be defeated. After a while, he saw the figure of a graceful woman standing in front of a brand new hall. The woman bowed to Ranfeng. Luo Chen sect leader Yao Mingyu respectfully welcomes the envoy of the divine sect. Compared with the powerful Shalongzi, the Luo Chen sect leader's attitude was much more humble. After what happened before, Ranfeng did not take advantage of the situation. He took the token that had been thrown out to show his identity from the other party. I am Ranfeng, and I am a disciple of Master Yanyan of Divine Fire Peak, and my master is Master Divine Fire. Divine Fire Peak? Upon hearing the other party's origin, Yao Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. In the 5 elements divine sect, Mingjian Peak and Himu Peak were the most friendly to them. It was Mingjian Peak that gave them this place to stay. The most unfriendly one was obviously Divine Fire Peak. Usually, people from Mingjian Peak and Himu Peak contacted them. This time, the people who came to deliver the letter were replaced by people from Divine Fire Peak. Is something going to happen? In a cave in the back mountain, Yao Mingyu stood respectfully in front of a young woman in red who looked younger than her. Master, that's what the 5 elements divine sect meant. The young woman in red turned around, her face solemn. Let Luo Chen sect take the lead and unite with the 7 major giant sects to recapture Santuchuan. Yao Mingyu bit her lips tightly. There are a large number of 2nd-level monsters in Santuchuan, and there are even more than a dozen 3rd-level monster kings. The most important thing is that there are several fallen immortal cities nearby. Once the war starts, the monster kings stationed in those immortal cities will come out in full force, and we will be attacked from both sides, which is almost equivalent to sending ourselves to death. Yes. Today, the Eastern Wilderness immortal cultivation realm is no longer the situation of external expansion. Countless monsters have emerged from the millions of mountains and constantly attack the human territory. Over the past few decades, more than a dozen large domains have fallen. Even if the Holy Land Mingyu sent out to organize people and once recaptured several large domains, they were greeted by the next more ferocious beast tide. It is said that even the battles between the nascent soul stage have broken out several times. The young woman in red fell silent. After a while, she asked softly, Have you found out whether it is the intention of the Five Elements Divine Sect or the will of the Holy Land? Yao Mingyu hesitated. The will of the Holy Land has always been in the general direction, and the specific personnel transfer is done by the Five Elements Divine Sect and the Yuanying Sect. This time, although Ran Feng still said that it was the arrangement of the Holy Land, in the eyes of the disciples, she did not finish her words. But the meaning was already very clear. The young woman in red sighed. I think the Divine Sect can no longer accommodate us to occupy this high-quality third-level spiritual vein. Shaking her head, she asked about another matter. Did Lingjun send news from Fenghu Palace? Hearing that name, Yao Mingyu fell silent. Chu Lingjun, the chief alchemist of Luo Chen sect, has no news since he entered Fenghu Palace. What about the promise to gain a foothold in Fenghu Palace with alchemy, and then seek a piece of land for Luo Chen sect to recuperate in the back of the Eastern Wilderness immortal cultivation world? After a long while, she couldn't help but speak. Master, I'm afraid Chu Lingjun has forgotten. Shut up. The red-clothed young woman's expression was stern. He is your senior brother. He is the disciple of the Supreme Elder. How can you talk nonsense? Yao Mingyu lowered her head, but there was still some resentment in her eyes. In the past few decades, the Luo Chen sect has been in turmoil. It was all thanks to everyone's concerted efforts that they survived and kept the mountain gate intact. Needless to say, those guest officials and temporarily recruited casual cultivators often abandoned and fled at critical moments. But Chu Lingjun's departure was the biggest blow in the eyes of the disciples who did not know the truth. He gave up his practice and used all his energy to deal with mundane affairs and interpersonal relationships, so that Luo Chen sect would not be excluded by the local forces of the Five Elements Divine Sect. Who can understand the hard work? Why should she respect Chu Lingjun who has not believed in him for 20 years? Alice. Mingyu, you go down first. Regarding the Battle of Santo River, I will discuss it with the elders. You will have to control the overall situation in the rear. Yao Mingyu hummed. Before leaving, she carefully raised her head and looked at the young woman in red with expectation. Master, when can you form a golden elixir? The young woman in red was full of confidence. At most 30 years, you don't have to worry. Now my sect has 5 great golden elixir elders. Your uncle Gu has already reached the great perfection of foundation building, and the formation of a golden elixir is even closer. When she and I build foundations one after another, the Luo Chen sect will have 7 great golden elixir cultivators. With this strength, we will eventually have a place in the East Wilderness. After getting the guarantee, Yao Mingyu's mood finally relaxed a little. The footsteps of leaving did not seem so heavy. However, she did not see the drooping eyelids of the young woman in red. Forming a golden elixir. A faint sigh sounded from the cave, accompanied by another sarcastic voice. Sima Wei Niang, how could I not know that you are so confident in forming a pill? You are only at the 9th level of foundation building now. A young woman in a white palace dress walked in. Seeing the newcomer, Sima Wei Niang's face darkened. Gu Kai, you have finally reached the great perfection of foundation building. Why are you running around without retreating to form a pill? The resources for forming a pill that the sect has squeezed out for you cannot be wasted like this. Humph. Gu Kai snorted coldly. If I don't come out, will you go to the battlefield of Santuchuan and die without me knowing? Sima Wei Niang pursed her lips and shook her head gently. It's hard to say about this matter. It depends on how Wang Yuan and Chu Kui decide. Wang Yuan and Chu Kui have always been the ones who decide the battles of Luo Chen sect. The former charged into battle, while the latter commanded in the middle of the battlefield. As for the other 3 giant elders, they were guest officials recruited one after another over the years. The Luo Chen alliance of that year had already existed in name only when the demons were in chaos. Gu Kai whispered, Wang Yuan was seriously injured in the Battle of Shifan Immortal City 3 years ago. I'm afraid we will. What do you want to say? Sima Hunyang looked over with a frown. What I mean is that the 5 Elements Divine Realm is not a place to stay for a long time. The 5 Elements Divine Sect has an ambiguous attitude towards us. I'm afraid they are not so kind to take us in, and now they are even asking us to die. So, do you want to consider your brother Sima Wenji's plan? You mean to merge with Motion Cliff? Sima Hunyang said the plan, and then resolutely refused. Impossible. The Luo Chen sect is his foundation. Even if I die, I will not agree to merge with his sect. The Motion Cliff they mentioned is another well-known Yuanying upper sect in the East Wilderness. Back then, it also participated in the war to open up the Xiaoyu Mountains. In that battle, several Yuanying upper sects joined forces. But the final result was that Luoyan sect was destroyed, Yuding sword sect was collapsed by monsters, and even Yao Wang sect, which was not far away, was forced to move and leave the original domain. Only the five elements divine sect, Fenghu Palace, and Motion Cliff, which are far away from each other, have preserved their strength. Oh. And Fangshai Anfan City, the main participant in that pioneering war, is now dead in name only. Although the sect still exists, the main person in charge is already a strong man from the Mingyuan sect. After that war, the Yuanying upper sect was affected, but the biggest impact was actually the Jinden sect like Luo Chen sect. The once famous Jinden sects in Yuding domain, such as Kingdom Valley and Bingbao, have long since disappeared. The elites of the sect, even if they survived, either became independent cultivators or were absorbed by the Yuanying upper sect. Among these forces, there are very few Luo Chen sects that have traveled thousands of miles and still maintain the framework of the sect. This also shows how elite the remaining power of Luo Chen sect is. Therefore, Yuanying upper sects like Motion Cliff have the idea of absorbing Luo Chen sect, and have repeatedly sent people to contact them secretly. Seeing Sima Wei Niang's determined, Gu Kai's eyes were red. Do you think I don't care about his foundation? If the people are killed, what's the use of the bare name of Luo Xianzong? There is no news from Lingjin, and the five elements divine sect is ambiguous with us. If this goes on, we will be exhausted by fighting and killing. How many people in our Luo Xianzong can survive? The most important thing is he really still alive? Sima Wei Niang suddenly took a step forward and stared at Gu Kai. He is alive. Gu Kai gritted her teeth and said, but all the Jinden cultivators who went to the Great Snow Mountain died. This is the information disclosed by all the sects later. How can you be sure that he is still alive? Sima Wei Niang pointed at her chest. He is really still alive. Is he alive in your heart? Gu Kai looked at Sima Wei Niang with pity. I am willing to believe that he is still alive, but the fact is that 60 years have passed and there is no news. Sima Wei Niang's tone slowed down and shook her head. I once told you that at my foundation building ceremony, Chu Kui gave me a pair of Lingxi Gu. This Gu is divided into a male and a female, implanted in me and him, and nourished with heart and blood. My one is still alive, which means that he is still alive, and even alive and well. Don't mention the Lingxi Gu again. Unexpectedly, when it came to this thing, Gu Kai rarely lost her composure. Her face flushed and her tone was almost screaming. Sima Wei Niang shook her head and did not argue. She knew that the other party was jealous. She had been jealous for so many years. Jealous that she became Luo Chen's person before her. Jealous that she believed that Luo Chen was still alive more than anyone else. Jealous that she and Luo Chen had this so-called heart-to-heart Gu connection. But she, Gu Kai, gradually began to doubt whether Luo Chen was still alive after years of perseverance. So much so that the love gradually became blurred. Whenever she thought of her own hesitation, she would be tortured by endless guilt. The so-called love, in the face of time and distance, could not stand the test. Forget it. You should go back and practice in seclusion, and form a golden elixir as soon as possible. Luo Xianzong is still too weak to withstand the ups and downs of the world of immortal cultivation. As for me, Sima Wei Niang was a little sad. Even if she handed over the mundane affairs of the sect to her disciple Yao Mingyao and concentrated on practicing, the gap in qualifications and the lack of resources made her more and more uneasy about forming a golden elixir. Especially, she didn't have much time left. She was older than Luo Chen, Gu Kai and others, and she barely completed the foundation before the age of 60. Now there are only a few decades left before the 250-year limit of foundation building. From the initial entry into the 9th level of foundation building to the great perfection of foundation building, and even taking the last step to form a golden elixir, the time required in between is simply not something she can have. The 30 years she just mentioned to Yao Mingyao, haha. She laughed at herself and had already given up a little. Perhaps, this battle of Santa River is the last time she will contribute her strength to Luo Xianzong. Gu Kai stood up and walked out of the cave. The back figure looked a little lost. At this moment, a creepy breath suddenly came from behind. Gu Kai turned around suddenly. In her sight, Sima Wei Niang's clothes were disheveled and her hair was hanging down. A pair of hands tightly covered her chest, her face was extremely pale, and her eyes were full of disbelief. It was as if the sky had fallen. Even if Sima Wei Niang knew that all the monks in the Great Snow Mountain had fallen into the hands of the Demon King, she had never lost her composure like this. Could it be? Gu Kai felt as if she fell into an ice cave, and said in a hoarse voice, Wei Niang, what happened to him? Chapter 699, Storm is coming, Luo Chen reappears. On the Cloud Sea Square. The battle between the two bloods that lasted for more than 10 years gradually reached a white-hot stage. Zuan Moluo and Jian Liodao joined forces to fight Zhu Sanren. They were originally defeated, but with the help of the blood sword that was almost a spiritual treasure, they gradually turned the disadvantage around. Clang. The sword light slashed down, transforming into thousands, and among the countless figures, the sword hit the body. Zhu Sanren's body was directly split in half. But in an instant, it merged into one. Seeing this scene, Zuan Moluo's face darkened slightly. Blood Sea Demon Body. I didn't expect that you, a person from the outer sect, not only refined the blood god son of the nascent soul stage, but also cultivated the immortal Blood Sea Demon Body. Zhu Sanren looked a little pale, and looked at the blood sword in the other's hand with great fear. With his peak ability, he had the protection of the 4 blood godsons, and he was not afraid even against the great monks of the Yuan Hao period. But this sword. Taking a deep breath, he shook the long whip, and it made a crackling sound in the air. Blood Nightmare Demon Luo glanced at it and sneered, the blood-kissed demon whip refined by our sect's method has the characteristics of absorbing blood and turning it into ki, but after all, the main material is too inferior and the time of sacrifice is too short. It is just an inferior treasure, how can it be the opponent of this blood sword that kills the gods? If Dia Oso, Luo Chen and others knew his evaluation, I'm afraid they would never accept it. This magic whip was forcibly refined with 3 kinds of creatures as the main materials. They are the 5th level Withered Blood Vine, the inner elixir of the 4th level Soul-Locking Ghost Crow, and a wild beast Chiwen that contains a little bit of true dragon blood. It covers 3 aspects, spiritual spirits, monsters, and wild beasts. It cost countless manpower and material resources of the 10,000 Immortals Association to refine it. But in the mouth of Blood Nightmare Demon Luo, it is so unbearable. To this, Zhu Sanren did not refute. The quality of the other 2 main materials is not bad, but the wild beast Chiwen contributed by Dia Oso is too weak. It is said that it was seized from a fake alchemist who wanted to join the Wongsun society. How strong can a wild beast that a fake alchemist can control be? Therefore, the 3 main materials could not form a stable pattern when they were refined, which created a deviation between power and imagination. But, even if it is an inferior treasure, it is more than enough to defeat you. Zhu Sanren turned his palm to the back and clenched it. The next moment, the blood godson who was fighting with the fairy Fei Ling was hit by the opponent's move. Regardless of the injury, he flew towards Zhu Sanren. Seeing this scene, Zuyan Moluo's face changed slightly. Stop him, he wants to merge with the gods and demons. The Blood Sea of the Yuan demon sect has many powerful means. The most famous one is the combination of a strong man who has cultivated the Blood Sea demon body and the blood godson who has been refined by his own mind. When the 2 are superimposed, the power is doubled. In the past, the reason why Zhu Sanren could roam the North Sea without any scruples, and even face the lay great monks in the middle stage of the nascent soul without fear, was because when he was at his peak, he had 4 nascent soul blood sons protecting him. The power would be doubled if one blood son merged with the other. If the 4 blood sons merged with the other at the same time, the change in their strength would be earth-shattering. Now, although Zhu Sanren has lost 3 blood sons, the 3 people on the side of Zuyan Moluo are not as advanced as him. They have gained a slight advantage by relying on the difference in numbers and the pseudo-spiritual treasure of the god-slaying blood sword. If he really merged with the other gods and demons, it's too late. With a low shout, Zhu Sanren's whole body shook, and a strong bloodlight shone. With his beard and hair fluttering, his eyes looked violently at the enemies who surrounded him from 3 directions. The old Taoist of Penglai, the young woman of the furnace tripod, and the remnants of the Yuan Mo. At the critical moment, he smiled grimly and swung his whip. Snap! The void trembled, and at this moment it seemed as if there were crows crying and evil dragons roaring. The blood sword was sharp, and it slashed in the air, suddenly cutting off the blood-kissed devil whip, but it could not cut off the strange roar. Instantly, the blood nightmare demon Luo was hit hard and fell on the square, making a heavy echo. Boom! Boom! Zhu Sanren used 2 palms in succession, domineeringly blasting away the old Taoist Jiayun and the fairy Fei Leng, and then looked down at the blood nightmare demon Luo lying on the square. Many resentful spirits and evil spirits emerged from the opponent's body strangely, and began to gnaw at his body. Although there was a lot of blood-like counterattack, trying to suppress these resentful spirits and evil spirits hooked by the blood-kissed devil whip, it was so unbearable. Seeing this scene, Zhu Sanren, who was about to chase, was stunned. The resentful spirits bite back, the devil energy reverses. He seemed to have thought of something and laughed suddenly. Haha, I thought the rules of the Holy Land were like the laws of heaven? There is actually such a traitor who tries to merge the three veins and violates the ancestral teachings. After laughing, his face turned cold. I accept the power of the Blood Sea ancestor. Then, he swooped down and landed a palm on the top of Blood Nightmare Demon Luo's head. A tyrannical force was extracted without Blood Nightmare Demon Luo's control and gathered towards Zhu Sanren. Beside him, Taoist Jiayun and Fairy Fei Leng watched this scene in awe, timidly not moving forward. Not far away, a group of strong men watched silently, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. Suddenly, Zhu Sanren looked up at the sky. The 14th palace of Mingzhou suddenly dimmed. Buzz! In the dull sound, the door of a palace slowly opened. Then, a graceful figure stepped out. The figure looked down from above, like a fairy from the moon palace, and playfully watched the people below. First, it was the old acquaintance Zhu Sanren, and then his eyes were fixed on Fairy Fei Leng. The latter trembled all over and lowered his head subconsciously. So, my good sister is here too. Zhu Sanren's teasing voice gradually became low, his brows slightly wrinkled, and he subconsciously looked towards the Dan Palace, which was closest to the Slave Palace. There, a terrifying and inexplicable force actually broke through the suppression of the palace and slowly expanded outward. This force was not perceived by others. Only she, who had also received the complete slave path inheritance from Lian Mojun, could slightly sense it. Could it be the treasure tripod that the spirit of the weapon said was stronger than the 10,000 beasts picture? In the Dan Palace, time seemed to stand still. Blood beads were suspended in the void. Tubs of minced meat were evenly scattered. Pieces of broken bones were scattered in all directions. As time passed, Tianzhuan, who was full of dead silence, gradually realized that something was wrong. Master, it seems that he is not dead yet. The Black King, who was immersed in grief and relief, was stunned. How could it be? The slave seal on my soul has been unlocked. For cultivators and spirit pets, unless they sign a contract of life and death, if one party dies, the other party will automatically unlock the contractual restrictions. That's why Xiangxun came to the conclusion that Luo Chen had fallen. But at this moment, Xiangxun hesitated, and recalled the days and nights of sparring with Luo Chen. Just now, he just lost the master's sense, but the other party's breath was still long, as if the man with an extremely strong physique was still breathing in his ear. No. Not breathing. Its heartbeat. Bang. 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 Among the countless pieces of meat, a bright red heart was beating vigorously. In the heartbeat that made people's scalps numb, a strange vision suddenly emerged. Blood beads began to gather, the pieces of meat were sprouting, and the bones were trying to close while squirming. Could it be? The Black King's eyes jumped, and he vaguely thought of something from the inherited memory. It was a legend of an ancient wild beast that was immortal and reborn by dripping blood. Swish! A huge banana fan was stretched out from Xiangxun's hand and blocked the Black King. Seeing this, the Black King was furious. Xiangxun, what are you going to do? Xiangxun turned back coldly. It's not what I want to do, it's what you are thinking. The Black King's voice was intermittent, and the ferocious dragon face actually showed a humanized shame. Xiangxun looked at him coldly, and his tone became tougher. The master treats me well, and he treats you even better. He gave you the Emperor's flowing juice, the inner elixir of monster bones and flesh, magic weapons and elixirs, and even helped you to open the inheritance. He also gave you the body of the cliff snake that failed to advance to the nascent soul stage. Even though our slave seal and his seal have disappeared, he is still our master. I advise you not to fight with your little tricks anymore. The Black King was angry. Don't slander me. The Black King, am loyal to the master. You still know that you are called the Black King. Even this name was given to you by the master. Xiangxun held the 9-wind banana fan, and his magic power showed signs of being fully released. I just want to say one thing. Unless you kill me, I will not let you get close to the master. The Black King was angry and ashamed. He was angry that his companions looked down on him, and ashamed that he did have the thought of betraying his master for a moment. When he wanted to explain, his pupils shrank slightly. Xiangxuan also noticed the change. Behind them, in the hall, the flesh and bones were trying to close and reorganize. But it was extremely difficult. Suddenly, a surge of power began to emerge from the broken flesh and bones. It was a blood-colored power. Although it was a strange blood color, there was no evil or perverse aura, as if it came from the power of the origin of life. Because of this blood-colored power, it gradually enveloped all the flesh and blood. In an instant, the closing speed suddenly accelerated. Not only that, during this process, a weak golden flame bloomed subconsciously, slowly burning each newly generated body part. Because of this burning, those new pieces of flesh not only did not become charred, but instead became faintly light and ethereal. However, the golden flame was too weak after all. As it burned a little bit, the golden flame became weaker and weaker, and finally revealed a trembling green fire tree. When the golden flame was about to be completely annihilated, the green fire tree moved slightly, and countless branches covered a golden light spot and directly swallowed it. Nirvana. The familiar voice sounded in the hearts of the two monsters, and it rumbled in the hall. Countless flesh and bones suddenly closed into one with this command. Amidst a bloody light, a naked strong figure gradually appeared in the hall. At the same time, the large tripod that was very close seemed to sense something and began to tremble. Luo Chen, who had completed the nirvana of the body, was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes closed and he did not open them for a long time. An extremely suppressed and violent force was stirring in his body. Suddenly, the large tripod floated up from the ground and rushed straight to the dome. It looked like it wanted to get away from Luo Chen, who was emitting a powerful aura at the moment. It was the legacy of the battle between the demon lord Liang Yan and the Qiqia Yuan lord. Luo Chen used the Qiqia Yuan lord's skills to complete the nirvana of the body in front of the Xianxinding. How could the remaining spirit consciousness tolerate all this? Even if it ignored the inheritance of the demon lord, it would not let Luo Chen get it. However, in this way, the power to seal the gray light was dispersed. There was a loud bang. The Xianxinding broke out of the hall and rushed towards the sky. The outside world. Yu Sanren was the first to make a move. A white jade plate emerged from her hand and covered a black tripod. On the Yunhe square, Fei Yanzi's face lit up. It's a spiritual treasure. Without thinking, he flew towards the Lianxinding and offered a net-shaped magic weapon to try to collect the black tripod. The rest of the people, except for Zhu Sanren who was devouring the power of Zhu Yanmo Luo, also started to move. However, no. Yu Sanren's face changed slightly, and the warning sound of the spiritual treasure Wan Shaodu came from her mind. She subconsciously retreated. She even abandoned the white jade plate. The others reacted a little slower. There was only a shocking explosion. Bang! In full view of the crowd, above the 14th palace of Mingzhou, the dilapidated black tripod exploded. Lianxinding, which was once a spiritual treasure that could reach the sky, still showed its unparalleled power when it was broken, even if it was dilapidated and no one was activating it. The powerful explosion formed an unparalleled storm of vitality, sweeping across Mingzhou. I can't protect you anymore. The black-robed Yuanying murmured, retreating madly, no longer caring about the Moan cave master. Let him be annihilated into dust in the storm. Heijia Xianmu looked panicked. Not only did she sacrifice a large tortoise-shell shield, she also manifested her true body to forcibly resist the terrifying storm. Fei Unzi rushed the fastest and suffered the greatest blow. Not only did the net bag magic weapon shatter in an instant, but it also flew towards him with countless fragments. His eyes were extremely crazy, and he opened his mouth and spit out a round bead to cover himself. But the round bead also shattered inch by inch in the storm. This is a treasure that I finally got from the world of instruments. It is comparable to a spiritual treasure. In addition to endless heartache, he kept releasing the treasures he had accumulated over the years to try to resist this terrifying storm. In the square, Zhu Sanren frowned and had to forcibly interrupt his movements. Under him, the blood nightmare demon Luo, who had caught a breath, held the blood sword of Godslayer in one hand. Get out of here. Then, he released all the remaining power of the Blood Sea ancestor. The other two also made their own moves. Fairy Fei Ling unfolded a painting, a portrait of a woman's profile. Taoist Ji Yuan used the treasure he took out from the sect on this trip to defend himself. In short, in front of the terrifying storm formed by the explosion of the spiritual treasure, everyone tried their best to protect themselves. In the center of the explosion, in the Dan Palace under the black tripod, one after another, the formations were spontaneously activated, and layers of spiritual light enveloped them. But under the storm, these palace-protecting formations were also broken layer by layer. In the endless waves, Xiangxuan tried his best to fan the nine-wind banana fan, trying to circle a safe place for Luo Chen. But under the vast power, such action seemed futile. At this moment, a black shadow moved behind him. Black King, what are you going to do? Xiangxuan was furious, watching the Black King rushing towards Luo Chen. The other party ignored her attempts to stop him, and actually opened his bloody mouth and swallowed Luo Chen, who had finally reassembled his body, in one gulp. He even swept Xiangxuan to the corner of the hall's beams with his tail. Then, the Black King looked up at the sky and roared angrily. However, the dragon roar that once shook the earth and the sky was silent under the rumbling storm. After a long time, the storm gradually died down. Of the 14 palaces of Mingxiao, only 13 palaces remained, hanging high in the sky like stars. The Dan Palace, which had previously emitted a dazzling light, was now in ruins, with tall purple jade beams and columns collapsed, and precious rubble floating like fine sand above the vast sea of clouds, falling down with a slight breeze. Crack! There were footsteps. In the corner of the ruined palace, Xiangxuan, who had transformed into his true form, lay there, with messy green feathers covered with horrible blood. She was extremely weak and forced to open her eyes, and a figure was reflected in her eyes. Master! Master! Yes! With a soft yes, Luo Chen took the Zuanjin armor from her hand and put it on, then turned back to look at the poor black dragon curled up on the ground. The huge body that was once nearly 100 feet long was now only 1/10 of it. A demon pill was emitting a faint glow in the looming hole in the flesh. Thank you for your hard work. Luo Chen pinched a spiritual spell and put the seriously injured Xiangxuan and the Black King, whose life or death was unknown, into the spirit beast's bag. Then he looked up at the sky with calm eyes. There was a gray light, quietly wandering in the clouds. Another stumbling figure went upstream and rushed towards the gray light. HMPH. With a cold snort, Luo Chen stomped the ground of the hall. In an instant, an explosion sounded. The Dan Hall, which was already shaky, collapsed under this stomp. However, Luo Chen's figure, who was late to act, arrived first, crossing a distance of hundreds of feet and placed himself in front of the gray light sealed by the spirit of the Lianshanding. Turn around and punch. Breaking the mountain style. With just one punch, the attacker flew back at a faster speed. Luo Chen's eyes were cold and sharp, staring at the gray light in front of him quietly. This belongs to me. Chapter 700, Fighting in Fian, Overlord takes off his armor. I actually survived. The old Taoist Jian, who used to look like an old immortal in a storybook, was now in tattered clothes, with messy hair and beard, looking very embarrassed. But he really survived. The black cauldron looked extraordinary. At least it was a powerful existence at the level of a spiritual treasure. The self-explosion of such a treasure was not something that a Yuanying cultivator could resist. However, the old Taoist Jian really survived. It can even be said that not only him, but also the other Yuanying real people in Yunhei Square survived. Just when he was lucky and ecstatic, a whisper came from his ear. Of course you're lucky, but we blocked the power of the self-explosion of the Lianshan cauldron for you. The old Taoist Jian was stunned, and then saw a woman flying down from the sky, looking at him with a smile. Nightmare. Taoist Jian was shocked. You Sanrun, you. Don't beg for mercy, I've heard it too many times from Penglai disciples. Yu Sanren still smiled, but the murderous intent in his eyes became stronger. Just at this moment, Fairy Feiling came over and stood in front of Yu Sanren. Seeing this woman, Yu Sanren's smile gradually faded. Little sister, what are you doing? I'm avenging you. Fairy Feiling bit her lip and remained unmoved. Yu Sanren's expression gradually became depressed. Have you forgotten that Penglai Xianzong abandoned you and me, and even caused you to become the cauldron of the Yuanmo sect elders? Sister, don't say it, that man was good to me and helped me achieve the nascent soul realm. Besides, he's dead. Fairy Feiling's face was a little pale, and her body trembled subconsciously when she stood in front of Yu Sanren. Yu Sanren's face became more gloomy. That man is dead, the Yuanmo sect is destroyed, but the Penglai sect is still there. I swore that I would kill all the remnants of the Yuanmo sect and the Penglai disciples. Fairy Fei Leng stammered and slowly raised the scroll in her hand. Sorry, we made a vow before we set off. I can't abandon senior brother Jian. Okay. Yu Sanren's expression became stern, and a scroll of ink painting floated up from behind her. There seemed to be beasts roaring and birds circling on it. Since you are stubborn, I will kill Jian first, and then take you back to discipline you. In the sky. Luo Chen looked at the quiet gray light and found that its aura seemed to be a little dim. The spirit of the Lianshanding discovered that I was carrying the Kiksha Yuanjin technique, so it disobeyed the order of the demon lord and was willing to self-destruct the Lianshanding to destroy this gray light. He thought for a moment. He glanced around and nodded slightly. The Lianshanding is a spiritual treasure that reaches the sky. Even if it is in tatters, its self-explosion power is definitely not something that ordinary people can resist. The reason why the explosion did not completely destroy Mingzhe Ocean is obviously because someone else took action. The ink picture on Yu Sanren should be the spiritual treasure 10,000 beasts picture. In addition, the light palace and dark palace that are shining also have a strong aura gradually lurking. If the prediction is correct, there should be spiritual treasures suppressing them. It may even be the black magic pot and the true sun crown mentioned by the spirit of the Lianshanding before, which are powerful beings of the same level as the spiritual treasures of the sky. It is because these beings with spirits took action at the same time that the self-explosion power of the Lianshanding was absorbed by most of it. But in this way, those who were in the way also survived. For example, this person in front of him. The wind and clouds rolled, and a figure jumped above the sea of clouds, staring at Luo Chen with a covetous look. Young man, get out of the way. Luo Chen smiled. You know that the power of my punch is not weaker than that of a real person, but you still call me a junior. Fellow Taoist, are you a little too arrogant? Fei Yunzi raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Chen with fear. But under the instinctive temptation of the gray light behind him, he could not care. Because, in a broken round mirror in the weapon world, there was a vague scene of the birth of this gray light. It was something that the demon lord Lianshan personally evolved. If you can get it, it may be the biggest opportunity of this trip. Junior Jinden, I'm only saying this for the last time, get out of the way. Fei Yunzi shouted coldly, and the sword light of an inch at the tip of his finger was looming, and the sharp power even broke the wind and shattered the clouds. Luo Chen was about to speak when he was interrupted by a sharp voice. Demon Lord Qinggang, give me your life. Looking around, an old woman transformed into human form and rushed towards Luo Chen. Her wrinkled face was full of resentment at the moment. It's Heijia Oshiamu. Luo Chen smiled. Seeing this scene, Fei Yunzi frowned. Under the attack of two Yuanying level beings, this man could still laugh? What on earth did he rely on? Then, the action of another person explained everything. A black-robed figure blocked the front of Heijia Oshiamu. So you have helpers, no wonder you are so fearless. Fei Yunzi suddenly realized. Luo Chen glanced at Hanzan. Although he didn't know where he got a Yuanying level puppet as a temporary body, it did help him a lot at the moment. Then, he retracted his attention and focused all on the man in front of him. Name. Why do you need to know my name when you are dying? Before he finished speaking, Fei Yunzi took the lead. The sword in his hand suddenly burst out, and thousands of sword ki burst out. The sword ki is thousands of, invisible and intangible, and only when it tears through the wind and clouds can you see the clues. Under this panic sword momentum, Luo Chen was not afraid and bullied forward. With a palm slap, the Qinggang handprint reappeared in the world. The mighty handprint, with a blessing of mana, rumbled and pushed forward. But after this palm blast, Luo Chen frowned slightly. Mana seems to have lost 90% out of thin air? Could it be that the mana was consumed too much when the body was reborn? At this moment, the second Yuanden in his body had long disappeared, destroyed by the explosion of the 9 refining fire. Only the life gold elixir was still suspended in the reshaped sea of ki. I had never noticed it before, but now I found that the mana was not as strong as it was at its peak. As a result, the Qinggang handprint only had its form but not its power. The moment it touched the invisible sword energy, it was shattered. Swish! 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 In an instant, the terrifying sword energy landed on Luo Chen. In such a dangerous situation, Luo Chen remained calm, and the Zuanshan armor unfolded, and layers of gas armor spread from the inside to the outside. However, It was visible to the naked eye that these gas armors were instantly defeated by the invisible sword energy. Sword key that specifically breaks the defensive shield? Could this person be a pure sword cultivator? Luo Chen's mind flashed, and he made a hand gesture. Instantly, his body began to expand wildly. Endless blood and ki rushed, and his bones grew violently. One after another, terrifying muscles spread like the roots of an ancient tree, and finally covered his whole body. Countless thick epidermis-like stratum corneum covered his crystal-like skin. His hands and feet expanded in proportion, and the veins on his palms were like those of an ancient giant. The black armor also spread wildly as his body expanded, covering Luo Chen's entire body. Swish! A pair of red wings spread out from behind him, covering the sky and the sun. In just one breath, a 9 zang tall giant leaped above the sea of clouds, as if standing on the clouds like an ancient god. Those invisible sword kiss sprinkled down like a rainstorm. But the result was just ripples on his terrifying body. There was no ripple. Such a strange phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Han Zan, who was covered in a black robe, was slightly surprised. Luo Chen's body refining technique seems to have changed again that I didn't know about. It has become so powerful. Zhu Sanren, who was chasing the blood nightmare demon Luo, paused and squinted at Luo Chen. I didn't know that King Guiyang had such a body. It is very suitable for refining the blood godson. Yu Sanren, who was fighting 1 against 2 and strongly suppressing Fairy Feiling and Taoist Jian, couldn't help but look sideways. In his peach-like eyes, there was a strong interest. This boy came out of the Alchemy Palace, and he must have inherited the alchemy of Lord Lian Tian. However, the Lian Yonding, which is a treasure that can reach the sky, would rather explode itself than take the initiative to recognize the inheritor like the 10,000 Beasts picture. In the meantime, something unexpected must have happened. However, if I can use the existence of a person who has inherited the alchemy of Lord Lian Su, he may become the biggest help for me to reach the realm of transformation in the future. Hurry up and deal with the old Taoist Ji Yuan, and then take this boy before Zhu Sanren. With her exquisite mind, she naturally discovered that Zhu Sanren was staring at Luo Chen. It is said that 3 of Zhu Sanren's 4 blood sons have been destroyed, leaving only 1. I am afraid that he has the intention of refining Luo Chen into blood son. It is a pity if such an outstanding talent becomes a beast who is ignorant and ignorant. Except for these 3 people, the others have no time to pay attention to Luo Chen. The reason is very simple. They are basically being suppressed by these 3 people, so how can they have the energy to pay attention to Luo Chen? However, Fei Yunzi is an exception. Is this your confidence? Fei Yunzi's expression changed slightly, and then he opened his mouth and spit out a platinum sword ball. Sword cultivator. No one had ever thought that the master of Fei Yunjian, who was famous for his weapon refining skills in the Kanghe Zhengdao League, was also an orthodox sword cultivator. Perhaps, this can explain why he dared to enter the sunken sea without helpers of the same level. Because sword cultivation is a symbol of strength. The sword ball emerged, and the sword thread stretched out. Fei Yunzi flicked his finger. The sword ball broke through the air and flew out, and bursts of explosions appeared wherever it passed. Not only that, he kept pinching the seals on his fingertips. Whoosh! 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 The sword ball in front of Luo Chen instantly became strange, moving left and right, up and down. Every time it turned, a stream of sword energy burst out. The sword energy hit the 9 zang giant, and it actually made the black armor bumpy, revealing pits. The giant seemed unwilling to be beaten passively, and began to rush towards Fei Yunzi. Want to get close? HMPH. Fei Yunzi sneered, and his body turned into a sword light and soared into the sky. His speed was no less than that of the 9-foot giant. Sword cultivators have always been known for their fast escape speed. While he kept a distance of several miles from Luo Chen, he controlled the sword ball to burst out sword energy. One injury after another appeared on Luo Chen's body. Even though these injuries were insignificant under his strong physique, they accumulated little by little, and there would always be a moment when the building collapsed. But Fei Yunzi was still not satisfied. Suddenly, he paused, stood in the air, and formed seals with his hands. Sword formation. Clang. 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 The terrifying sword sound resounded through the world in an instant. The sword energy that had erupted before had disappeared, but suddenly appeared in the void, like lines, crisscrossing and connecting internet. He had actually set up a sword energy formation without knowing it. Sword formation open. Fei Yunzi paused with his hand seal, then stretched his hands horizontally in the air. In the distance, a large sword net was unfolded in response, enveloping the 9-foot giant from all directions. If you were in your small human form, I might have to spend more effort to trap you with my giant sword net, but now, with your huge body, you have fallen into the trap. With a series of sneers, a sword net covered Luo Chen. The sword energy interwoven into a net seemed to have the power to cut everything. Luo Chen did not dare to resist it personally, and retreated in panic. But another sword net appeared behind him. At this moment, the sky and the ground seemed to be all nets. Swish! The sword nets crossed each other. However, after one intersection, countless cracks appeared on Luo Chen's top-grade defensive magic weapon Zuanshan armor. When the second round of sword nets appeared again, Luo Chen looked solemn, and a wisp of green flames burst out from his body. Looking closely, there seemed to be wisps of golden light in the green flames. Under this green flame, the second round of sword nets evaporated invisibly. Fei Yunzi saw this and his face became a little solemn. Fourth order true fire. He murmured, but there was no surprise. It would be strange if those who could pass the inheritance of the Dan realm did not have the original true fire that they were satisfied with. And he also had it. Huh? A wisp of golden flame flew out slowly from his mouth. It was the white gold fire, which was selected from the essence of gold and iron, and was best at melting gold and forging iron. After years of casting, Fei Yunzi has reached perfection in the use of the original true fire. He did not use this white gold fire to fight the enemy roughly, but attached it to the sword ball and blasted in the sword net. As expected, the sword nets filled with white gold flames covered Luo Chen again. This time, the sword nets did not melt directly. Although the cutting speed became much slower, it did limit the opponent's high-speed movement. Fei Yunzi struck while the iron was hot, and his hands kept pinching the seals, and more sword nets emerged. Later, in the sword formation, the giant's figure became blurred, only the blue gold flame and the platinum sword net rose from each other. It's already a turtle in a jar, wait for me to cut it with one sword. Fei Yunzi sensed the gap between the enemy's breath conversion and grasped it out of thin air. A long sword suddenly appeared. Then, he turned into light and escaped, entered the formation, and cut it down. This sword must win. Two fierce shouts came from the distance. No. Spare his life. Fei Yunzi didn't care. He only knew that he didn't pass the test of the weapon world and didn't get the inheritance of the weapon hall. And the young giant in front of him, who was guilty of possessing a treasure, got the inheritance of the Dan hall by chance. It was only natural for him to replace him. Swish! The sword light was sharp, and nothing could be cut. But just when Fei Yunzi was determined to win, he realized that this sword seemed to be stuck in a quagmire. Although he was still moving forward, his speed was getting slower and slower. His eyes burst into a bright light, and he saw the truth in the sword energy. One hand tightly grasped the giant sword transformed by the sword wall. You are trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm, overestimating your own strength. Fei Yunzi shouted, and all his infinite magic power was released. This time, the sharp sword broke through all obstacles like a knife cutting tofu, cut the giant's arm in half, and slashed towards the opponent's huge body. Seeing this scene, Fei Yunzi should have been happy. However, the strange scene he saw made his expression change drastically. The arm that was cut in half, countless flesh and blood, like a living python, flowed upstream along the sword body towards his body. With its fangs and claws, it seemed to be gnawing at everything. No. Fei Yunzi was shocked and was about to draw his sword and retreat. However, it was easy to come, but it was not so easy to leave. In the sword formation, Luo Chen's cold laugh rumbled. Stay. Suddenly, a huge claw grabbed from the clouds. Fei Yunzi was caught in the act and was caught. Luo Chen frowned. The opponent was hit by his long-hidden cloud-exploring divine claw, but his momentum did not drop. Is there any powerful defensive magic weapon? He murmured, and then looked at the sword nets that bound him. He stretched his legs and stamped his feet. Bang! The void exploded, and his figure shot out like lightning. When he reappeared, even though his body was covered in blood, he was already in a state of attack and defense. A strange power permeated his body, and his left arm, which had been cut off, began to recover continuously, and countless small wounds on his body were also healing rapidly. Luo Chen ignored all this and looked at Fei Yunzi, who was retreating madly with a cold face. The wings behind him trembled, and it ran like thunder, and bursts of explosions were heard in the atmosphere. Thunder kick. The giant foot kicked down like a thunderstorm. The sword nets in front of the tiny Fei Yunzi spread out layer by layer, but he couldn't withstand this kick in a hurry. Boom! With just one kick, he fell onto the white jade square in the sea of clouds. Large puffs of mist were splashing everywhere. Luo Chen kicked again. A giant fell from the sky. Boom! Fei Yunzi narrowly avoided the kick, looked at the shocking huge footprint, and ran back desperately. Not only that, while running away, he took out his treasured magic weapon. But without the advantage of the first move, how could Luo Chen let him get away again? It is better to pursue the enemy with the remaining courage. The broken moon wings were blessed with 90,000 miles, and they continued to burst out at extreme speed. He even kept attacking with both palms while flying. Breaking the mountain style. One punch smashed a flying trident. Crashing the mountain style. Directly smashed a huge mountain that suddenly appeared into powder. In the midst of smoke and dust, Luo Chen burst into the air and stepped again, looking directly into Fei Yunzi's eyes. Where to escape? Do you really think you can defeat me? Fei Yunzi's face was ferocious, his hands were clasped together tightly, forming a lotus seal, and an illusory golden bell loomed above his head. Luo Chen rushed forward. Is this the thing that saved your life? He shouted fiercely, and slapped the golden bell's shadow. The powerful recoil almost broke his bones and arms. A defensive treasure of the real weapon level. Luo Chen's face was fierce, not giving the other party a chance to pull away again, and he kept running around the golden bell, and after images appeared one after another. Between his hands, he kept attacking. Or snapping fingers, or clapping palms, alternating fists and claws, clapping and snapping. Countless exquisite physical skills came and went in an instant. With these movements, the source power flowed all over his body, and all of it was immersed in the golden bell, dyeing it bloody. Suddenly, Luo Chen slapped the golden bell's shadow with both palms, and his 10 fingers were like blue bricks, mud and stones, clasping into the illusory golden bell. Overlord unarmored. Open it for me. In Fei Yunzi's incredulous eyes, the indestructible golden bell phantom shattered like a dream. And the lotus seal he held suddenly loosened, and his mind was backfired. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Fei Yunzi was struck by lightning and almost fainted. But he knew that life and death must not be rushed. Seeing that huge hand grasped his body, Fei Yunzi gritted his teeth and made a decision that went against his heart. Whoosh! Luo Chen's palm paused, and saw a golden light flying out from between his fingers. He lowered his eyebrows and saw that there was only a flesh body left in his palm. And that golden light, a 3-inch little man, holding a sword ball in his mouth, holding an ancient golden bell full of cracks, looking at him in the air with resentment. If it weren't for resisting the storm and damaging my real golden bell, how could you break my defense? Luo Chen grinned. You have the energy to say such harsh words. You don't think you are safe now, do you? As he spoke, a huge tripod rose from above his head. 5-colored light flowed endlessly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.